Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Okinawa, The Last Battle by Roy E. Appleman, James MacGregor Burns, Russell A. Googler, and John Stevens. Narrated by Joe Barrett. Forward. The conflict with the Axis powers confronted the United States Army with problems on a scale never faced before. Problems as great in administration, training, supply, and logistics as in strategy and tactics. The United States Army in World War II sets forth in detail the nature of the problems faced, the methods used to solve them, and the mistakes made as well as the success achieved. The object is to provide a work of reference for military and civilian students, as well as a record of achievements which deserve an honorable place in the pages of history. Its value to the thoughtful citizen, as an aid to his comprehension of basic problems of national security, has been a major consideration. Its preparation has also been prompted by the thought that, in a faithful and comprehensive record, all who participated in the Army's vast effort would find a recognition merited by their service and sacrifice. The advantage to the Army and the scholar has been the decisive factor in proceeding with the least possible delay to the publication of such a series. No claim is made that it constitutes a final history. Many years will pass before the record of the war can be fully analyzed and appraised. In presenting an organized and documented narrative at this time, the Historical Division of the War Department has sought to furnish the War Department and the Army schools an early account of the experience acquired and to stimulate further research by providing scholars with a guide to the mountainous accumulation of records produced by the war. The decision to prepare a comprehensive account of military activities was made early in the war. Trained historians were assigned to the larger units of the Army and War Department to initiate the work of research, analysis, and writing. The results of their work, supplemented by additional research and records not readily available during the war, are presented in this series. The general plan provides for a division into sub-series dealing with the War Department, the Army, Air, Ground, and Surface Forces, the Technical Services, and the Theaters of Operations. This division conforms to the organization of the Army during World War II, and though involving some overlapping in subject matter, has the advantage of presenting a systematic account of developments in each major field of responsibility, as well as the points of view of the particular commands. The plan also includes volumes on such topics as statistics, order of battle, military training, the Women's Army Corps, and other subjects that transcend the limits of studies focused on an agency or command. The whole project is oriented toward an eventual summary and synthesis. The present volume concerns one of the most bitterly fought battles of the Pacific War, in which the Army, the Marine Corps, and the Navy all played a vital part. In order to make the Army's role and the campaign as a whole as intelligible as possible, the historians have treated in detail the operations of the Marine Corps units attached to 10th Army and have also sketched the contribution of the Navy, both in preliminary operations against Okinawa and in the campaign itself. Another characteristic of this, as of other volumes on Pacific campaigns, is that tactical action is treated on levels lower than those usually presented in the history of operations in the European theaters. The physical limitations of the terrain fought over in the Pacific restricted the number and size of the units which could be employed and brought into sharp focus the operations of regiments, battalions, and smaller units. A wealth of verified material on such operations is available for all theaters, but it is only that of the Pacific which can be used extensively, since in other theaters the actions of smaller units are lost in the broad sweep of great distances and large forces. The description of small unit action has the merit of giving the non-professional reader a fuller record of the nature of the battlefield in modern war, and the professional reader a better insight into troop leading. Okinawa, The Last Battle, is the work of combat historians of the 1st Information and Historical Service, 10th Army. The practice of dispatching trained historians to accompany troops into combat grew out of earlier experience both in World War I and in the early part of World War II, which demonstrated that the paper records produced by units in battle were rarely, if ever, adequate for the writing of military history. Lower units such as the infantry company, and very often the battalion, do not write as they fight. Hence, the details of combat are not in their records. Even at higher levels, many significant orders and reports, because they are communicated orally and by telephone, are noted in the record only sketchily, if at all. An equally serious gap arises from the fact that the why behind the decision is almost never discernible in the documents. The records must be supplemented by interviewing key participants in the action at all levels if anything approaching complete understanding of what happened is to be attained. Unless such quick, on-the-spot study is made, memories will grow dim, or the man who knows the answer may become a casualty in a subsequent operation. Thus, the historians who took the field were given the mission of noting the messages, reports, and orders as they came in, of spotting the gaps in the story as it was thus unfolded, and of taking prompt steps to fill those gaps by asking questions. At first, historians were sent to the theaters as individuals or teams. Later, they were organized into units called Information and Historical Services, one of which was assigned to each field army. Though the first Information and Historical Service was the first of these to be activated, all the others were called on to deal with operations earlier. As a consequence, the first Information and Historical Service not only benefited in some measure by the lessons they learned, but was the first which was fully organized and prepared to take the field at the very start of a major operation, with plans laid for a systematic coverage of the campaign. In an organizational sense, therefore, the preparations for historical coverage of the Okinawa campaign were better than those for earlier operations. This explains why the history of the last operation has been issued first. Washington, D.C., 1 July 1947. Harry J. Maloney, Brigadier General, USA, Chief, Historical Division, War Department Special Staff. Preface. Okinawa, The Last Battle, was written by U.S. Army historians who participated in the Ryukyu's campaign as members of a group organized to accompany the American forces to the Ryukyus and secure at first hand the materials for a history of their operations. This group was formed in Hawaii as a section of the 1st Information and Historical Service, which was attached to 10th Army in January 1945. Before the embarkation of troops for Okinawa, most of the 10th Army's combat historians, as they were called, had joined at various points in the Pacific the units whose part in the coming battle they were to record. Similarly, Marine historians were already with 3rd Amphibious Corps headquarters and the Marine divisions which were to take part in the action. Lieutenant Colonel John Stevens was in command of the Army historians. His chief assistant was Master Sergeant James M. Burns, the author of Guam in the series American Forces in Action. Colonel Stevens and Sergeant Burns accompanied 10th Army headquarters. Captain Donald L. Mulford came from Leyte with 24th Corps and remained with it until late in May, when he was assigned to the 96th Division to replace its historian, Sergeant Bert Balmer, who had been wounded in action. At 24th Corps headquarters, Major Roy E. Appleman succeeded Captain Mulford. Captain Edmund G. Love, an experienced historian of operations in the Central Pacific, was attached to the 27th Division. Captain Russell A. Googler and Captain Paul R. Leach, who had served respectively with the 7th and 77th Divisions on Leyte, accompanied these divisions to Okinawa. Captain Jesse L. Rogers, on his arrival at Okinawa in June, was assigned to the 96th Division to assist Captain Mulford. The Marine historians on Okinawa were Major Almut Janks, 3rd Amphibious Corps, Sergeant Kenneth Schutz, and Sergeant Paul Trilling, 1st Marine Division, and Captain Phillips D. Carleton, 6th Marine Division. Army historians held frequent conferences during and after the campaign for the purpose of coordinating their work. Liaison with the Marine historians was established soon after the initial landings at the target and was maintained throughout the operation. Further information and perspective were gained through conferences with Navy personnel at Okinawa and with Navy historians in Hawaii and Washington. After the campaign, histories of the operations of the 4 Army divisions and of the 6th Marine Division were written by the respective division historians. A history of the 24th Corps on Okinawa was written by Major Appleman, and a history of the 1st Marine Division on Okinawa was compiled by Captain James R. Stockman, USMC-R, from division records and from material supplied by the division historians. In July 1945, after the Battle of Okinawa ended, Colonel Stevens and Sergeant Burns were detached from the 1st Information and Historical Service and returned to Oahu to write the history of the Okinawa operation at Fort Shafter, where the records of all Army units which had fought on Okinawa were subsequently brought together. Captain Love, who had completed his history of the operations of the 27th Division by July 1945, returned to Washington. The other Army historians remained with their units to complete their interrogations of the men who fought, write the division and corps histories for which they were responsible, and be available for prospective new assignments. After the war ended, Captain Leach completed the history of 77th Division operations, and Captain Mulford and Captain Rogers the account of 96th Division operations. These 3 historians were then separated from the Army. Major Appleman and Captain Googler, who accompanied the 24th Corps and the 7th Division to Korea, were ordered to Oahu late in the fall of 1945 to complete their respective corps and division histories at Fort Shafter. Sergeant Burns returned to the United States early in December and was separated from the Army. By March 1946, Major Appleman had completed the narrative of 24th Corps operations on Okinawa, and Captain Googler the history of the 7th Division in the campaign. At that time, although Colonel Stevens, Major Appleman, and Captain Googler were all eligible for separation, they returned with the Okinawa records to Washington to continue work in the Historical Division, WDSS, on the history of the Okinawa campaign. Together with Sergeant Burns, now a civilian, they completed the Okinawa manuscript by the end of June. Organization of the volume was developed at conferences of all the Army historians during and after the battle on the basis of studies by Sergeant Burns. The manuscript was turned over to the Pacific Section of the Historical Division, WDSS. Dr. Charles B. Hirschfeld, a member of the section, added material on high-level planning and logistics, revised and condensed certain portions of the manuscript, and aided in the preparation of the maps. The authors are especially indebted to Dr. Lewis Morton, chief of the Pacific Section, who supervised the preparation of the final manuscript and represented the authors during the editing process. The editing was performed by Dr. Albert K. Weinberg of the editorial branch, assisted by Miss Edith M. Poole and Miss Grace T. Wable. Washington, D.C., 1 July 1947. Roy E. Appleman, James M. Burns, Russell A. Googler, John Stevens. The U.S. Army Center of Military History. The Center of Military History prepares and publishes histories as required by the U.S. Army. It coordinates Army historical matters, including historical properties, and supervises the Army Museum System. It also maintains liaison with public and private agencies and individuals to stimulate interest and study in the field of military history. The center is located at 1099 14th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20005-3402. Chapter 1. Operation Iceberg. On 3 October 1944, American forces in the Pacific Ocean areas received a directive to seize positions in the Ryukyu Islands, Nansei Shoto. Okinawa is the most important island of the Ryukyu group, the threshold of the 4 main islands of Japan. The decision to invade the Ryukyus signalized the readiness of the United States to penetrate the inner ring of Japanese defenses. For the enemy, failure on Okinawa meant that he must prepare to resist an early invasion of the homeland or surrender. The strategic decision. Operation Iceberg, as the plan for the Okinawa campaign was officially called, marked the entrance of the United States upon an advanced stage in the long execution of its strategy in the Pacific. Some 4,000 miles of ocean and more than 3 years of war separated Okinawa from Pearl Harbor. In 1942 and 1943, the Americans had contained the enemy and thrown him back. In 1944, their attack gathered momentum, and a series of fierce island campaigns carried them toward the Japanese inner stronghold in great strides. The Allied advance followed two main axes, one through the islands of the Central Pacific, the other through the South and Southwest Pacific. Navy task forces and some other elements operated on both fronts as needed. The result was unremitting pressure against Japanese military and naval might, a major objective of American strategy. Near the close of 1943, a thrust at the Gilbert Islands from the Central Pacific, in which Tarawa, Makin, and Apamama were seized, paved the way for the assault on the Marshalls on 31 January 1944. American forces captured Kwajalein, Majuro, and Eniwetok, and their fleet and air arms moved forward. At the same time, American carriers heavily attacked Truk, and that formidable enemy naval base in the Carolines was thenceforth immobilized. Saipan, Tinian, and Guam in the Marianas fell to American arms in the summer of 1944, and in the First Battle of the Philippine Sea, the U.S. Navy administered a crushing defeat to the Japanese fleet that tried to interfere with the American push westward. In September and October, the Americans occupied Ulithi in the Western Carolines for use as an anchorage and advanced fleet base, and took Angaur and Palau in the Palau Islands, situated close to the Philippines. Meanwhile, American forces in the South and Southwest Pacific were approaching Mindanao, southernmost of the Philippine Islands, by advances through the Solomons and New Guinea, in which Japanese armies were neutralized and isolated on Bougainville, New Ireland, and New Britain. The capture of Wakta on the northeastern coast of New Guinea in May 1944 was followed by the seizure of Biak and Numfor. During the summer, a Japanese army attempting to break out from Wewak in Australian New Guinea was subdued. The invasion of Morotai in September placed American forces within 300 miles of Mindanao. The ultimate goal of American operations in the Pacific was the industrial heart of Japan, along the southern shores of Honshu between the Tokyo Plain and Shimonoseki. American strategy aimed to reach this objective by successive steps and to take advantage on the way of Japan's extreme vulnerability to submarine blockade and air bombardment. Throughout most of 1944, Army and Navy staffs in the Pacific Ocean areas had been planning for the invasion of Formosa, Operation Causeway, in the spring of 1945. On the basis of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Directive of March 1944, the general concept of this operation had been outlined, the availability of troops considered and reviewed many times, and the assignment of task force commanders announced. On 23 August, a joint staff study for Causeway had been published. It was clear that Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Pacific Fleet and Pacific Ocean areas, intended to invade Formosa after Southwest Pacific forces had established positions in the central and southern Philippines. Causeway, in turn, was to be followed by operations against the Ryukyus and Bonins, or against the China coast. Either course would lead eventually to assault on the Japanese home islands. On 15 September, the Joint Chiefs directed General Douglas MacArthur to seize Leyte on 20 October instead of 20 December as planned, and to bypass Mindanao. At the same time, Admiral Nimitz was instructed to bypass Yap. On the next day, Admiral Nimitz reconsidered the Formosa operation. He believed that the early advance into the central Philippines, with the opportunity of acquiring the desired fleet anchorages there, opened up the possibility of a direct advance northward through the Ryukyus and Bonins rather than through Formosa and the China coast. He reviewed the objectives of Causeway, the establishment of air bases from which to bomb Japan, support China, and cut off the home islands from resources to the south, with reference to the new possibility, and in a letter to his Army commanders requested their opinions on the subject. Lieutenant General Robert C. Richardson, Jr., Commanding General, U.S. Army Forces, Pacific Ocean Areas, replied that only those steps should be taken which would lead to the early accomplishment of the ultimate objective, the invasion of Japan proper. From this point of view, the occupation of Formosa, as a stepping stone to an advance on Japan via the China coast, did not, in his opinion, offer advantages commensurate with the time and enormous effort involved. He proposed instead, as a more economical course, a dual advance along the Luzon-Ryukyus and the Marianas-Bonins axes. He fully agreed with General MacArthur's plan to seize Luzon after Leyte. The seizure of Luzon would provide air and naval bases in the Philippines, from which enemy shipping lanes in the China Sea could be blocked and at the same time Formosa effectively neutralized. From the ample bases in Luzon, it would be possible and desirable to seize positions in the Ryukyus for the prosecution of air operations against Kyushu and Honshu. The occupation of bases in the Bonins would open another route from the Marianas for bomber operations against Japan. The air assaults on Japan will culminate in landings on the enemy's home islands. Lieutenant General Millard F. Harmon, Commanding General, U.S. Army Air Forces, Pacific Ocean Areas, in his reply to Admiral Nimitz, referred to a previous letter which he had written to the Admiral, recommending as an alternative to the invasion of Formosa and the China coast, the seizure of islands in the Ryukyu chain for development as air bases from which to bomb Japan. He restated these views and emphasized his opinion that if the objective of Causeway was the acquisition of air bases, it could be achieved with the least cost in men and materiel by the capture of positions in the Ryukyus. The commander of the ground troops designated for Causeway, Lieutenant General Simon B. Buckner, Jr., Commanding General, 10th Army, presented the primary objection to the entire Formosa operation. He informed Admiral Nimitz that the shortages of supporting and service troops in the Pacific Ocean areas made Causeway unfeasible. General Buckner added about a week later that if an invasion of Luzon was planned, the need for occupying Formosa was greatly diminished. Admiral Nimitz communicated the substance of these views to Admiral Ernest J. King, Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Fleet. The latter, who had been the chief proponent of an invasion of Formosa, proposed to the Joint Chiefs of Staff on 2 October 1944 that in view of the lack of sufficient resources in the Pacific Ocean areas for the execution of Causeway and the War Department's inability to make additional resources available before the end of the war in Europe, operations against Luzon, Iwo Jima, and the Ryukyus be undertaken successively prior to the seizure of Formosa. Favorable developments in the Pacific and in Europe might make Causeway feasible at a later date. On the next day, 3 October, the Joint Chiefs of Staff issued a directive to Admiral Nimitz to seize one or more positions in the Ryukyu Islands by 1 March 1945. On 5 October, Admiral Nimitz informed his command that the Formosa operation was now deferred and that after General MacArthur invaded Luzon on 20 December 1944, the Pacific Ocean area's forces would seize Iwo Jima on 20 January 1945 and positions in the Ryukyus on 1 March. The projected Ryukyus campaign was bound up strategically with the operations against Luzon and Iwo Jima. They were all calculated to maintain unremitting pressure against Japan and to effect the attrition of its military forces. The Luzon operation in December would allow the Southwest Pacific forces to continue on the offensive after taking Leyte. The occupation of Iwo Jima in January would follow through with another blow and provide a base for fighter support for the B-29s operating against Japan from the Marianas. The seizure of Okinawa in March would carry the war to the threshold of Japan, cut the enemy's air communications through the Ryukyus, and flank his sea communications to the south. Okinawa was, moreover, in the line of advance both to the China coast and to the Japanese home islands. The direct advance to the Ryukyus Bonins line from the Luzon Marianas was thus conceived within the framework of the general strategy of destroying by blockade and bombardment the Japanese military forces, or their will to resist. The Ryukyus were within medium bomber range of Japan, and it was estimated that 780 bombers, together with the necessary number of fighters, could be based there. An advanced fleet anchorage was available in Okinawa. From these airfields and naval bases, American air and naval forces could attack the main islands of Japan and, by intensified sea and air blockade, sever them from the Japanese conquests to the south. The captured bases could also be used to support further operations in the regions bordering on the East China Sea. Finally, the conquest of the Ryukyus would provide adequate supporting positions for the invasion of Kyushu and subsequently Honshu, the industrial heart of Japan. Nature of the target. The islands. The Ryukyu Islands lie southwest of Japan proper, northeast of Formosa and the Philippines, and west of the Bonins. The island's peaks of submerged mountains stretch in an arc about 790 miles long between Kyushu and Formosa and form a boundary between the East China Sea and the Pacific Ocean. The archipelago consists of about 140 islands, only 30 of which are large enough to support substantial populations. The climate is subtropical, the temperature ranging from about 60 degrees Fahrenheit to 83 degrees Fahrenheit. Rainfall is heavy, and the high humidity makes the summer heat oppressive. The prevailing winds are monsoonal in character, and between May and November each year, the islands are visited by destructive typhoons. Approximately in the center of the arc is the Okinawa group, Gunto, of some 50 islands clustered around the island of Okinawa. The Keirama Islands lie in an area from 10 to 20 miles west of southern Okinawa. Kume, Tonachi, Aguni, and Tori form a rectangle to the north of the Keirama group. Ieshima stands off the jutting tip of the Motobu Peninsula on northern Okinawa, while farther to the north lie the Iheya Islands and Yoron. A chain of small islands, called by the Americans the Eastern Islands, extends along the eastern shore of southern Okinawa. Lying in the path of the Japan Current, the entire Okinawa group is surrounded by seas warm enough to allow the growth of coral, and hence all the islands are surrounded by fairly extensive reefs, some of which extend several miles offshore. Okinawa is the largest of the islands in the Ryukyus. Running generally north and south, it is 60 miles long and from 2 to 18 miles wide, with an area of 485 square miles. It is entirely fringed with reefs. On the western side, the reef lies fairly close to shore and is seldom over a mile wide. On the eastern side, where the coast is more sheltered, the reef extends for some distance offshore, the widest and shallowest points being north of Nakagusuku Bay. When Commodore Perry's ships sailed into Naha Harbor on 26 May 1853, Okinawa was a semi-independent country, paying tribute to China and Satsuma. It was annexed in 1879 by Japan, which integrated the Okinawan people almost completely into the Japanese governmental, economic, and cultural structure. The racial origins of the Okinawans are similar to, but not identical with, those of the Japanese, and the Okinawan stock and culture had been subject to extensive Chinese influence. While the Okinawans generally resemble the Japanese in physique, they differ appreciably in their language, the native Luchuan tongue. The predominant religion among the Okinawans is an indigenous animistic cult, of which worship of fire and the hearth is typical. Veneration of ancestors is an important element in this religion, and the burial tomb the most characteristic feature of the Okinawa landscape, a feature which the Japanese were to convert into a formidable defensive position. The standard of living of the Okinawan people is low. The Japanese made no attempt to raise it, regarding the Okinawans as inferior rustics. Most of the inhabitants subsist on small-scale agriculture. When the invading Americans climbed up from the beaches, they found every foot of usable land cut into small fields and planted with sugarcane, sweet potatoes, rice, and soybeans. In 1940, the population of the island was 435,000. The terrain in northern Okinawa, the two-thirds of the island above the Ishikawa Isthmus, is extremely rugged and mountainous. A central ridge with elevations of 1,000 feet or more runs through the length of the region. The ridge is bordered on the east and west by terraces, which are dissected by ravines and watercourses, and it ends at the coast in steep cliffs. About 80% of the area is covered by pine forests interspersed with dense undergrowth. Troop movements are difficult in the region, as the use of vehicles is confined to the poor road that hugs the western shore. The Motobu Peninsula, which is nearly square in shape and juts to the west, has also a mountainous and difficult terrain. Two mountain tracts, separated by a central valley, run east and west the length of the peninsula. Successive coastal terraces are well developed on the north, east, and west of the peninsula. About 3½ miles off the northwest end of the Motobu Peninsula is the small flat-topped island of Ieshima, with a sharp pinnacle about 500 feet high at the eastern end. The southern third of Okinawa, south of Ishikawa, is rolling, hilly country, lower than the north but broken by terraces, steep natural escarpments, and ravines. This section is almost entirely under cultivation and contains 3/4 of the population of the island. Here, too, are the airfields and the large towns, Naha, Shuri, Itoman, and Yonabaru. It was in this area that the battle for Okinawa was mainly fought. The limestone plateau and ridges are ideal for defense and abound in natural caves and burial tombs, easily developed into strong underground positions. Generally aligned east and west, the hills offer no north-south ridgeline for troop movement, and thus they provide successive natural lines of defense, with frequent steep slopes created by artificial terracing. Rice paddies fill the lowlands near the coasts. The roads are more numerous than in the north, but with the exception of those in Naha and its vicinity, they are mostly country lanes, unsuited for motorized traffic. Drainage is generally poor, and heavy rains turn the area into a quagmire of deep, clay-like mud. South of Zampa Point, on the west, there's a 15,000-yard stretch of coastline, which includes nearly 9,000 yards of beaches, divided by the Bishi River. These are known as the Hagushi Beaches, deriving their name from a small village at the mouth of the river. The beaches are not continuous, but are separated by cliffs and outcropping headlands. They range from 100 to 900 yards in length and from 10 to 45 yards in width at low tide, and some are completely awash at high water. A shallow reef with scattered coral heads borders the entire stretch of beach, and in many places is almost a barrier reef, with deeper water between its crest and the shoreline than immediately to seaward. The beaches are for the most part coral sand, and most have at least one road exit. A low coastal plain flanks the beaches from Zampa Point south to Tsunabe. It is dominated by rolling hills, which afford excellent observation, good fields of fire along the beaches, and extensive cover and concealment. Less than 2,000 yards inland on the plain lie the Yontan and Kadena airfields, north and south of the Bishi River. A 400-foot-high hill mass rising southeast of Tsunabe and extending across the center of the island dominates the entire beachhead area. Composed of innumerable sharp ridges and deep ravines, it is a major obstacle to rapid troop movements and can be used effectively for a strong delaying action. South of the Tsunabe Hills, down to the Ichitomari-Tsuwa line, the island narrows to 5,500 yards. The terrain is essentially similar to that behind the Hagushi beaches, with heavily wooded uplands and extensively terraced and cultivated valleys and lower slopes. The hills and ridges are generally low, except for some high peaks in the general vicinity of Kuba on the east coast, from which observation of the area is excellent. Roads are adequate for light Japanese transport, but not for the heavy strain of American military traffic. On the east coast, the Kachin Peninsula on the north and the Chinen Peninsula on the south extend into the ocean to enclose the spacious fleet anchorage of Nakagusuku Bay, called by the American troops Buckner Bay. A low coastal plain from 1/4 to 1 mile wide runs along the shore of the bay from the Kachin Peninsula to Yonabaru. At Yonabaru, the plain extends inland to the west through an area of moderate relief and joins another coastal flat extending northeastward from Naha. A cross-island road follows this corridor and connects the two cities. Naha, the capital of the island, with a population of 65,000, is Okinawa's chief port and can accommodate vessels up to 3,000 tons. Southwest of the city, on the Oroku Peninsula, was the Naha airfield, the most highly developed field on the island. In the region north of the Naha-Yonabaru corridor, and in the vicinity of Shuri, the ancient capital of Okinawa, lies the most rugged terrain in the southern part of the island. From the high ground near Shuri, and from many other vantage points in this area, observation is excellent to the north and south and over the coastal regions. At the highest point, the hills rise about 575 feet, but the lack of pattern, the escarpments, steep slopes, and narrow valleys characteristic of the region make the major hill masses ideal territory for defense. Many of the escarpments are sheer cliffs without topsoil or vegetation. The low ground is filled with twisting ridges and spotted with small irregular knolls, rendering observation difficult and providing excellent locations for minor infantry and anti-tank positions. The most prominent features of the region are the strong natural defensive line of the Urasoe-Mura escarpment, rising from the west coast above the Machinato airfield and running for 4,500 yards across the island in a southeasterly direction, and the chain of hills through Tanabaru and Minami Uebaru to the east coast southwest of Tsuwa. South of the strong Shuri positions, the terrain is rough, but there are a few large escarpments. There are some broad valleys and an extensive road net which would facilitate troop movements. The terrain in the southern end of the island consists of an extensive limestone plateau surrounded by precipitous limestone cliffs. The northern side of the plateau is a 300-foot escarpment which rises vertically from the valley floor in a jagged coral mass. On the top of the plateau, major hills, Yuzadake and Yaiju-dake, cover all approaches from the north, east, and west. Along the southeastern coast, much of the stretch from Minatoga to the eastern end of the Chinen Peninsula consists of beaches. These are dominated by the rolling, dissected terrace forming the body of the peninsula and by the high plateau to the southwest. American intelligence of the enemy. American knowledge of the enemy and of the island of Okinawa was acquired slowly over a period of many months and in the face of many difficulties. With Okinawa isolated from the world by the Japanese, information of military value concerning the strategic inner defense line of the empire was scarce and difficult to obtain. Limited basic intelligence was garnered from documents and prisoners captured on Pacific Island battlefields, from interrogation of former residents of the Ryukyus, and from old Japanese publications. The great bulk of the data was obtained through aerial photographic reconnaissance. This, however, was often incomplete and inadequate, particularly for terrain study and for estimating enemy strength and activity. The distance of the target from American air bases, 1,200 nautical miles, necessitated the use of B-29s and carrier planes for photographic missions. The former afforded only high-altitude, small-scale coverage, while the latter depended on the scheduling of carrier strikes. The relatively large land masses involved and the prevalence of cloud cover added to the difficulty of obtaining the large-scale photographs necessary for detailed study of terrain and installations. The target map prepared by American intelligence represented all that was known of the terrain and the developed facilities of the island. This map, scale 1 to 25,000, was based on aerial photographs obtained on 29 September and 10 October 1944 and was distributed about 1 March 1945. Incomplete coverage, varying altitudes of the plains, and cloudiness over parts of the island at the time prevented clear delineation, and certain portions of the map, including that of the high ground north of Shuri, had either poor topographic detail or none at all. Additional photographic coverage of the island was obtained on 3 and 22 January, 28 February, and 1 March 1945. That of 22 January was excellent for the proposed landing beach areas. To supplement aerial photography, a submarine was sent from Pearl Harbor to take pictures of all Okinawa beaches. The submarine never returned. Hydrographic information was complete, but its accuracy could not be checked until the target was reached. As the data agreed with the captured Japanese map, they were presumed to be accurate. The most reliable information on the depth of the water over the reefs was obtained from sauna strip photography and was made available to the troops in March. The first estimate of enemy strength, made in October 1944, put the number of Japanese troops on Okinawa at 48,600, including 2 infantry divisions and 1 tank regiment. In January 1945, this estimate was raised to 55,000, with the expectation that the Japanese would reinforce the Okinawa garrison to 66,000 by 1 April 1945. At the end of February, however, the January estimate was still entertained. All these figures were based on interpretation of aerial photographs and on the use of standard Japanese tables of organization. There was no documentary evidence corroborating the estimate of the number of troops on the island. It was believed that the Japanese had moved 4 infantry divisions to the Ryukyus during 1944. These were identified as the 9th, 62nd, 24th, and 28th Divisions. Army intelligence learned that one division, perhaps the 9th, had been moved from Okinawa to Formosa in December 1944. In March 1945, American intelligence estimated that the Japanese forces on Okinawa consisted of the following troops, which included 26 battalions of infantry. Headquarters 32nd Army, 625, 24th Division, triangular, 15,000 to 17,000, 62nd Division, square, 11,500, 44th Independent Mixed Brigade, 6,000, 1 Independent Mixed Regiment, 2,500, 1 Tank Regiment, 750, 1 Medium Artillery Regiment, 2 Mortar Battalions, 1 Anti-Tank Battalion, 3 Anti-Tank Companies and Anti-Aircraft Units, 5,875, Air-Ground Personnel, 3,500, Service and Construction Troops, 5,000 to 6,000, Naval Ground Troops, 3,000. Total, 53,000 to 56,000. It was considered possible that elements of the 9th and 28th Divisions might also be present on Okinawa proper. Enemy forces were known to be organized under the 32nd Army, commanded, it was thought, by General Watanabe, with headquarters at Naha. Shortly before the landings, the estimate of Japanese troops was raised to 65,000 on the basis of long-range search plane reports of convoy movements into Naha. Calculations based on Japanese tables of organization indicated that the enemy could be expected to have 198 pieces of artillery of 70 mm or larger caliber, including 24 150 mm howitzers. The Japanese were presumed to have also about 100 anti-tank guns of 37 mm and 47 mm caliber, in addition to the guns carried on tanks. The tank regiment on Okinawa had, according to Japanese tables of organization, 37 light and 47 medium tanks, but one estimate in March placed the total number of tanks at 90. Intelligence also indicated that rockets and mortars up to 250 mm could be expected. Aerial photographs disclosed 3 main defense areas on Okinawa, centering in Naha, the Hagushi beaches, and the Yonabaru-Nakagusuku Bay area on the east coast. Prepared positions for 4 infantry regiments were noted along the bay, for 1 regiment behind the Hagushi beaches, and for 1 battalion along the beaches at Machinato above Naha. It was believed that a total of 5 or 6 battalions of troops would be found in the northern part of Okinawa and Ieshima, and the 2 divisions would be concentrated in southern Okinawa. The main strength of the Japanese artillery was believed to be concentrated in 2 groups, one about 2 miles east of Yontan Airfield, and the other about 3 miles due south of Shuri. The probable presence of guns was deduced from the spoil, which had been deposited in front of cave or tunnel entrances on the slopes of ridges in a manner suitable for gun emplacements. At the end of March 1945, intelligence indicated that there were 4 operational airfields on Okinawa, at Naha, Yontan, Kadena, and Machinato. The first 2 were the best. All were heavily defended with numerous anti-aircraft and dual-purpose gun emplacements. The Yonabaru Strip, which had been in an initial stage of construction in October 1944, was reported as having been abandoned by February 1945. Apparently not intending to defend Ieshima very determinedly, the Japanese, in the latter part of March, were reported to have rendered the airfield there unusable by digging trenches across the runways. Land-based enemy aircraft on Okinawa was not expected to constitute a danger. The Americans fully expected that the airfields would be neutralized by the time they invaded the island. It was reported on 29 March, however, that enemy fighter and transport planes were being flown in at night to the Kadena airfield. On 31 March, no activity was observed on any of the Okinawa airfields. It was constantly stressed that heavy enemy air attacks would probably be launched from Kyushu, 350 miles to the north. The potential threat of small suicide boats against shipping was also pointed out. 10th Army believed that the most critical terrain for the operation was the area between the Ishikawa Isthmus and the Chatan-Toguchi line, particularly the high ground inland which dominates the Hagushi beaches and the valley of the Bishi River. The enemy could defend the beaches from prepared positions with 1 regiment, maintaining mobile reserves in the hills north and south of the river. Other reserves could be dispatched to the landing area within a few hours. It was expected that the Japanese would wait until the night of L-Day to move their artillery. Alerted by American preliminary operations, they might have a division in position ready for a counterattack on the morning of the landings. From terrain 3,000 yards inland that offered both cover and concealment, the Japanese could launch counterattacks of division strength against both flanks of the landing area simultaneously. If the landings were successful, the enemy's main line of resistance, manned by a force of from 9 to 15 battalions, was expected to be at the narrow waist of the island, from Chatan to Toguchi, south of the landing beaches. The plan of attack. The plan for the conquest of the Ryukyus was in many respects the culmination of the experience of all previous operations in the Pacific War. It embodied the lessons learned in the long course of battle against the Japanese outposts in the Pacific, lessons of cooperation and combined striking power of the services, of the technique of amphibious operations, and of Japanese tactics and methods of meeting them. The plan for Iceberg brought together an aggregate of military power, men, guns, ships, and planes that had accumulated during more than 3 years of total war. The plan called for joint operations against the inner bastion of the Japanese Empire by the greatest concentration of land, sea, and air forces ever used in the Pacific. Basic features of the plan. The immediate task imposed upon the American forces by the terms of the general mission was the seizure and development of Okinawa and the establishment of control of the sea and air in the Ryukyus. The campaign was divided into 3 phases. The seizure of southern Okinawa, including Keisei-shima and islands in the Keirama group, and the initiation of the development of base facilities were to constitute the first phase. In the next phase, Ie-shima was to be occupied, and control was to be established over northern Okinawa. The third phase consisted of the seizure and development of additional islands in the Nansei Shoto for use in future operations. The target date of the operation was set at 1 March 1945. Planning began in October 1944. The general scheme for Operation Iceberg was issued in the fall of 1944 by Admiral Nimitz as Commander-in-Chief, Pacific Ocean Areas, SINCPOA. The strategic plan outlined was based on 3 assumptions. First, the projected campaign against Iwo Jima would have progressed to such an extent that naval fire support and close air support units would be available for the assault on Okinawa. Second, the necessary ground and naval combat units and assault shipping engaged in the Philippines would be released promptly by General MacArthur for the Okinawa campaign. Third, preliminary air and naval operations against the enemy would ensure control of the air in the area of the target during the operation. Air superiority was the most important factor in the general concept of the operation as outlined by Admiral Nimitz's staff. The SINCPOA planners believed that American air attacks on Japan from carriers and from airfields in the Marianas, combined with the seizure of Iwo Jima, would force a concentration of enemy air strength around the heart of the empire, on the home islands, Formosa, the China coast, and the Ryukyus. From these bases, strong and continuous air attacks would be made against the forces invading the Ryukyus. It would be necessary, therefore, to neutralize or destroy enemy air installations not only at the target, but also at the staging areas in Kyushu and Formosa. All available carrier and land-based air forces would be called on to perform this task and give the Americans the control of the air required in the area of operations. On Okinawa itself, the scheme of maneuver of the ground troops would be such as to gain early use of airfields that would enable land-based planes to maintain control of the air in the target area. Control of the sea was to be maintained by submarine, surface, and air attacks on enemy naval forces and shipping. The American forces. The isolation of Okinawa was to be effected with the aid of land-based air forces of commands outside the Pacific Ocean areas, POA. Planes from the Southwest Pacific Area, SWPA, were to engage in searches and continuous strikes against Formosa as soon as the situation on Luzon permitted. 20th Air Force B-29s from China and the Marianas were to bomb Formosa, Kyushu, and Okinawa during the month preceding the landings. The China-based 20th Bomber Command was to concentrate on Formosa, while the 21st Bomber Command from the Marianas would attack Okinawa and then shift to Kyushu and other vulnerable points in the home islands during the fighting on Okinawa. The 14th Air Force was to conduct searches along the China coast and also, if practicable, bomb Hong Kong. All the forces in Admiral Nimitz's command were marshaled in support of the iceberg operation. The Strategic Air Force's POA was assigned the task of neutralizing enemy air bases in the Carolines and the Bonin, of striking Okinawa and Japan when practicable, and of providing fighter cover for 20th Air Force bombing missions against Japan. The commander, Forward Areas Central Pacific, was to use his naval air strength to provide anti-submarine coverage, neutralize bypassed enemy bases, and in general furnish logistic support. Provision of intelligence on enemy naval units and interdiction of the sea approaches from Japan and Formosa were the tasks of the Submarine Force Pacific Fleet. The enemy was to be contained in the North Pacific area, and the lines of communication were to be secured in the Marshalls-Gilbert's area. Logistic support was to be provided by General Richardson's United States Army Forces POA, USAF POA, the Air and Surface Forces, Pacific Fleet, and the South Pacific Force. All the armed forces in the Pacific Ocean areas, from the west coast to Ulithi and from New Zealand to the Aleutians, were directed to support the attack on Okinawa. The principal mission in seizing the objective was assigned to a huge joint Army-Navy task force, known as the Central Pacific Task Forces, and commanded by Admiral Raymond A. Spruance, commander of the Fifth Fleet. Admiral Spruance's forces consisted of naval covering forces and special groups, Task Force 50, which he personally commanded, and a joint expeditionary force, Task Force 51, commanded by Vice Admiral Richmond K. Turner, Commander Amphibious Forces, Pacific Fleet. General Buckner, commanding General 10th Army, was to lead the expeditionary troops, Task Force 56, under Admiral Turner's direction. Command relationships prescribed for the operation differed in some respects from those in previous operations against island positions remote from Japan. Because the campaign would entail prolonged ground combat activities by a field army on a large island close to the enemy's homeland, it was necessary to define clearly the relationships between Army and Navy commanders for the successive phases of the operation. Admiral Nimitz accordingly provided that, initially, the chain of command for amphibious operations would be Admiral Spruance, Admiral Turner, General Buckner. However, when Admiral Spruance determined that the amphibious phases of the operation had been successfully completed, General Buckner was to assume command of all forces ashore. He was thereafter to be directly responsible to Admiral Spruance for the defense and development of the captured positions. In time, Admiral Spruance would be relieved by Admiral Nimitz of these responsibilities, and General Buckner would take over complete command of the forces in the Ryukyus. As commander, Ryukyu's force, a joint task force of ground, air, and naval garrison troops, he would be responsible only to sink POA for the defense and development of the newly won bases and for the protection of the sea areas within 25 miles. Admiral Spruance, as commander of Task Force 50, had at his disposal Vice Admiral Mitcher's Fast Carrier Force, Task Force 58, a British carrier force, Task Force 57, special task groups for aerial search and reconnaissance and anti-submarine warfare, and fleet logistic groups. Task Force 58 had a major share of the mission of neutralizing Japanese air strength. Its fast carriers were to strike Kyushu, Okinawa, and adjacent islands in the middle of March, to remain in a covering position east of the target area during the week preceding the invasion, to support the landings with strikes and patrols, and to be prepared for further forays against Kyushu, the China coast, or threatening enemy surface forces. The British carriers, the first to participate in Pacific naval actions with the American fleet, were given the task of neutralizing air installations on the Sakishima Group, southwest of the Ryukyus, during the 10 days before the landings. The Joint Expeditionary Force, Task Force 51, was directly charged with the capture and development of Okinawa and other islands in the group. It was a joint task force of Army, Navy, and Marine units, and consisted of the expeditionary troops, Task Force 56, shipping to transport them, and supporting naval and air units. Direct naval and air support for Task Force 51 was to be furnished by its amphibious support force, Task Force 52, made up of escort carriers, gunboat and mortar flotillas, minesweepers, and underwater demolition teams, and by the Gunfire and Covering Force, Task Force 54, of old battleships, light and heavy cruisers, destroyers, and destroyer escorts. The transports and tractor units of the Northern Attack Force, Task Force 53, and Southern Attack Force, Task Force 55, were to land the ground troops in the main assault on the Okinawa beaches, while a number of task groups were assigned the task of transporting the troops for subsidiary landings and the floating and area reserves. Task Force 51 also included a transport screen, a service and salvage group, and several specialized naval units. The troops who would assault the objectives constituted a field army, the 10th Army, which had been activated in the United States in June 1944, and shortly thereafter had opened headquarters in Oahu. General Buckner formally assumed command in September 1944, having come to the new assignment from the command of the Alaskan Department, where for 4 years he had been organizing the American defenses in that area. His new staff included many officers who had served with him in Alaska, as well as some from the European theater of operations. The major components of 10th Army were 24th Army Corps and 3rd Amphibious Corps, Marine. The former consisted of the 7th and 96th Infantry Divisions and was commanded by Major General John R. Hodge, a veteran leader of troops who had met and defeated the Japanese on Guadalcanal, New Georgia, Bougainville, and Leyte. 3rd Amphibious Corps included the 1st and 6th Marine Divisions and was headed by Major General Roy S. Geiger, who had successfully directed Marine operations on Bougainville and Guam. 3 divisions, the 27th and 77th Infantry Divisions and the 2nd Marine Division, were under the direct control of 10th Army for use in special operations and as reserves. The Area Reserve, the 81st Infantry Division, was under the control of SINCPOA. Also assigned to 10th Army for the purpose of defense and development of the objectives were a Naval Task Group, the Tactical Air Force, and the Island Command. A total of 183,000 troops was made available for the assault phases of the operation. About 154,000 of these were in the 7 combat divisions, excluding the 81st Division, which remained in New Caledonia. All 7 divisions were heavily reinforced with tank battalions, amphibian, truck, and tractor battalions, joint assault signal companies, and many attached service units. The 5 divisions committed to the initial landings total about 116,000. The 1st and 6th Marine Divisions, with 26,274 and 24,356 troops, respectively, each carried an attached naval construction battalion and about 2,500 replacements, in addition to their other supporting combat and service units. The reinforced 7th, 77th, and 96th Divisions averaged nearly 22,000 men per division, but each was about 1,000 understrength in organic infantry personnel. The 27th, the Reserve Division, was reinforced to a strength of 16,143, but remained nevertheless almost 2,000 understrength organically. The 2nd Marine Division, also in Army Reserve, numbered 22,195. 10th Army, as such, had never directed any campaigns, but its corps and divisions had all been combat-tested before the invasion of the Ryukyus. 24th Corps had carried out the conquest of Leyte, and 3rd Amphibious Corps had captured Guam and Peleliu. The 7th Division had seen action on Attu, Kwajalein, and Leyte, the 77th on Guam and Leyte, and the 96th on Leyte. The 27th had taken part in the battles for the Gilberts and Marshalls, and for Saipan. The 1st Marine Division had been one of the first to see action in the Pacific on Guadalcanal and had gone through the campaigns of western New Britain and Peleliu. The 6th Marine Division had been activated late in 1944, but its regiments were largely made up of seasoned units that had fought on Guam, the Marshalls, and Saipan. The 2nd Marine Division had participated in the fighting on Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Saipan, and Tinian. Plan for the capture of Okinawa. Using the SINCPOA Joint Staff Study as a basis, each of the major commanders prepared his plans and issued his operation orders. Although each plan and operation order was derived from that of the next superior echelon, planning was always concurrent. The joint nature of the operation also required extensive coordination of the 3 services in all operational and logistical problems. Joint conferences thrashed out problems of troop lists, shipping, supplies, and strategy. Corps and task force commanders worked together on the plans for amphibious operations. Corps and division staffs were consulted and advised by Army for purposes of orientation and planning. To ensure inter-service coordination, Navy and Marine officers were assigned to work with 10th Army General and Special Staff sections. In some cases, planning was facilitated by utilizing the results of work on other operations. Thus, the naval staff developing the gunfire support plans was able to use the operations at Iwo Jima to test and strengthen the general command and communications framework, which was generally similar for both operations. In the same way, 10th Army logistical planners took advantage of their work on the canceled Formosa operation, adapting it to the needs of the Okinawa campaign. Out of these planning activities came extremely important decisions that modified and expanded the scope of proposed operations. 10th Army found it necessary to enlarge the troop list by about 70,000 to include greater numbers of supporting combat elements and service units. Its staff presented and supported a plan for initial assault landings on the west coast of Okinawa, just north and south of Hagushi, as the most feasible logistically and as consonant tactically with the requirements of SINCPOA. The naval staff insisted on the necessity of a sustained week-long naval bombardment of the target and on the consequent need for a protected anchorage in the target area where the fleet units could refuel and resupply. As a result, it was decided to capture the Keirama Islands just west of Okinawa a week before the main landings, and the 77th Division was assigned this task. At the suggestion of Admiral Turner, a landing was to be feinted on the eastern coast of the island, and the 2nd Marine Division was selected for this operation. The commitment of these two reserve divisions impelled 10th Army to secure the release of the Area Reserve Division to the expeditionary troops, and the 27th Division was designated the Floating Reserve. In its place as Area Reserve, the 81st Division was ordered to stand by in the South Pacific. Finally, SINCPOA was twice forced to set back the target date because delays in the Luzon operation created difficulty in maintaining shipping schedules and because unfavorable weather conditions appeared likely in the target area during March. L-Day, Landing Day, was set for 1 April 1945. As finally conceived, the plan for the capture of Okinawa gave fullest opportunity for the use of the mobility, long range, and striking power of combined arms. After the strategic isolation of Okinawa had been effected by land and carrier-based aircraft, the amphibious forces were to move forward to the objective. Task Force 52, the Amphibious Support Force, and Task Force 54, the Gunfire and Covering Force, assisted by the fast carriers of Task Force 58, were to begin operations at Okinawa and the Keirama Group on L-8, 24 March. They were to destroy the enemy defenses and air installations by naval gunfire and air strikes, clear the waters around the objective and the beaches of mines and other obstacles, and provide cover and protection against hostile surface and air units to ensure the safe and uninterrupted approach of the transports and the landings of the assault troops. After the landings, they were to furnish naval support and air cover for the land operations. Minesweepers were to be the first units of the Amphibious Support Force to arrive in the target area. Beginning on L-8, they were to clear the way for the approach of the bombardment units and then to sweep the waters in the landing and demonstration areas to the shoreline. Underwater demolition teams were to follow the minesweepers, reconnoiter the beaches, and demolish beach obstacles. Naval gunfire was to support the capture of Okinawa by scheduled destructive bombardment in the week before the landings, by intensive close support of the main and subsidiary landings and the diversionary feint, and thereafter by delivering call and other support fires. The fire support ships with their 5 to 16-inch guns were organized into fire support units, each consisting of 2 old battleships, 2 or 3 cruisers, and 4 or 5 destroyers that were to stand off the southern part of the island in accordance with definite areas of responsibility. In view of the size of the objective and the impossibility of destroying all targets, fire during the pre-landing bombardment was to be laid on carefully selected targets. The principal efforts were to be directed to the destruction of weapons threatening ships and aircraft and of the defenses opposing the landings. Profitable targets were at all times to be sought by close observation, exploratory firing, and constant evaluation of results. Covering fires were to be furnished in conjunction with fire from gunboats and mortar boats in support of minesweeping operations and beach demolitions. On L Day, beginning at 0600, the naval guns were to mass their fires on the beaches. Counter-battery and deep supporting fires were to destroy the defense guns and keep enemy reinforcements from moving up to oppose the landings. As the assault waves approached the beaches, the fires of the big guns would lift to targets in critical areas inland and to the exterior flanks of the troops. Mortar boats and gunboats were to lead the boat waves to the shore, delivering mortar and rocket fire on the beaches. All craft would begin 40-millimeter fire on passing the line of fire support ships and would fire at will until H hour. After the landing, scheduled fire on areas 1,000 yards inland and on the flanks would be continued, but top priority would be given to call fires in direct support of the assault elements. All scheduled bombardments until H-35 minutes were to be under control of the commander of Task Force 52. After that time, because of the size of the landing forces and the extent of the beaches, the commanders of the northern and southern attack forces would assume control of the support of their respective landing forces. The commander of Task Force 51 was to remain responsible for the general coordination as well as the actual control of bombardment in the Army zone. By 1500 each day, he would allocate gunfire support vessels for the succeeding 24 hours in accordance with approved requests from Army and Corps. Air support was to be provided largely by the fast carriers of Task Force 58 and by the escort carriers of Task Force 52. The fast carriers were, for the first time, to be available at the target area for a prolonged period to furnish support and combat air patrols. They were to cover minesweeping operations, hit targets on Okinawa which could not be reached by naval gunfire, destroy enemy defenses and air installations, and strafe the landing beaches. The escort carriers would provide aircraft for direct support missions, anti-submarine patrols, naval and artillery gunfire spotting, air supply, photographic missions, and the dropping of propaganda leaflets. After L Day, additional support was to be furnished by seaplane squadrons based on the Kerama Islands and by the shore-based Tactical Air Force of the 10th Army. The latter was eventually to be responsible for the air defense of the area, being charged with gaining the necessary air superiority and giving tactical support to the ground troops. Provision was made for the careful coordination of all naval gunfire, air support, and artillery, both in the assault and in the campaign in general. Target information centers, to be established at Army, Corps, and division levels, would collect and disseminate data on all targets suitable for attack by the respective arms and keep a record of attacks actually carried out. In addition, at every echelon from battalion to Army, representatives of each support arm, artillery, naval gunfire, and air, were to coordinate the use of their respective arms for targets in their zones of action and advise their commanders on the proper employment of the various types of supporting fires. Requests for support would thus be coordinated and screened as they passed up through the various echelons for approval. Under cover of the sustained day and night attacks by the naval and air forces, the first phase of the campaign, the capture of the Kerama and Keisei Islands and of the southern part of Okinawa, was to begin. On L-6, the Western Islands Attack Group was to land the reinforced 77th Division on the Kerama Islands. The seizure of these islands was designed to give the Joint Expeditionary Force, prior to the main assault on Okinawa proper, a base for logistic support of fleet units, a protected anchorage, and a seaplane base. 2 regimental combat teams were to land on several of the islands simultaneously and to proceed from the southeast end of the group to the northeast by island-hopping maneuvers, capturing Keisei Island by L-1. All hostile coastal defense guns that could interfere with the construction of the proposed naval bases were to be destroyed. Organized enemy forces would be broken up without attempting to clear the islands of snipers. 2 battalions of 155mm guns were to be emplaced on Keisei in order to give artillery support to the landings on the coast of Okinawa. Then, after stationing a small garrison force in the islands, the division would re-embark and be prepared to execute the 10th Army's reserve plans, giving priority to the capture of Ieshima. While the 77th Division was taking the lightly held Kerama Islands, the preliminary operations for softening up Okinawa would begin. They would mount in intensity as L-Day approached. Beginning on 28 March, fire support units would close in on the island behind the minesweepers and demolition teams. The northern and southern attack forces would arrive off the west coast early on L-Day and land their respective ground forces at H hour, tentatively set for 0830. 3rd Amphibious Corps would land 2 divisions abreast on the left flank north of the town of Hagushi at the mouth of the Bishi River. 24th Corps would land 2 divisions abreast on the right flank south of Hagushi. The 4 divisions in landing would be in the following order from north to south: 6th Marine Division, 1st Marine Division, 7th Division, and 96th Division. The 2 corps were then to drive across the island in a coordinated advance. The 6th Marine Division was first to capture the Yontan airfield and then to advance to the Ishikawa Isthmus, the narrow neck of the island, securing the beachhead on the north by L+15. The 1st Marine Division was to head across the island and drive down the Kachin Peninsula on the east coast. South of the Corps boundary, which ran eastward from the mouth of the Bishi, the 7th Division would quickly seize the Kadena airfield and advance to the east coast, cutting the island in 2. The 96th was required initially to capture the high ground commanding its beaches on the south and southeast. Then it was to move rapidly down the coastal road, capture the bridges near Chatan, and protect the right of the Corps. Continuing its attack, it was to pivot on its right flank to secure the beachhead on the south by L+10 on a line running across the isthmus below Kuba and Futema. The choice of the beaches north and south of Hagushi for the initial assault was made after a study by 10th Army of all the landing beaches in southern Okinawa and a survey of several plans of action. The various plans were weighed in the light of the requirements of the SINCPOA Joint Staff Study and considerations of tactical and logistical feasibility. The preferred plan was finally chosen for a number of reasons. First, it would secure the necessary airfields by L+5. Second, it would provide the unloading facilities to support the assault. The Hagushi beaches were considered the only ones capable of handling sufficient tonnage to sustain a force of 2 corps and supporting troops, and this seemed to outweigh the disadvantages of not providing for the early capture of the port of Naha and the anchorage in Nakagusuku Bay. Third, the plan would result in separating the enemy forces. Fourth, it would concentrate the troops on one continuous landing beach opposite the point where the greatest enemy resistance was expected. Fifth, it would use the terrain least advantageous for enemy resistance to the landings. Finally, it would permit maximum fire support of the assault. The scheme of maneuver was designed to isolate the initial objective, the southern part of the island, by seizing the Ishikawa Isthmus north of the landing beaches to prevent enemy reinforcement from that direction. At the same time, the establishment of a general east-west line from Kuba on the south would prevent reinforcement from the south. Thereafter, the attack was to be continued until the entire southern part of the island was occupied. Ground commanders hoped that, for the first time in the Pacific, maneuver could be used to the utmost. The troops would cut across the island quickly, move rapidly to the south, break up the Japanese forces into small segments, bypass strong points, and mop up at leisure. While the troops were landing on the west coast, the 2nd Marine Division would feint landings on the southeast coast. This demonstration, scheduled for L-Day and to be repeated on L+1, would be as realistic as possible in order to deceive the enemy into believing that landings would be made there as well as on the Hagushi beaches. After the demonstration, the division would be prepared to land on the Hagushi beaches in support of the assault forces. The 27th Division, as floating reserve, was to arrive at Ulithi not later than L+1 and be on call of the commander, Joint Expeditionary Force. It was to be prepared to seize the islands off the east coast of Okinawa and then to land on that coast in support of 24th Corps. In case the preferred plan for landing on the west coast proved impracticable, an alternate plan was to be used. In this plan, the capture of the Kerama Islands was to be followed by a similar sweep through the small islands east of southern Okinawa that guarded the entrance to Nakagusuku Bay. On L Day 2, Marine divisions would land on the southeast coast of Okinawa, between Shinen Point and the town of Minatoga. During the next 3 days, the Marines were to seize high ground in the area in order to support a landing by 2 divisions of 24th Corps on the lower part of Nakagusuku Bay between Kuba and Yonabaru. Although the alternate plan met most of the requirements for a successful landing operation, it was distinctly a second choice because it would allow the enemy reserves to offer maximum opposition to the second landings and would require a prolonged assault against all the enemy forces on the island to complete the first phase of the mission. Psychological warfare and military government. Despite general skepticism as to the effectiveness of psychological warfare against the Japanese, an attitude which resulted from its failure in many previous operations, the American plan called for an intensive effort to weaken the enemy's will to resist. Intelligence agencies prepared 5,700,000 leaflets to be dropped over Okinawa from carrier planes. More millions of leaflets were to be printed at the target and scattered over specific areas by bombs and shells. Tanks with amplifiers, an airplane with an ultra-loud speaker, and remotely controlled radios dropped behind enemy lines would also tell the enemy why and how he should surrender. The plans for psychological warfare were also directed toward influencing the Okinawans, and in this connection there was greater optimism. Because the Okinawans were of a different stock and culture from the Japanese, and had been treated by their rulers as inferiors rather than as elements to be assimilated to Japanese nationalism and militarism, it was hoped that the civilians would not be as hostile, or at any rate as fanatical, as the Japanese. The Okinawans also presented the American planners with the problem of military government. The problem was twofold, that of removing the Okinawans from the front lines and that of caring for them. It was necessary to handle the problem in such a way as to facilitate military operations and to make available to the occupying forces the labor and economic resources of the areas. Approximately 300,000 natives lived in southern Okinawa. Thousands of others were in the north and on nearby islands. Never before in the Pacific had Americans faced the task of controlling so many enemy civilians. Basic responsibility for military government in the conquered Japanese islands devolved on the Navy, and Admiral Nimitz was to assume the position of military governor of the Ryukyus. However, in view of the fact that most of the garrison forces were Army troops, Admiral Nimitz delegated the responsibility to General Buckner. The latter planned to control military government operations during the assault phase through his tactical commanders. Corps and division commanders were made responsible for military government in the areas under their control and were assigned military government detachments whose mission was to plan and organize civilian activities behind the fighting fronts. As the campaign progressed and increasing numbers of civilians were encountered, teams attached to military government headquarters of 10th Army would assume charge, organize camps, and administer the program on an island-wide basis. During the garrison phase, the island commander, on order of General Buckner, would exercise command over all military government personnel. Major General Fred C. Wallace would act through a deputy commander for military government, Brigadier General W.E. Christ. The major problem of military government was to feed and provide emergency medical care for the approximately 300,000 civilians who were expected to be within the American lines by L+40. Each of the combat divisions mounted out with 70,000 civilian rations of such native staples as rice, soybeans, and canned fish, and also with medical supplies. Military government personnel would land in the wake of assault units to handle a huge disaster relief program. Additional supplies of all kinds were to be included in the general maintenance shipments. Mounting the attack. Organizing the supply line. The planning and execution of Iceberg presented logistical problems of a magnitude greater than any previously encountered in the Pacific. For the assault echelon alone, about 183,000 troops and 747,000 measurement tons of cargo were loaded into over 430 assault transports and landing ships at 11 different ports, from Seattle to Leyte, a distance of 6,000 miles. After the landings, maintenance had to be provided for the combat troops and a continuously increasing garrison force that eventually numbered 270,000. Concurrently, the development of Okinawa as an advanced air and fleet base and mounting area for future operations involved supply and construction programs extending over a period of many months subsequent to the initial assault. Close integration of assault, maintenance, and garrison shipping and supply was necessary at all times. Factors of distance dominated the logistical picture. Cargo and troops were lifted on the West Coast, Oahu, Espiritu Santo, New Caledonia, Guadalcanal, the Russell Islands, Saipan, and Leyte, and were assembled at Eniwetok, Ulithi, Saipan, and Leyte. The closest Pacific Ocean area bases were at Ulithi and the Marianas, 5-day sailing time to Okinawa, at 10 knots. The West Coast, which furnished the bulk of resupply, was 6,250 nautical miles away, or 26 days sailing time. Allowing 30 days to prepare and forward the requisitions, 60 days for procurement and loading on the West Coast, and 30 days for sailing to the target, the planners were faced with a 120-day interval between the initiation of their calculations and the arrival of supplies. This meant in practice that requisitioning had to be started before our troop bases had been fixed and the details of the tactical plans worked out. Distance, moreover, used up ships and compelled the adoption of a schedule of staggered supply shipments, or echelons, as well as a number of other improvisations. Mounting the troops, where they were stationed, in the scattered reaches of the Pacific Ocean and Southwest Pacific areas, required close and intricate timing to have them at the target at the appointed moment. Broad logistic responsibilities for the support of Iceberg were assigned by Admiral Nimitz to the various commanders chiefly concerned. Admiral Turner, as commander of the Amphibious Forces Pacific Fleet, furnished the shipping for the assault troops and their supplies, determined the loading schedules, and was responsible for the delivery of men and cargo to the beaches. General Buckner allocated assault shipping space to the elements of his command and was responsible for landing the supplies and transporting them to the dumps. The control of maintenance and garrison shipping, which was largely loaded on the West Coast, was retained by SINCPOA. Responsibility for both the initial supply and the resupply of all Army troops was assigned to the Commanding General, Pacific Ocean areas, while the commanders, Fleet Marine Force, Surface Force, and Air Force of the Pacific Fleet were charged with logistic support of Marine, Navy, and Naval Aviation units. The initial supplies for the troops mounting in the South Pacific and the Southwest Pacific were to be furnished by the commanders of those areas. The first phase of supply planning involved the preparation of special lists of equipment required for the operation, which included excess tables of equipment items, equipment peculiar to amphibious operations, and base development materials. Such lists, or operational projects as they were known, had been prepared for the projected Formosa operation. When this was canceled, the projects were screened and reduced to meet the needs of Iceberg. At a very early stage in the planning, it became evident that there was a shortage of available shipping. The number of combat and service troops included in the initial troop bases far exceeded the capacity of allocated shipping. As a result, tonnage had to be reduced for some units, while other units were eliminated entirely from the assault echelon and assigned space in the next echelon. Later, in January 1945, it became apparent that there was still not enough shipping space in the assault echelon to transport certain air units and base development materials designed for early use. It was necessary to request SINCPOA to increase the overall allocation of LSTs and LSMs, as well as to curtail cargo tonnage and provide for the quick return of LSTs to Saipan to load 8 naval construction battalions. Providing the assault troops with their initial supplies was not a difficult problem, as generally there were sufficient stocks on hand at each of the mounting areas. When the assault units embarked, they took with them a 30-day supply of rations, essential clothing and equipment, fuel, and medical and construction supplies. Initial ammunition quotas consisted of 5 SINCPOA units of fire. On Leyte, 24th Corps found that SWPA logistics agencies did not have sufficient rations on hand to supply it as required. and the shortage was overcome by having the Corps joined at Okinawa by 2 LSTs loaded with rations from 10th Army Reserve stocks in the Marianas. Equipment issued to the troops included weapons and instruments of war never before used against the Japanese. New type flamethrower tanks, with an increased effective range and a larger field capacity, were available for the invasion. Each division was issued 110 sniper scopes and 140 snooper scopes, devices for seeing in the dark by means of infrared radiation. The former were mounted on carbines and permitted accurate night firing, while the latter were on handheld mounts and could be used for night observation and signaling. Army artillery and anti-aircraft units used proximity (VT) fuses over land areas for the first time in the Pacific. During the campaign, tests were conducted with a new mortar locating device, the Sound Locator Set GR6, and the 57mm and 75mm recoilless rifles and 4.2-inch recoilless mortars. Supplies to maintain the troops at the target were scheduled to arrive in 21 shipments from the West Coast. Loaded ships were to sail from Pacific ports at 10-day intervals, beginning on L-40, 20 February 1945, and to arrive at the regulating stations at Ulithi and Eniwetok, beginning on L-5, there to await the call of General Buckner. These maintenance shipments planned to provide automatic resupply until L+210, 31 October 1945, were based on the estimated population buildup at the scheduled time of arrival. The principal emergency reserves were kept at Saipan and Guam. The main logistical task of the operation, in Admiral Nimitz's opinion, was the rapid development of air and naval bases in the Ryukyus to support further operations against Japan. The base development plan for Okinawa, published by SINCPOA, provided for the construction of 8 airfields on Okinawa, 2 of which were to be operational by L+5, a seaplane base, an advanced fleet base at Nakagusuku Bay, and the rehabilitation of the port of Naha to accommodate support shipping. Base development responsibilities also included immediate support of the assault by the early construction of tank farms for the bulk storage of fuel and for the improvement of waterfront unloading facilities and of roads. Later, a large construction program was planned that included roads, dumps, hospitals, communications facilities, water supply systems, and housing and recreational facilities. A plan for the development of Ie-Shima as an advanced airbase was also prepared. General Buckner was charged with the responsibility for base development in the Ryukyus. Assigned to 10th Army for the execution of the base development plan was the Island Command Okinawa, or Army Garrison Force, with Major General Fred C. Wallace in command. Some of the Island Command troops were to land in the assault echelon and to provide logistic support for the assault troops during and immediately after the landings. At the conclusion of the amphibious phase, the Island Command was to act as 10th Army's administrative and logistical agency, operating in effect as an Army Service Command and an advanced section of the communications zone. As such, it was to be in charge of the base development program, as well as of the garrisoning and defense of the captured positions. Garrison troops and base development materials were scheduled to arrive at Okinawa in 17 echelons. These were based primarily on the unloading capacity of the Hagushi beaches. The tonnage in each echelon was kept within the estimated discharge capacity between the arrivals of the echelons. Most of this garrison shipping was loaded on the West Coast and Oahu, but some originated in the South Pacific and the Marianas. Training and rehearsal of troops. The great distances that separated the elements of its command, together with the limited time available, precluded combined training or rehearsal by 10th Army of the maneuver which would land 2 corps abreast on a hostile shore. To the extent that circumstances permitted, however, the scattered units of the 10th Army engaged in individual training, combined arms training, and special training in amphibious, cave, and mountain warfare. Particular efforts were made to train ground troops in the use of the new snooper scopes and sniper scopes, and the one standard tank battalion, which was converted to an armored flamethrower battalion, received instruction in the use and maintenance of its tanks. Many service units received little specialized training because of the pressure of their regular duties and, in some cases, the circumstance that they had been released to 10th Army only a few days before mounting from Hawaii. When, in December 1944, 24th Corps received its warning order, it was in action over a large part of southern Leyte, engaged in virtually separate operations on the east and west coasts of the island. The Corps was not released from tactical responsibility until 10 February 1945, and it did not complete the assembly of all its units in the staging area at Dulag until 18 February. Training and rehearsals had to be sandwiched between the rehabilitation program for its combat-weary units and the mounting out for the new operation. The 7th, 77th, and 96th Divisions were able to engage only in a very limited amount of training specifically oriented to the Okinawa operation, but all managed to train in the use of the sniper scope and of flamethrowers. The Corps was, however, able to engage in a full-scale non-firing rehearsal with the 7th and 96th Divisions and amphibious elements of the Southern Attack Force in Leyte Gulf from 15 to 19 March 1945. In addition to training in the techniques of amphibious landings, the troops practiced the breaching and scaling of seawalls. Assault regiments of the two divisions landed and moved inland for 1,000 yards in a simulated attack, after which critiques were held and the exercise repeated. The 77th Division conducted practice landings separately in Leyte Gulf from 9 to 16 March. The 27th was able to engage in intensive training in Espiritu Santo between October 1944 and 25 March 1945, when it embarked for the target. 4 landing rehearsals were also held between 20 and 25 March. All the Marine divisions scheduled for the Okinawa campaign had several months in which to train and rehearse. The 1st Marine Division, finding training facilities restricted in the Russell Islands, arranged for each of its regiments to take a month's training on Guadalcanal, where adequate artillery, mortar, and small arms ranges were available. The 6th Marine Division trained on Guadalcanal, conducting numerous division problems and field exercises. On Saipan, the 2nd Marine Division had the advantage of practicing against the Japanese still holed up in the hills. The 3rd Amphibious Corps conducted a combined rehearsal with the 1st and 6th Marine Divisions at Guadalcanal from 2 to 7 March. Full-scale problems were worked out, troops and token supplies were landed, and a communications net established. Mounting out. Responsibility for the loading of the assault units was decentralized through delegation to the commanders at the various mounting points. The commanding general, 10th Army, however, retained control of the mounting of units from Oahu. The commanders of the 3rd Amphibious Corps and 24th Corps were responsible for embarking their respective troops in the South Pacific and Leyte. The 2nd Marine Division supervised the loading of its own troops and other units mounting from Saipan. Units which originated on the west coast were moved to the assigned mounting points for integration with the assault echelon. All loading was conducted according to the transport doctrine of the Amphibious Forces Pacific Fleet and the logistical directives published by 10th Army. 1 transport squadron of 15 APAs, transports, and 6 AKAs, cargo ships, together with a requisite number of LSTs and LSMs, was allocated to each division, and additional allocations were made for Corps and Army troops. Altogether, 111 APAs, 47 AKAs, 184 LSTs, and 89 LSMs were loaded in mounting the Joint Expeditionary Force. Transport quartermaster teams were activated and assigned to Army units to load their troops and equipment, while Marine units used the teams which had functioned in previous operations. Admiral Turner also sent 2 combat loading teams, trained in embarkation procedures and familiar with the policies of his command, to aid in the loading of the 2 corps at Leyte and the Guadalcanal-Russell's area, and of the 27th Division at Espiritu Santo. All loading plans and operations were subject to the approval of the captain of each ship, as well as of the transport squadron commander concerned. 10th Army Headquarters and most of its attached troops mounted out of Hawaii, while the 7th, 77th, and 96th Divisions embarked at Leyte, where the largest number of ships was loaded. Each division did its own loading under general supervision of the Corps. The chief difficulty encountered was the necessity of loading across the open beaches in the Dulag area on the east coast of Leyte. Piers were non-existent, or of too flimsy a construction to withstand the battering which they took in the high surf and tide. LSTs and LSMs were beached as near shore as possible, and vehicles had to be driven through the water. 105mm artillery was loaded by means of ducks and pontoon causeways. Transports were loaded in the stream by ships' boats, LSTs, and LSMs. Many lighters and landing craft on Leyte had been diverted to the needs of the Luzon campaign in February, when loading began, and a hurry call was sent to 10th Army for additional lighterage. Loading plans also went awry because of the lack of accurate advance information on the characteristics of ships to be loaded. Much time was consumed by the necessity of unloading newly arrived supplies across the open beaches and reloading them in the assault shipping. The 27th Division loaded separately at Espiritu Santo, where it met difficulties of transportation and misunderstandings with naval officials. 3rd Amphibious Corps and its units mounted out in the Guadalcanal-Russell's area. Loading was out in the stream, but was facilitated by an ample supply of lighterage and by excellent sandy beaches. Assault troops were embarked on transports initially and were transferred to landing ships at the staging point at Ulithi, a method which shortened the time to be spent in the uncomfortable, crowded LSTs and LSMs. Movement to the target got underway on 18 March 1945, when the slow tractor group carrying the assault troops, which were to take the Kerama Islands, left San Pedro Bay, Leyte. Transports with other 77th Division troops sailed from Leyte 3 days later, and the remainder of the division followed on 24 March. The tractor groups of the Southern Attack Force sailed from Leyte on 25 March, and the faster transports followed 2 days later. The course from Leyte was approximately northeast by north to a point about 300 miles south of Okinawa, when it was changed to north by northwest directly to the target. Units of 3rd Amphibious Corps in the Northern Attack Force sailed from the Guadalcanal area on 12 March, arriving on 21 March at Ulithi, where 4 days were spent in topping off supplies and effecting the transfer of troops to landing ships. The Northern Tractor Flotilla left from Ulithi on 25 March. The tractor groups carrying the 2nd Marine Division to the demonstration beaches left Saipan the same day. When the remainder of the Northern and Southern Attack Forces and the demonstration group set forth on 27 March, Americans and Japanese were already engaged in land fighting in the Kerama Islands. Chapter 2. Invasion of the Ryukyus. Operations preliminary to the landing on Okinawa were as protracted and elaborate as the tactical and logistical planning. From October 1944 to April 1945, American forces from the Pacific Ocean areas, the Southwest Pacific area, and the China Theater conducted an intensive campaign to neutralize Japanese air and naval strength. In the last week of March, while the Kerama Islands were being seized, the Navy concentrated on a furious bombardment of the main target. Before the troops for the assault mounted out, American forces had invaded Luzon and Iwo Jima. Preliminary neutralization of enemy strength. The first attack on Okinawa was made by Vice Admiral Mark A. Mitcher's Fast Carrier Task Force, operating as part of the Third Fleet in the preliminary operations for the landings on Leyte. 9 carriers, 5 fast battleships, 8 escort carriers, 4 heavy cruisers, 7 light cruisers, 3 anti-aircraft cruisers, and 58 destroyers arrived off Okinawa early on 10 October. Admiral Mitcher made every effort to achieve surprise. The force followed the track of bad weather caused by a typhoon moving toward Okinawa from the southeast. A smaller force of cruisers and destroyers made a diversionary attack on Marcus Island, 1,500 miles to the east, in such a way as to simulate a large force. Aircraft based on the Marianas intensified attacks on Iwo Jima to hamper searches from that direction and flew interdiction patrols ahead of the Third Fleet forces. Wave after wave of carrier planes swept over Okinawa shortly after dawn of 10 October. The first strikes bombed, rocketed, and strafed airfields at Yontan, Kadena, Ieshima, and Naha. Later waves made intensive attacks on shipping, installations, harbor facilities, and similar targets. The attack continued throughout the day. Many enemy aircraft were caught on the ground, dispersed and revetted, but only a few in the air. A fighter bomber from the Bunker Hill dropped a bomb between 2 midget submarines moored side by side. Other islands in the Ryukyus were reconnoitered and attacked, including Kume, Miyako, Amami o Tokuno and Minami. The attack was one of the heaviest delivered by the fast carrier force in a single day up to that time. In 1,356 strikes, the planes fired 652 rockets and 21 torpedoes and dropped 541 tons of bombs. Naha was left in flames. 4/5 of the city's 533 acres of closely built-up area was laid waste. 23 enemy aircraft were shot down, and 88 more destroyed on the ground or water. 20 cargo ships, 45 smaller vessels, 4 midget submarines, a destroyer escort, a submarine tender, a minesweeper, and miscellaneous other craft were sunk. The enemy is brazenly planning to destroy completely every last ship, cut our supply lines, and attack us, was the gloomy observation of a Japanese soldier on the island on that day. Admiral Mitscher's estimate of results was probably conservative. A Japanese Army report on the attack listed in addition a destroyer and a minesweeper as sunk. According to the report, almost 5 million rounds of machine gun ammunition and 300,000 stacks of unpolished rice were among the supplies destroyed. The report noted that anti-radar window had been used by the Americans and that propaganda leaflets had been dropped. Nowhere did the Japanese report mention one of the most significant accomplishments of the task force during the day, photographic coverage of important areas throughout the Ryukyus. Okinawa was not assaulted again until 1945, when carrier planes raided the Ryukyu and Sakashima Islands on 3 and 4 January during a heavy attack on Formosa by the Fast Carrier Task Force. The primary objective of the task force was the destruction of enemy air strength on Formosa in preparation for the invasion of Luzon, and the attack on Okinawa was limited in extent because of the long distance the fighters had to fly to the target. On 22 January, Admiral Mitscher's carrier force moved a second time against the Ryukyus, with the primary mission of photographing the islands. Unfavorable weather interfered with some of the sorties, but pilots obtained photographic coverage of 80% of priority areas and attacked ground installations, aircraft, and shipping. The operations were small compared to those of 10 October, but to the enemy they must have seemed impressive. A Japanese superior private in the infantry wrote indignantly in his diary on 22 January, "Grumman, Boeing, and North American planes came over one after another continuously. Darn it, it makes me mad. While some fly around overhead and strafe, the big bastards fly over the airfield and drop bombs. The ferocity of the bombing is terrific. It really makes me furious. It is past 1500, and the raid is still on. At 1800, the last 2 planes brought the raid to a close. What the hell kind of bastards are they? Bomb from 0600 to 1800. I have to admit, though, that when they were using tracers this morning, it was really pretty." On 1 March, the Fast Carrier Task Force, now operating as Task Force 58, a part of Admiral Spruance's 5th Fleet, delivered another strike on the Ryukyus at the end of a 3-week battle cruise in Japanese home waters, which included an attack on Tokyo. Sweeping down the long Ryukyu chain, American planes hit Amami, Minami, Kume, Tokuno, and Okino, as well as Okinawa. Cruisers and destroyers shelled Okino Daito, 450 miles from Kyushu, in the closest surface attack to the Japanese homeland made by the fleet up to that time. The carrier planes sank a destroyer, 8 cargo ships, and 45 more craft of various sizes, destroyed 41 enemy planes, and attacked airfields and installations, particularly in the Okinawa group. Enemy opposition was meager, and American losses were small. During February and March 1945, aircraft based in the Southwest Pacific and in the Marianas made almost daily runs over the Ryukyus and adjacent waters. Army and Navy search planes and patrol bombers hunted the waters for Japanese shipping and helped to isolate Okinawa by destroying cargo vessels, luggers, and other craft plying between Okinawa and outlying areas. 1 or 2 bombers flying high over Okinawa became so familiar a sight to the Japanese that they called it the regular run and dispensed with air raid alarms. During March, American submarines also tightened the shipping blockade around the Ryukyus. On 14 March 1945, Task Force 58 steamed out of Ulithi and headed north. Its objective was the inland sea, bound by Kyushu, western Honshu, and Shikoku. Its mission was to prepare for the invasion of the Ryukyus by attacking airfields and naval bases in the Japanese homeland. The formidable task force was composed of 10 large aircraft carriers, 6 smaller carriers, 8 fast battleships, 16 cruisers, and dozens of destroyers and other vessels. Included were famous names like Hornet, Yorktown, Enterprise, New Jersey, and Missouri. As Task Force 58 neared Kyushu on 17 March, it was spotted by Japanese search planes but was not attacked. At dawn on the 18th, the destroyers formed 2 radar patrol groups, one 30 miles north and the other 30 miles west of the main force, each with carrier-based fighter protection. At 05:45, when Task Force 58 was about 100 miles east of the southern tip of Kyushu, the first fighters took off from their carriers and headed for Kyushu airfields. Within an hour, more fighters were launched than the bombers and torpedo bombers. During the forenoon, American planes attacked aircraft and fields near the coasts of Kyushu. When the enemy air opposition proved ineffective, the planes were ordered to strike farther inland at targets originally scheduled for the next day. The move was profitable. During the day, 102 aircraft were shot down, 275 more on the ground damaged or destroyed, and hangars, shops, and other airfield installations heavily bombed. The Japanese counterattacked during the day. Their attack was not heavy, but it was carried out in an aggressive and determined manner. Single enemy aircraft using cloud cover effectively launched bombing attacks on American carriers. Radars were not of much help, but visual sightings by destroyers were invaluable. Although patrol planes shot down 12 of the enemy and anti-aircraft fire accounted for 21 more, the Yorktown and Enterprise were hit by bombs. Fortunately, damage to the former was minor, and the bomb that hit the Enterprise failed to explode. Both could continue flight operations. The next day, 19 March, Admiral Mitcher concentrated the attack on the enemy warships at Kobe, Kure, and Hiroshima in western Honshu, as well as on the airfields in Honshu and Shikoku. Major Japanese fleet units, including the battleship Yamato, were at Kure and Hiroshima harbors. The attack against the enemy fleet was only moderately effective, mainly because of extremely heavy and accurate anti-aircraft fire. One group alone lost 13 planes over Kure. The Yamato was slightly damaged, an escort carrier severely damaged, and 14 other warships damaged in varying degrees. Merchant ships and coastal vessels were sunk or damaged in the inland sea. Soon after the first planes were launched on 19 March, enemy aircraft appeared over Task Force 58, concentrating their attack as usual on the carriers. 2 550-pound bombs hit the Franklin while she was in the course of launching a strike. She burned fiercely amid shattering explosions and enveloping clouds of black smoke, finally becoming dead in the water. A bomb hit the Wasp and exploded between her second and third decks, but the fire was quickly put out and the carrier was able to work her aircraft within an hour. The weather was perfect for the enemy, a thin layer of clouds at 2,500 feet. Anti-aircraft gunnery was, however, excellent. 6 Japanese planes attacked one group, coming in at cloud level at an angle of 45 degrees. All 6 were blown to pieces. Task Force 58 retired during the afternoon of 19 March. Carriers covered the burning Franklin, which was being towed at 5 knots, and launched fighter sweeps across Kyushu airfields in order to disrupt any planned attack on the force as it withdrew slowly south. 8 enemy planes attacked in the evening, but were intercepted 80 miles away. 5 were shot down. The total number of Japanese planes shot out of the air during the day by planes and anti-aircraft fire was 97, and approximately 225 additional enemy aircraft were destroyed or damaged on the ground. Installations at more than a score of air bases on Honshu, Shikoku, and Kyushu were left in ruins by the operations of the day. Japanese bogies shadowed Task Force 58 on 20 March, and enemy planes attacked during the afternoon and evening. The Enterprise was hit by American gunfire, which started a fire. 8 planes were destroyed and flying operations were halted. A plane narrowly missed the Hancock and hit and crippled a destroyer. The Japanese delivered an 8-plane torpedo strike against the force during the night without success. On the 21st, the enemy launched a final heavy attack on the retiring ships with a force of 32 bombers and 16 fighters. 24 American fighters intercepted the enemy planes about 60 miles from the force and quickly shot down every enemy plane, with the loss of only 2 American fighters. Task Force 58 met its supply ships south of Okinawa on 22 March and spent a busy day fueling, provisioning, and taking on replacement pilots and aircraft in preparation for the decisive phase of the campaign soon to come. In the entire course of its foray from 18 to 22 March, Admiral Mitcher's force had destroyed 528 enemy planes, damaged 16 surface craft, and hit scores of hangars, factories, warehouses, and dock areas. The success of the operation was indicated by the subsequent failure of the Japanese to mount a strong air attack for a week after the American landing on Okinawa. Seizure of the Kerama Islands. The first landings in the Ryukyus were on the Kerama Islands, 15 miles west of Okinawa. The boldly conceived plan to invade these islands 6 days prior to the landing on Okinawa was designed to secure a seaplane base and a fleet anchorage supporting the main invasion. An additional purpose was to provide artillery support for the Okinawa landing by the seizure of Keisei Shima, 11 miles southwest of the Hagushi beaches, on the day preceding the Okinawa assault. The entire operation was under the control of the Western Islands Attack Group. The force selected for the landings in the Keramas was the 77th Division, commanded by Major General Andrew D. Bruce. The 420th Field Artillery Group was chosen for the landing on Keisei Shima. Steaming from Leyte, where the 77th Division had been engaged in combat since November 1944, the task force moved toward the objective in 2 convoys. The 22 LSTs, 14 LSMs, and 40 LCIs, organized into a tractor flotilla with its own screen, left on 20 March. 2 days later, 20 transports and large cargo vessels followed, screened by 2 carrier escorts and destroyers. En route, the training begun on Leyte was continued. Operational plans were discussed, and the men were thoroughly briefed with the aid of maps, aerial photographs, and terrain models. Booklets on habits, customs, government, and history of the Okinawans were distributed. After an uneventful voyage, broken only by false submarine alarms, the entire task force arrived on 26 March in the vicinity of the Kerama Islands. Naval and air operations against the Keramas had begun 2 days earlier. Under the protection of the carriers and battleships of Task Force 58, which was standing off east of Okinawa, minesweepers began clearing large areas south of the objective area on 24 March. On 25 March, Vice Admiral William H. Blandy's amphibious support force arrived, and minesweeping was intensified. By evening of 25 March, a 7-mile-wide lane had been cleared to Kerama from the south, and a slightly larger one from the southwest. Few mines were found. Underwater demolition teams came in on the 25th and found the approaches to the Kerama beaches clear of man-made obstacles, though the reefs were studded with sharp coral heads, many of which lay only a few feet beneath the surface at high tide and were flush with the surface at low tide. While the demolition team surveyed the approaches, observers from 77th Division assault units studied their objectives. A fringing reef of irregular width surrounds each island. The coasts of the islands are generally steep and irregular. Narrow benches of coral rock lie along the coasts in many places. The beaches are narrow and are usually bulwarked by 4-foot seawalls. The only beaches of any considerable length are at the mouths of steep valleys or within small bays. All but the smallest of the islands are, for the most part, masses of steep rocky slopes covered with brush and trees and from about 400 to 800 feet in height. Wherever possible, the inhabitants grew sweet potatoes and rice on the terraced slopes of the hills and in small valley flats near the beaches. There are no roads and only a few pack animal trails. No island in the group is suitable for an airstrip. None can accommodate large masses of troops or extensive base facilities. The military value of the Keramas lies in 2 anchorages, Kerama Kaikyo and Aka Kaikyo, separated from each other by Amuro Islet in the center of the group, and bounded on the east by Tokashiki and on the west by Aka, Garuma, and Hokaji. These anchorages enclosed 44 berths from 500 to 1,000 yards long, ranging in depth from 13 to 37 fathoms. 4 battalion landing teams, BLTs, of the 77th Division made the first landings in the Kerama Islands on the morning of 26 March. The sky was clear, visibility good, and the water calm. Escorted by Navy guideboats, waves of amphibian tractors moved from LSTs to 4 central islands of the group, Aka, Garuma, Hakaji, and Zamami. Cruisers, destroyers, and smaller naval craft swept the beaches with 5-inch shells, rockets, and mortar shells. Carrier planes strafed suspected areas and guarded against interference by enemy submarines and aircraft. Amphibian tanks led the Amtraks to the beaches. The first unit ashore was the 3rd BLT of the 305th Regimental Combat Team, RCT. At 08:04, the 3rd BLT hit the southern beaches of Aka, an island of irregular shape, measuring 3,400 by 3,000 yards at its extreme dimensions, and rising in a series of ridges to 2 peaks, one 539 feet and the other 635 feet high. Aka, Happy Corner Island, lies near the center of the group. The 200 boat operators and Korean laborers on Aka put sporadic mortar and machine gun fire on the Americans without inflicting damage, and then retreated into the steep central area as the invaders rapidly overran the beaches and the town of Aka. The next island invaded, and the first to be secured, was Garuma, a circular island 5/8 of a mile in diameter lying south of Aka. The 1st Battalion Landing Team of the 306th Regimental Combat Team landed on the narrow beach at 08:25, meeting no opposition except for long-range sniper fire. Within 3 hours, it wiped out a score of defenders and secured the island. Before the engagement was over, Ducks began unloading 105mm howitzers of the 304th and 305th Field Artillery Battalions for use in operations scheduled for the next day. The easiest conquest of the day was that of Hokkaji, an island 1 mile by 800 yards, lying a few hundred yards south of Garuma and linked to it by an encircling reef that follows the contours of the 2 land masses. The 2nd BLT of the 306th landed on Hokkaji at 09:21 and secured it without resistance. At 0900 on 26 March, the 1st BLT of the 305th invaded Zamami, initially meeting little resistance. A 2-legged, hump-backed island, approximately 5,500 yards long east to west and 400 yards at its narrowest point, Zamami is formed, except for a few low, flat areas along the southern coast, by a group of wooded hills which rise about 450 feet. Amtraks carried the troops ashore in a deep bay that cuts into the southern coast. A seawall 15 feet from the water's edge held up the Amtraks and forced the men to continue by foot. The assault elements received sporadic mortar and sniper fire until they reached the town of Zamami, just to the rear of the beach. Then a group of Japanese, estimated to be of company strength, together with about 300 Korean laborers, fled north from the town to the hills. It became apparent to General Bruce by late morning of 26 March that the rapid progress of the landing teams would permit the seizure on the first day of an additional island. Accordingly, the 2nd BLT of the 307th, a reserve unit, was directed to seize Yakabi, northwesternmost islet of the Keramas, which was nearly oval in shape and a little more than a mile long. At 13:41, the battalion landed on Yakabi and, meeting only slight opposition, quickly overran it. On both Aka and Zamami, the invading forces met stiffer resistance as they pressed up the steep slopes into the interior of the islands. On Aka, a group of Japanese of platoon strength was routed by naval gunfire. During the afternoon, the troops killed 58 Japanese in a series of brief skirmishes on the eastern heights of the island. Though the enemy fought from caves and pillboxes with small arms, he had no effective defense. By 1700 of 26 March, 2/3 of Aka was secured. 300 Japanese troops and 400 civilians were still at large on the island. On Zamami, advance elements of the 1st BLT of the 305th pushed up into the high ground during the afternoon without closing with the enemy. From midnight until dawn of the next day, however, groups of Japanese, armed with rifles, pistols, and sabers, tried to break into the American perimeters near the beach. Company C bore the brunt of the attack, repulsing 9 local thrusts supported by automatic weapons and mortars. One American machine gun changed hands several times. In a series of night firefights that at times developed into savage hand-to-hand combat, the 1st Battalion killed more than 100 of the enemy at a cost of 7 Americans killed and 12 wounded. On 27 March, the Americans took, without opposition, Amuro, an islet between the two anchorages, and Kuba, the southwesternmost of the Keramas. Fitful action was still in process on Aka and Zamami on the morning of 27 March. On Aka, the 3rd BLT of the 305th isolated 75 Japanese who were dug in on a ridge and its reverse slope and were fully supported by mortars and automatic weapons. After a period of aerial strafing, bombing, rocketing, and mortar fire, the Americans drove the enemy from their position into the brush. On Zamami, patrols of company size reconnoitered the island and eliminated scattered groups of the enemy. One organized position was located but could not be assaulted until the following day, when Amtrak's blasted frontally the caves where the last Japanese to be found were dug in. After a preparation by artillery, firing from Garuma, the 1st BLT of the 306th landed on the west coast of Tokashiki at 09:11 of 27 March, and a few minutes later the 2nd BLT landed to the south of the 1st. Tokashiki was the largest island in the group, 6 miles long from north to south and averaging about 1 mile in width. Closest of the islands to Okinawa, it formed the eastern barrier of the Kerama anchorages. Its coasts rise for the most part as cliffs or steep slopes cut by narrow ravines, the hill masses reaching heights of more than 650 feet in the center of the island and at the northern and southern ends. At the backs of 2 sheltered bays near the center of the west coast, there are 2 settlements, Tokashiki and Oware. The sandy beaches near these bays were selected by the invaders for the landings. Operations on Tokashiki followed the pattern of those on the other major islands of the Keramas. Resistance at first was negligible, the Americans being hindered more by the rugged terrain than by the scattered sniper fire. The 2 battalions abreast drove north over narrow trails. The 3rd BLT of the 306th, initially in reserve, was landed with the mission of clearing the southern portion of the island. By nightfall, the 1st and 2nd battalions were set for the next day's attack on the town of Tokashiki on the east coast. 3rd Battalion patrols had reached the southern tip of the island. On the following day, 28 March, the 2 battalions of the 306th renewed their drive to the north. After a 500-round artillery preparation, the troops occupied Tokashiki, which had previously been leveled by air and surface bombardment. The area near the bay was overrun without opposition. The advance continued to the north, meeting only scattered resistance. On 29 March, after the 3 battalions had sent patrols throughout the island, Tokashiki was declared secured. By the evening of 29 March, all islands in the Kerama Reto were in American hands. In all, combat elements of the 77th had made 15 separate landings, involving 5 ship-to-shore movements by LVTs, 2 ship-to-shore movements by ducks, 3 ship-to-shore movements by LCVPs with subsequent transfer to LVTs, and 5 shore-to-shore movements by LVTs. Despite the complexity of the maneuvers, the veterans of Guam and Leyte operated with little confusion. Casualties were low. From 26 to 31 March, the 77th killed 530 of the enemy and took 121 prisoners at a cost of 31 Americans killed and 81 wounded. The operations on Aka and Tokashiki had interesting consequences. Although 77th Division patrols scoured the islands, hundreds of Japanese soldiers and civilians managed to evade discovery in caves, ravines, and brush throughout the hilly central parts of the islands. After the Okinawa operation, representatives from 10th Army tried unsuccessfully to induce the Japanese commander on Aka to surrender. The Japanese soldiers and sailors were not as stubborn, and most of them escaped from the island and surrendered. On Tokashiki, teams of Nisei and Japanese officer prisoners negotiated with the Japanese commander, who refused to surrender his garrison of 300 officers and men. He offered, however, to allow Americans to swim on Tokashiki beaches, provided they kept away from the Japanese camp in the hills. Only after many months, when he was given a copy of the Imperial rescript announcing the end of hostilities, did the Japanese commander surrender, claiming that he could have held out for 10 more years. The capture of the Kerama Islands was followed by the landings on Keisei-shima, lying about 11 miles southwest of the Hagushi beaches and about 8 miles west of Naha. The group of 4 tiny coral islets that make up Keisei had an importance in the attack on Okinawa far out of proportion to its size and topography. From Keisei, 155mm guns could command most of southern Okinawa. Employing tactics used with great success on Kwajalein, 10th Army ordered 24th Corps Artillery to emplace 2 battalions of 155mm guns on Keisei to support the attack. On 26 March, the Fleet Marine Force Amphibious Reconnaissance Battalion, attached to the 77th Division, scouted Keisei without encountering enemy troops or civilians. On the morning of 31 March, a convoy of LSTs and LSMs bearing the 420th Field Artillery Group and attachments arrived off the islets. Over floating caisson docks set up by Seabees, the heavy guns and other equipment were unloaded. 24 155mm guns were emplaced on the low, sandy islets, and a cub strip and a bivouac area were established. By dawn of L-Day, the batteries were ready to execute their mission of firing counter-battery, interdiction, and harassing fires deep into enemy territory. The guns were set up in full view of the Japanese occupying high ground on Okinawa. General Ushijima ordered a surprise shelling of Keisei to begin at midnight of 31 March, after which Army and Navy commands were to dispatch raiding infiltration units to Keisei, thereby wiping out the enemy advanced strongpoint in one blow. For an hour after midnight, Japanese 150mm shells exploded on the islets. There were no casualties or damage. The infiltration party never appeared. This attempt to destroy the artillery on Keisei was only the first of several, the enemy being keenly aware of the threat offered by the artillery in this flanking position. The assault on Kerama and Keisei had come as a surprise to the Japanese commanders on Okinawa Gunto. The enemy commanders on Okinawa had expected that the Americans would land first on the Hagushi beaches and that their ships would deploy just east of the Kerama Islands. Since the enemy considered the Keramas as bases for special attack units rather than as defensive positions, there were few prepared defenses on the beaches or inland when the Americans appeared. At one time, 2,335 Japanese troops occupied the islands, engaged in installing and operating facilities for the sea raiding units. When, in late 1944 and early 1945, the need for combat troops on Okinawa became acute, most of these troops were moved to the larger island. There remained on the Kerama group only about 300 boat operators of the sea raiding squadrons, approximately 600 Korean laborers, and about 100 base troops. The garrison was well supplied not only with the suicide boats and depth charges, but also with machine guns, mortars, light arms, and ammunition. In Kerama Reto, island chain between happiness and good, the Japanese tradition of self-destruction emerged horribly in the last acts of soldiers and civilians trapped in the hills. Camping for the night of 28 March, a mile from the north tip of Tokashiki, troops of the 306th heard explosions and screams of pain in the distance. In the morning, they found a small valley littered with more than 150 dead and dying Japanese, most of them civilians. Fathers had systematically throttled each member of their families and then disemboweled themselves with knives or hand grenades. Under one blanket lay a father, 2 small children, a grandfather, and a grandmother, all strangled by cloth ropes. Soldiers and medics did what they could. The natives, who had been told that the invading barbarians would kill and rape, watched with amazement as the Americans provided food and medical care. An old man who had killed his daughter wept in bitter remorse. Only a minority of the Japanese, however, were suicides. Most civilians straggled into American positions, worn and dirty. In all, the 77th took 1,195 civilian and 121 military prisoners. One group of 26 Koreans gave up on Zamami under a white flag. On Aka, one Japanese lieutenant surrendered voluntarily because he said it would be meaningless for him to commit suicide. A Japanese major, captured by patrol on Zamami late in May, assisted in efforts to induce Japanese remaining in the islands to surrender. more than 350 suicide boats were captured and destroyed by the 77th in the Kerama Islands. They were well dispersed throughout the islands, many of them in camouflaged hideouts. These plywood boats were 18 feet long and 5 feet wide. Powered by 6-cylinder Chevrolet automobile engines of about 85 horsepower, they were capable of making up to 20 knots. 2 depth charges, weighing 264 pounds each, were carried on a rack behind the pilot and were rolled off the stern of the boat when released. According to captured instructions, 3 boats would attack a ship simultaneously, each seeking a vital spot to release its charge. Strictly speaking, manning the boats was not suicidal in the same sense as piloting the kamikaze planes or the Baka bombs. Delayed time for the depth charge igniters was 5 seconds. According to a Japanese officer, it was considered possible to drop the depth charges against a ship and escape, but the fragility of the boats made survival highly unlikely. As a result, the pilots were promoted 2 grades upon assignment and received preferential treatment. After completion of their missions, they were to receive promotion to second lieutenant. Obviously, most such promotions would be posthumous. From hideouts in the small islands, the Q-boats with their charges were to speed to the American anchorages. The objective of the attack, General Ushijima ordered, will be transports loaded with essential supplies and material and personnel. The attack will be carried out by concentrating maximum strength immediately upon the enemy's landing. The Japanese had carefully mapped out possible assembly areas of American transports and had prepared appropriate routes of approach to each area, especially those around Keisei. The initial thrust into the Keramas completely frustrated the enemy's plan. In the opinion of General Bruce, the destruction of the suicide boat base alone was well worth the cost of reducing the Kerama Islands. In a campaign that found the Japanese prepared for the major moves of the invading forces, the initial seizure of their western islands not only caught them off guard, but frustrated their plan of blasting to pieces the American transports with a whirlwind attack by suicide boats. The Americans gained even more than the Japanese lost. In American hands, this sheltered anchorage became a miniature naval base from which seaplanes operated and surface ships were refueled, remunitioned, and repaired. Softening up the target. While operations were proceeding in the Kerama Islands, Task Force 52, under the command of Admiral Blandy, supervised the specialized tasks that were an essential prelude to the invasion of Okinawa itself: the minesweeping, underwater demolition work, and heavy sustained bombardment of the target by ships and aircraft. Task Force 58 stood off to the north and east of Okinawa, ready to intercept any Japanese surface force approaching from the east, while Task Force 52 guarded against enemy attack from the west and against any express runs from the north, either to reinforce or to evacuate Okinawa. During the day, the ships bombarding Okinawa stayed close enough together to be able to concentrate for surface action without undue delay. At night, 80% of Task Force 52 deployed to the northwest of Okinawa and 20% to the northeast. The Northwest Group was considered strong enough to cope with any surface force which the Japanese could bring against it. The Northeast element was to deal with express runs and could count on the support of Task Force 58 if the enemy dispatched a larger, slower, and more easily detected force to the area east of Okinawa. In case of emergency, one force could join the other by passing through the unswept waters north of Okinawa. Bombardment of Okinawa began on 25 March, when ships of the Amphibious Support Force shelled the southeast coast. The fire was executed only at long range, however, for minesweeping operations which had commenced the previous day were still proceeding well offshore. During the following days, as the minesweepers cleared areas progressively nearer the coast of Okinawa, the bombardment ships were able to close in for heavier and more accurate fire. The Japanese had planted a minefield of considerable strength along the approaches to the Hagushi beaches, and until minesweeping operations were completed, the American ships could not bring the beaches within range. Not until the evening of 29 March were the approaches to Hagushi and other extensive areas cleared in what Admiral Blandy called probably the largest assault sweep operation ever executed. Operating under intermittent air attack, American minesweepers cleared about 3,000 square miles in 75 sweeps. From 26 to 28 March, The naval bombardment of Okinawa was at long range. Targets were located with difficulty because of the range and occasional poor visibility, and few were reported destroyed. Effective bombardment of the island did not begin until 29 March, when battleships, cruisers, destroyers, and gunboats closed the range and hit their objectives with increasing effectiveness. Then, for the first time, the large concentration of targets in the Naha-Oroku Peninsula area was taken under effective fire. On the 30th, heavy shells breached the sea walls along the coastline in many places. 10 battleships and 11 cruisers were now participating in the attack. On 31 March, 4 heavy ships, accompanied by destroyers and gunboats, supported the final underwater demolition operation off the Hagushi beaches. This was completed before noon. Then the ships concentrated on seawalls and on defensive installations behind the beaches. Even at the shortest range, however, it was difficult to locate important targets, and ships had to explore with gunfire for emplacements and similar structures. During the 7 days before L-Day, naval guns fired more than 13,000 large-caliber shells, 6-inch to 16-inch, in shore bombardment. Including several thousand 5-inch shells, a total of 5,162 tons of ammunition was expended on ground targets. All known coast defense guns in the area were destroyed or severely damaged. The enemy had established a few heavy pillbox-type installations and numerous emplacements along the beaches and farther inland, but most of them were empty. Naval guns fired extensively into cliffs and rocky points overlooking and flanking the beaches to disclose defensive positions such as the enemy had frequently used in the past. Few, however, were found. By the afternoon of 31 March, Admiral Blandy could report that the preparation was sufficient, with the exception of certain potentially dangerous installations still in the Naha area. Enemy shore batteries did not open up on ships during the preliminary bombardment. Aircraft from Task Force 58 and from the escort carriers flew 3,095 sorties in the Okinawa area prior to L-Day. Their primary objective was enemy aircraft based on the islands. Second priority was given to small boats and amphibian tanks, which later were discovered to be suicide attack boats fitted with depth charges. After these, they gave preference to installations such as coastal defense guns, field artillery, anti-aircraft guns, floating mines, communications facilities, and barracks areas. Planes from Task Force 58 concentrated on targets that could not be reached by naval gunfire. Escort carrier aircraft protected the minesweepers and underwater demolition teams, conducted preliminary attacks against Kerama and Keisei, and supported the assault generally. The preliminary air assault got underway on 25 March with bombing, napalm, and rocket attacks on Tokashiki Island in the Keramas and attacks on air installations on Okinawa. On the 26th, 424 sorties were made against suicide boat and midget submarine bases, airfields, and gun positions. On the following day, attacks continued on these targets, and barracks areas were also worked over with bombs, napalm, and rockets. From 28 to 31 March, air missions were closely coordinated with projected ground operations as the escort carriers executed missions requested by 10th Army. Aircraft concentrated on gun positions at scattered points throughout southern Okinawa. They bombed a bridge along the northern shore of Nakagusuku Bay and broke it in 10 places. They scored 15 direct hits with napalm on installations near the Bishi River. Operations against enemy air and naval bases continued. On 29 March, carrier planes destroyed 27 enemy planes on Okinawa airfields and probably destroyed or damaged 24 more. Planes hit on the ground during the period totaled 80. Barges, wooden boats, and other small enemy craft were systematically gutted. At least 8 submarine pans were demolished at Untenko on the north coast of Motobu Peninsula. Under cover of carrier planes and naval gunfire, underwater demolition teams performed reconnaissance and necessary demolitions on Keisei, on the demonstration beaches of southeastern Okinawa, and on the Hagushi landing beaches. Planes made strafing, bombing, and rocket runs on the beaches, and smoker planes, where needed, concealed the teams with smoke. 3 lines of ships, increasing in firepower from the beach out, gave the underwater demolition teams formidable support. LCI-Gs, Landing craft infantry, fire support, armed with 40mm guns, stood approximately 1,200 yards off the beach. Then a line of destroyers at about 2,700 yards covered the shore to 300 yards inland with 40mm and 5-inch gunfire, and 1,000 yards behind the destroyers were battleships and cruisers, ready with secondary and anti-aircraft batteries to neutralize all ground from 300 to 1,000 yards inland. Underwater demolition teams first reconnoitered the Hagushi beaches on 29 March, after a delay of a day because of the large number of mines found in the areas off the beaches. 3 battleships, 3 cruisers, 6 destroyers, and 9 LCIGs supported the operation. The machine gun and mortar fire encountered was silenced by fire support units. The swimmers found approximately 2,900 wooden posts from 6 to 8 inches in diameter and from 4 to 8 feet high, most of them off beaches north of the Bishi River. In some places there were 4 rows of these posts. On 30 and 31 March, underwater demolition teams destroyed all but 200 of the posts using tetratol tied in with primacord. A demolition operation was carried out on the demonstration beaches under gunfire coverage. Several tons of tetratol were detonated on the edge of the reef, even though no obstacles had been found. As the Americans closed in on Okinawa from 26 to 31 March, the enemy suddenly found itself confronting another adversary, the Royal Navy. A British carrier force, under the command of Vice Admiral H.B. Rawlings and assigned to the Fifth Fleet, struck at the Sakishima Islands on 26, 27, and 31 March. Its planes made 345 sorties over Sakishima, dropped more than 81 tons of bombs, and fired more than 200 rockets. The British labored under several handicaps. They lacked night fighters, and their ships carried a much smaller number of planes than did the large American carriers. Also, their supply resources afloat were rudimentary. Nevertheless, the British rendered valuable assistance to the assault forces by considerably reducing the magnitude and number of enemy air attacks staged from Sakishima airfields. Task Force 58 remained in a constant state of readiness, and on 28 March, it demonstrated its fast striking power in convincing fashion. Word was received from Admiral Spruance of a reported sortie of enemy fleet units from the inland sea on a southwesterly course. Immediately, a task group headed north at high speed to attack the enemy ships. The Japanese force, however, was not found. On the 29th, another task group joined in the search, but without success. The foray was not allowed, however, to be useless. On their way back to the carriers, planes from both groups bombed airfields in the Kagoshima Bay area of Kyushu and attacked miscellaneous shipping with good results. Despite American attacks on enemy airfields and installations, approximately 100 Japanese planes made 50 raids in the Okinawa area during the period from 26 to 31 March. Many of the attacking planes tried to suicide crash the American ships, an omen of the basic Japanese tactics in the tremendous sea-air war soon to come. With few exceptions, the attacks came during early morning or by moonlight. Already the Japanese were using a considerable assortment of new and old-type planes. As they approached, the enemy raiders generally split up into single planes or 2-plane groups, which made individual, uncoordinated attacks. There was some evidence that planes flew in from outlying bases and landed on fields in Okinawa at night. Favorite targets of the Japanese were pickets and patrols, including small craft, but several planes attacked formations of heavy ships. Of the enemy planes that suicide crashed, 9 hit their targets and 10 made near misses. Much of the damage from these attacks was superficial, but several ships suffered serious damage and casualties. 10 American ships, including the battleship Nevada and the cruisers Biloxi and Indianapolis, were damaged in the period from 26 to 31 March, 8 of them by suicide planes. 2 other vessels were destroyed by mines. The defending ships and planes shot down approximately 42 of the attackers. In addition to the suicide attacks, the Japanese conducted a few bombing, strafing, and torpedo attacks during the period, but these were without significant results. On the afternoon of 31 March, naval auxiliary vessels delivered the latest aerial photographs of the beaches to the transports approaching the target area. As night fell, the vast armada of transports, cargo ships, landing craft, and warships plowed the last miles of their long voyage. Before dawn, they would rendezvous off the Hagushi beaches in the East China Sea. Weather for 1 April promised to be excellent. Chapter 3. Winning the Okinawa Beachhead. Dawn of Easter Sunday, 1 April 1945, disclosed an American fleet of 1,300 ships in the waters adjacent to Okinawa, poised for invasion. Most of them stood to the west, in the East China Sea. The day was bright and cool, a little under 75 degrees. A moderate east-northeast breeze rippled the calm sea. There was no surf on the Hagushi beaches. Visibility was 10 miles until 0600, when it lowered to from 5 to 7 miles in the smoke and haze. More favorable conditions for the assault could hardly be imagined. The Japanese doubtless marveled at the immensity of the assemblage of ships, but they could not have been surprised at the invasion itself. The Kerama Islands had been seized, Okinawa had been heavily bombarded for days, and underwater demolition teams had reconnoitered both the Hagushi beaches and the beaches above Minatoga on the southeast coast, indicating that landings were to be expected at either place or both. Moreover, Japanese air and submarine reconnaissance had also spotted the convoys en route. The Japanese had been powerless to interfere with the approach to the Ryukyus. Bad weather, however, had caused not only seasickness among the troops, but also concern over the possibility that a storm might delay the landings. It was necessary for some convoys to alter their courses to avoid a threatening typhoon. The rough seas caused delays and minor damage, and resulted in other deflections from planned courses. Thus, on the evening before L-Day, various task forces converging on Okinawa were uncertain of their own positions and those of other forces. All arrived on time, however, and without mishap. For the men observing the outline of the strange island in the first rays of light before the beaches became shrouded in the smoke and dust of naval and air bombardment, this Easter Sunday was a day of crisis. From scale models of Okinawa studied on shipboard, they had seen that the rising ground behind the landing beaches, and even more the island's hills and escarpments, were well suited for defense. They had read of the native houses, each protected by a high wall, and of the thousands of strange Okinawan tombs which might serve the enemy as pillboxes and dugouts. They had been encouraged by the weakness of Keiramareto's defenses, but the generally held expectations of an all-out defense of the beaches on the first Japanese home island to be invaded was one to appall even the dullest imagination. And behind the beaches, the men were prepared to meet deadly snakes, awesome diseases, and a presumably hostile civilian population. The landing. H-hour had been set for 0830. At 0406, Admiral Turner, commander of Task Force 51, signaled, "Land the landing force." At 0530, 20 minutes before dawn, the fire support force of 10 battleships, 9 cruisers, 23 destroyers, and 177 gunboats began the pre-H-hour bombardment of the beaches. They fired 44,825 rounds of 5-inch or larger shells, 33,000 rockets, and 22,500 mortar shells. This was the heaviest concentration of naval gunfire ever to support a landing of troops. About 70 miles east of Okinawa, Task Force 58 was deployed to furnish air support and to intercept attacks from Kyushu. In addition, support carriers had arrived with troop convoys. At 0745, carrier planes struck the beaches and nearby trenches with napalm. Meanwhile, LSTs and LSMs, which had carried to the target both the men composing the first assault forces and the amphibian vehicles in which they were to ride, spread their yawning jaws and launched their small craft, loaded and ready for the shore. Amphibian tanks formed the first wave at the line of departure, 4,000 yards from the beach. Flagged on their way at 0800, they proceeded toward land at 4 knots. From 5 to 7 waves of assault troops and amphibian tractors followed the tanks at short intervals. Opposite each landing beach, control craft with pennants flying from the mast formed the assault waves of amphibious vehicles in rotating circles. At 0815, the leading waves of Amtraks uncoiled and formed a line near their mother control craft. 5 minutes later, the pennants were hauled down, and an almost unbroken 8-mile line of landing craft moved toward the beaches. Gunboats led the way in, firing rockets, mortars, and 40mm guns into prearranged target squares on such a scale that all the landing area for 1,000 yards inland was blanketed with enough 5-inch shells, 4.5-inch rockets, and 4.2-inch mortars to average 25 rounds in each 100-yard square. Artillery fire from Keisei added its weight. After approaching the reef, the gunboats turned aside, and the amphibian tanks and tractors passed through them and proceeded unescorted, the tanks firing their 75mm howitzers at targets of opportunity directly ahead of them until landing. Simultaneously, two 64-plane groups of carrier planes saturated the landing beaches and the areas immediately behind with machine gun fire, while the fire from supporting ships shifted inland. When the assault wave moved in, the landing area had been under constant bombardment for 3 hours. As the small boats made their way steadily toward the shore, the men kept expecting fire from the Japanese. But there was no sign of the enemy other than the dropping of an occasional mortar or artillery shell, and the long line of invasion craft advanced as though on a large-scale maneuver. The offshore obstacles had either been removed by the underwater demolition teams or were easily pushed over by the amphibian tractors. Some concern had been felt as to whether, despite the rising tide, the Navy landing boats would be able to cross the coral reef, and the first waves were to inspect the reef and send back information. The reef did not hinder the first waves in amphibian vehicles, but those who followed in boats had difficulty, and were therefore ordered to transfer at the edge of the reef and cross in LVTs. Beginning at 0830, the first waves began to touch down on their assigned beaches. None was more than a few minutes late. The volume of supporting fire had increased until a minute or two before the first wave landed. Then suddenly the heavy fire on the beach area ended, and nothing was to be heard except the rumble of the shells that were shifted inland. Quickly the smoke and dust that had shrouded the landing area lifted, and it became possible for the troops to see the nature of the country directly before them. They were on a beach which was generally about 20 yards in depth and which was separated by a 10-foot seawall from the country beyond. There were a few shell holes on the beach itself, but naval gunfire had blown large holes in the seawall at frequent intervals to provide adequate passageways. Except at the cliff-bordered Bishi River mouth in the center of the landing area, the ground rose gradually to an elevation of about 50 feet. There was only sparse natural vegetation, but from the seawall to the top of the rise, the coastal ground was well cultivated. In the background along the horizon, hills showed through the screen of artillery smoke. Farther inland in many places, towns and villages could be seen burning, and the smoke rising above them in slender and twisted spires. These evidences of devastation, however, made less impression upon the men than did the generally peaceful and idyllic nature of the country, enhanced by the pleasant warmth, the unexpected quiet, and the absence of any sign of human life. New waves of troops kept moving in. Before an hour had passed, 3rd Amphibious Corps had landed the assault elements of the 6th and 1st Marine Divisions abreast, north of the Bishi River, and 24th Corps had put ashore those of the 7th and 96th Infantry Divisions abreast, south of that river. The 6th Marine Division and the 96th Division were on the flanks. 2 battalion landing teams from each of 2 assault regimental combat teams in the 4 divisions, or more than 16,000 troops, came ashore in the first hour. The assault troops were followed by a wave of tanks. Some were equipped with flotation devices, others were carried by LCM-6s, which had themselves been transported by LSDs, and still others were landed by LSMs. After debarking the assault waves, the amphibian tractors returned to the transfer line to ferry support troops, equipment, and supplies across the reef onto the beach. LVT, duck, and small boat control points were established at the transfer line. Amphibian vehicles, preloaded with ammunition and supplies, proceeded inland as needed. The entire landing on Okinawa had taken place with almost incredible ease. There had been little molestation from enemy artillery, and on the beaches no enemy and few landmines had been encountered. The operation had taken place generally according to plan. There was little disorganization, and all but a few of the units landed at the beaches assigned to them. The absence of any but the most trivial opposition, so contrary to expectation, struck the men as ominous, and led them to reconnoiter suspiciously. After making certain that they were not walking into a trap, the troops began moving inland, according to plan, a very short time after they had landed. Spirits rose as the Marines and soldiers easily pushed up the hillsides behind the beaches. The land was dry and green with conifers and the air bracing, a welcome change from the steaming marshes and palm trees of the islands to the south. An infantryman of the 7th Division, standing atop a hill just south of the Vichy River soon after the landing, expressed the common feeling when he said, "I've already lived longer than I thought I would." Simultaneously with the landing, Major General Thomas E. Watson's 2nd Marine Division feinted a landing on Okinawa's southeast coast above Minatoga, with the hope of pinning down the enemy's reserves in that area. This diversion simulated an actual assault in every respect. The first part of the demonstration group left Saipan on 25 March, and the main body arrived at Okinawa early in the morning of L-Day. The Japanese attacked the force with their suicide planes, and one transport and an LST were damaged. Under cover of a smokescreen, 7 boat waves, each composed of 24 LCVPs, carried 2nd Marine Division troops toward the beach. As the 4th wave crossed the line of departure at 0830 HR for the main assault on the Hagushi beaches, all boats reversed course. By 1500, all the landing vessels had been recovered by their parent vessels. The only enemy reaction to the demonstration was one salvo of 4 rounds. The next day, the demonstration was repeated, and the Marines retired from the area. Proudly, the Japanese boasted that an enemy landing attempt on the eastern coast of Okinawa on Sunday morning, 1 April, was completely foiled, with heavy losses to the enemy. Moving inland. Having ascended the slight hills at the landing beaches, the troops moved inland cautiously. Their immediate objectives were the 2 airfields, Kadena and Yontan, each about a mile inland. At 1000, the 17th RCT of the 7th Division had patrols on Kadena Airfield, which was found to be deserted, and at 10:30, the front line was moving across the airstrip. A few minutes later, it was 200 yards beyond. With similar ease, the 4th Marines of the 6th Marine Division captured the more elaborate Yontan Airfield by 11:30. Wrecked Japanese planes and quantities of supplies were strewn about on both fields. By nightfall, the beachhead was 15,000 yards long and in places as much as 5,000 yards deep. More than 60,000 men were ashore, including the reserve regiments of the assault divisions. All divisional artillery landed early, and by dark, direct support battalions were in position. Numerous tanks were ashore and operating, as well as miscellaneous anti-aircraft artillery units and 15,000 service troops. Kadena Airfield was serviceable for emergency landings by the evening of the first day. The 6th Marine Division halted for the night on a line running from Iramiya to the division boundary below Makibaru. The 7th Division had pressed inland nearly 3 miles, knocking out a few pillboxes and losing 3 tanks to mines. On the southern flank, the 96th Division had established itself at the river south of Chatan, on the high ground northwest of Futema, in the outskirts of Momobaru, and in the hills northwest and southwest of Shido. There were gaps in the lines in many places, but before nightfall they had been covered by reserve units or by weapons. Although in the hills around Shuri, the enemy had superb observation of the Hagushi beaches and of the great American armada that stood offshore, he had been content for the time being to leave the burden of opposition to the Japanese Air Force. Some delaying actions were fought by small groups of Japanese, and some rounds of artillery and mortar fire were directed at the landing craft and the beaches, but the total resistance was negligible. In the air, the enemy did his best, but did not inflict much damage. Thrown off balance by the strikes of Task Force 58 against the airfields on Kyushu on 18 to 19 March, Japanese air resistance to the landings was aggressively pressed home but was small in scale. Suicide hits were scored on the battleship West Virginia, 2 transports, and an LST. Another LST was damaged by a suicide plane's near miss, and 2 ships were damaged in other ways. An indefinite number of Japanese planes were shot down during the day by ship's fire and defending fighters. Favored by perfect weather and light resistance, American forces moved swiftly during the next 2 days, 2 and 3 April. By 1400 on 2 April, the 17th Infantry 7th Division had established itself on the highlands commanding Nakagusuku Bay, on the east coast, and had extended its patrols to the shore of the bay. The speed of its advance had left the units on its flanks some distance behind. To the south, the 32nd Infantry came abreast late in the afternoon of 2 April, after reducing a strong point south of Koza with tanks. To the north, where the 1st Marine Division had encountered rugged terrain and difficult supply problems, a 6,000-yard gap was taken over by the 184th Infantry. Okinawa was now cut in two, and units of the Japanese Army in the northern and southern parts of the island were separated. The 96th Division made slow progress during the morning of 2 April in the country around Shido. Here it found heavily forested ridges, empty caves and dugouts, and mines and tank traps along the rough trails. Before evening, the 381st Infantry had pushed through Shimabuku but had been stopped by enemy opposition in and around Mobobaru. After a sharp fight, the 383rd Infantry took a hill just south of Momobaru, and with the help of an airstrike, artillery, and tanks, it reduced a ridge northeast of Futema. That night its line stretched from the west coast, just north of Isa, to a point southwest of Futema, on the Isa-Futema Road, and along the northern edge of Futema. On 3 April, 24th Corps turned its drive southward. Leaving the 17th Infantry to guard and consolidate its rear, the 32nd Infantry pushed all three of its battalions southward, along Nakagusuku Bay. After gaining 5,000 yards, it occupied Kuba and set up its lines in front of Hill 165, the coastal extremity of a line of hills that swept southwest of the village. Fire was received from the hill, and a few Japanese were killed in a brief firefight. 10 rounds of enemy artillery were received in the regiment's sector, a sign of awakening resistance. Coordinating their advance with that of the 32nd Infantry on their left, elements of the 96th Division moved toward Hill 165 and Unjo. An unsuccessful attempt was made to take the hill. Other 96th Division units advanced to positions in the vicinity of Kishaba and Atania and northeast of Nodake. Futema and the high ground 600 yards south of it were taken. On the west flank, the division's line went through Isa to the southeastern edge of Chiyuna. Having completed its wheeling movement to the right, the 96th Division was ready to drive south in conjunction with the 7th Division. Civilians and prisoners of war stated that Japanese troops had withdrawn to the south. 24th Corps now changed the boundary line between its two assault divisions. On the next day, 4 April, 4 regiments were to move into line across the narrow waist of the island, the 32nd and the 184th of the 7th Division on the east, and the 382nd and 383rd of the 96th Division on the west. The real battle for Okinawa would then begin. Meanwhile, in the zone of 3rd Amphibious Corps, the 1st Marine Division continued on 2 April 1945 to the line Ishimi-Kutoku and Chatan. It met a few small pockets of resistance, but was slowed mainly by the primitive roads and rough terrain. On the following day, this division again advanced against little opposition, its forward elements reaching Nakagusuku-Buckner Bay by 1600. At the same time, its reconnaissance company explored Kachin Peninsula and the East Coast roads north to Hizaona. On 4 April, all 3 regiments of the 1st Marine Division were on the eastern shore of Okinawa, and the division's zone of action was completely occupied. On L+1, the 6th Marine Division continued its advance into the foothills of Yontan-zan, patrolled the peninsula northwest of the Hagushi beaches, and captured the coastal town of Nagahama. In this mountainous sector, well-worn trails crisscrossed the wooded hills and ridges, and caves pitted the coral walls and steep defiles. By manning both ridgetops and caves, the Japanese put up tenacious resistance. The 6th Marine Division killed about 250 of the enemy in 2 such strong points on 2 April. Next day, it advanced 7,000 yards, the 22nd Marines on the left, maintaining supply through rough wild country by weasels. 1 more day's march would bring this division to the L+15 line, drawn from Nakodamari to Ishikawa. The tempo of Japanese air attacks increased somewhat during the first 3 or 4 days after L Day, and many ships were damaged and some lost during this period. Vessels not actually engaged in unloading withdrew some distance from Okinawa each night, but this did not make them proof against attack. The Henrico, an assault transport carrying troops and the regimental staff of the 305th Infantry 77th Division, was crashed by a suicide plane south of the Keiramas at 1900 on 2 April. The plane struck the Commodore's cabin and plunged through 2 decks, its bomb exploding on the second deck. The Commodore was killed, as were also the commanding officer, the executive officer, the S-1 and the S-3 of the 305th. The ship's total casualties were 30 killed, 6 missing, and 50 injured. Organizing the beachhead. The first waves of the troops were no sooner across the beaches and moving up the slopes than the complex machinery of supplying them, planned in intricate detail over long months, went into action. The problem was to move food, ammunition, and equipment for more than 100,000 men across beaches with a fringing reef from 200 to 400 yards wide to dumps in rear areas and then to the troops, to widen the native roads, to repair the captured airfields, and to alleviate the inevitable distress of the civilian population while rendering it incapable of interference. While the beaches varied widely in serviceability, they were, in general, well adapted to unloading purposes. LCMs and LCVPs could cross the reef for 4 or 5 hours at each flood tide and unload directly on the beach. During middle and low tides, their cargoes had to be transferred to amphibian vehicles at transfer barges. LSTs, LSMs, and LCTs were beached on the reef at high tide to enable vehicles and equipment to be discharged during the next low tide and the bulk cargo by ducks and LVTs at any tide. Various expedients were used to hasten the unloading. Night unloading under floodlights began on 2 April, and the work proceeded without interruption except when enemy aircraft was in the vicinity. Ponton causeways accommodating LSTs were established at predetermined sites. By 4 April, a T-pier with a 300-foot single-lane approach and a 30 by 170-foot head, and a U-pier with 2 500-foot approaches and a 60 by 175-foot wharf section had been set up on the beaches. The piers were soon supplanted by 6 single-lane causeways. By the same day, an L-shaped pier with a 1,400-foot single-lane approach and a 45 by 175-foot head had been completed. Several sand piers were also constructed. As the Marines rolled northward, additional unloading points were established as far north as Nago. Ponton barges carried to Okinawa on cargo ships were assigned varying jobs from day to day. By 11 April, 25 had been equipped with cranes and were operating as transfer barges, 53 were operating as lighters, and 6 as petroleum barges, while 8 were being used for evacuating casualties. A crane barge was capable of handling 400 tons in a 20-hour day when enough amphibian vehicles were available to make the runs ashore. Control of operations on the beaches, initially in the battalion landing teams, passed step by step through the echelons of command until 10th Army, acting through the Island Command and the 1st Engineer Special Brigade, assumed responsibility on 9 April. Navy beachmasters maintained liaison with the ships and scheduled the beaching of landing ships and the assignment of lighterage. General unloading began on 3 April. It was soon apparent that the limiting factor was the availability of transport from the beaches to the dumps. The shortage of service units and equipment due to space limitations was immediately felt, especially in the Army zone. The problem was eased for the Marines by the use of 5,000 replacements landed with the Marine divisions. The rapidity of the advance and the immediate uncovering of Yontan and Kadena airfields required a rearrangement of supply priorities. The difficulties in initiating so intricate an undertaking near the enemy's homeland were prodigious, and it required time and the process of trial and error to overcome them. Suicide planes and suicide boats were a constant menace, and on the afternoon of 4 April, the weather came to the aid of the enemy. A storm, bringing with it from 6 to 10-foot surf on the Hagushi beaches, lasted through the night and the following day. All unloading ceased, and some landing craft hit against the reef and were damaged. Again on 10 April, surf, backed by a high wind, brought work to a standstill, and on 11 April, conditions were but slightly improved. Rain accompanying these storms made quagmires of the roads and further complicated the supply problems. Despite these handicaps, the assault shipping was 80% unloaded by 16 April, and 577,000 measurement tons had crossed the Hagushi beaches, a larger amount than had been anticipated in the plans. In addition to beach installations, base facilities necessary for the immediate success of the operation had to be developed quickly. Existing roads had to be improved and new roads built. The two airfields required repairs and expansion, and facilities for bulk storage of petroleum products, especially aviation gas, with connections to tankers offshore, were urgently needed. It was not long before the road down the west coast of Okinawa blossomed with markers which proclaimed it US 1, and route numbers were similarly assigned to all main roads as they were taken, in accordance with the engineers' plans. Okinawa's roads were, for the most part, unsurfaced, and only 1 or 1½ lanes in width. An L-day beach exit and shore party dump roads were improved. Next, the main supply routes to the troops and roads to permanent and semi-permanent supply installations. During the rains of 4 to 5 and 10 to 11 April, the spinning wheels of endless lines of trucks soon tore through the crusts of the more traveled highways and became mired. In dry weather, the surface became pulverized, and the heavy military traffic raised clouds of dust that sometimes cut visibility to the length of the hood. Engineers widened and resurfaced the main thoroughfares using coral from existing and newly opened pits, coral sand, rubble from destroyed villages, and limestone. Bridges that were too narrow or too weak to carry American trucks and tanks were soon replaced by Bailey bridges, which could be set up and taken down, much in the fashion of an erector span. It was late in April before equipment was available for the construction of gasoline tank farms. An area 30 feet by 3,000 feet on the Yontan runway was cleared, and the bomb craters filled on L-Day. By the evening, Kadena was also ready for emergency landings. 19 artillery spotting planes were flown in from CVEs and LSTs on 2 April and began operations on 3 April. The work of conditioning the two fields began in earnest the following day. Land-based fighter groups arrived at Yontan on 7 April and at Kadena 2 days later, improving local control of the air and making more aircraft available for support. Air evacuation of the wounded to the Marianas by specially equipped C-54s began on 8 April. At the same time, a C-47, equipped for spraying DDT, was brought into Yontan to take over the sanitation mission performed since 2 April by carrier-based aircraft. The 69th Field Hospital landed on 3 April and received its first casualties 2 days later. Until it was established, the divisions had evacuated their casualties immediately by LCVPs and ducks to one of 8 LST-Hs lying off the Hagushi beaches. Each hospital ship could take care of 200 patients and perform emergency surgery. By 16 April, Army and Marine hospitals ashore had a capacity of 1,800 beds. Thousands of destitute Okinawans, dazed by the pre-invasion bombardment of their island and the swift advance of the Americans, entered the custody of the military government authorities almost at once. Initially placed in stockades to keep them out of the way, they were quickly moved to selected villages which had escaped destruction. Thus, by 5 April, 1,500 civilians held in a barbed wire enclosure just south of Kadena were being moved by truck to Shimabuku, where they would have freedom of movement within boundaries established by the military police. Other collection points were similarly emptied and closed. Thus, in an amazingly short time, the beachhead had been won and the supply lines established. By 4 April, 10th Army had a slice of Okinawa 15 miles long and from 3 to 10 miles wide. The beachhead included 2 airfields of great potentialities, beaches that could take immense tonnage from the cargo ships, and sufficient space for the dumps and installations that were rapidly being built. The months of planning and preparation had borne their first fruit. Chapter 4. Where is the enemy? The ease with which American forces landed and established themselves on Okinawa gave rise to widespread speculation as to the whereabouts of the Japanese army. The most optimistic view was that the enemy had been strategically outguessed and had prepared for the Americans at some other island, such as Formosa, or if Okinawa was not to be another Kiska, there was the possibility that the marine diversion in the south had drawn the Japanese forces to that area. While the real attack forces approached by a roundabout route covered by an early morning fog and artificial smoke, the approach of the diversion troops had been in full view of the enemy. Again, the Japanese might be conserving their strength for a bold counterattack as soon as American forces should be irrevocably committed to the beaches, but the time for such a counterattack came and went, and still the enemy gave no sign. The truth was, as the Americans were soon to discover, that the enemy was indeed on Okinawa in great strength, and that he had a well-thought-out plan for meeting the invasion. The Japanese forces. The task of defending the Ryukyus was entrusted to the Japanese 32nd Army, commanded by Lieutenant General Mitsuru Oshijima. General Oshijima had assumed command in August 1944, relieving Lieutenant General Masao Watanabe, who had activated the 32nd Army in the preceding April. On assuming command, General Oshijima and his Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Isamu Cho, had reorganized the staff of the Army, replacing the incumbents with bright young officers from Imperial Headquarters. As reconstituted, the staff was distinguished by its youth, low rank, and ability. Colonel Hiromichi Yahara, the only holdover from the old staff, was retained as senior staff officer in charge of operations. General Oshijima, according to the members of his staff, was a calm and very capable officer who inspired confidence among his troops. He had commanded an infantry group in Burma early in the war and came to his new assignment from the position of commandant of the Japanese Military Academy at Zama. General Cho was a hard-driving, aggressive officer who had occupied high staff positions with the troops in China, Malaya, and Burma, and had come to Okinawa from the Military Affairs Bureau of the War Department in Tokyo. Colonel Yahara enjoyed the reputation of being a brilliant tactician, conservative and calculating in his decisions. The combination of Oshijima's mature judgment, Cho's supple mind and aggressive energy, and the shrewd discernment of Yahara gave the 32nd Army a balanced and impressively able high command. Prior to the activation of the 32nd Army on 1 April 1944, Okinawa had been defended by a small and poorly trained garrison force. In June, before the American landings in the Marianas, the Japanese planned to reinforce the garrison with 9 infantry and 3 artillery battalions. The first reinforcement to reach Okinawa was the 44th Independent Mixed Brigade, which arrived late in June. The 9th Division landed on the island in July and was followed in August by the 62nd Division and the 24th Division. Artillery, supporting troops, and service elements arrived during the summer and fall of 1944. The Japanese plans for the defense of the Ryukyus were disrupted when the veteran 9th Division left Okinawa for Formosa early in December as part of the stream of reinforcements started toward the Philippines after the invasion of Leyte. It was intended to replace the division, but shortage of shipping made this impossible. Of the remaining combat units, the 62nd Division was considered by the commanding general and his staff to be the best in the 32nd Army. Commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Takeo Fujioka, the division was formed from the 63rd and 64th Brigades, each consisting of 4 independent infantry battalions, which had fought in China since 1938. It lacked divisional artillery, but by April 1945 had been brought up to a strength of about 14,000 by the addition of 2 independent infantry battalions and a number of Boei-Tai, Okinawa Home Guards. As finally organized, each of the independent infantry battalions was composed of 5 rifle companies, a machine gun company, and an infantry gun company, with a total battalion strength of approximately 1,200 men. Unlike the 62nd Division, the 24th was a triangular division, consisting of the 22nd, 32nd, and 89th Infantry Regiments and the 42nd Field Artillery Regiment. It had never seen combat. In January 1945, each of the infantry regiments had incorporated 300 Okinawan conscripts into its ranks and had been reorganized. After the reorganization, a regiment consisted of 3 battalions of 3 rifle companies each, with each company reduced from 290 to 180 men. The total strength of the division, including Okinawans, was more than 15,000. The 44th Independent Mixed Brigade consisted of the 2nd Infantry Unit and the 15th Independent Mixed Regiment and had a strength of about 5,000 men. The brigade had lost most of its original personnel by American submarine action while en route to Okinawa in June 1944, and it had been reconstructed around a nucleus of 600 survivors. The latter, plus replacements from Kyushu and conscripted Okinawans, were reorganized into the 2nd Infantry Unit of approximately regimental strength, but without a full complement of weapons and equipment. The 15th Independent Mixed Regiment was flown to Okinawa at the end of June 1944 and assigned to the brigade. In addition to its 3 battalions of infantry, it had engineering troops and an anti-tank company. By the addition of native conscripts and Boei-Tai, it had been brought by April 1945 to a strength of almost 2,800 men. To add to the 3 major combat infantry units, General Ushijima, in February 1945, converted 7 C-rating battalions, formed to man suicide boats, into independent battalions for duty as infantry troops to fill the serious shortage resulting from the withdrawal of the 9th Division. These battalions had a strength of approximately 900 men each and were divided among the major infantry commands. Counting these additions, there was a total of 31 battalions of infantry on Okinawa, of which 30 were in the southern part. Independent artillery units constituted an important part of the reinforcements sent to Okinawa. 2 regiments of 150mm howitzers, 1 regiment of 75mm and 120mm guns, and 1 heavy artillery battalion of 150mm guns were on the island by the end of 1944 to supplement the organic divisional artillery and infantry cannon. For the first time in the Pacific War, Japanese artillery was under a unified command. All artillery units, with the exception of divisional artillery, were under the control of the 5th Artillery Command. Most of the personnel of the command, which numbered 3,200, had served in other campaigns and had been with their units for 3 or 4 years. They were well trained by Japanese standards and were considered among the best artillerymen in the Japanese Army. About 10,000 naval personnel were organized into the Okinawa Naval Base Force, commanded by Rear Admiral Minoru Ota, which had control of all naval establishments and activities in the Ryukyus. The unit was largely concentrated on the Oroku Peninsula, and just before the American landings was reorganized as a ground combat force for the defense of the peninsula. Only about 200 of the force, however, had had more than superficial training in ground combat. Other important units on Okinawa included the 27th Tank Regiment of about 750 men, 4 independent machine gun battalions totaling over 1,600 men, an independent mortar regiment of 600 men, 2 light mortar battalions comprising 1,200 men, 4 anti-aircraft artillery battalions totaling 2,000 men, 3 machine cannon battalions with 1,000 men, and 3 independent anti-tank battalions and 4 independent anti-tank companies totaling about 1,600 men. There were also from 22,000 to 23,000 service troops of various kinds. At the time of the American landings on Okinawa, about 20,000 Boei-Tai had been mobilized by the Japanese for duty as labor and service troops. Though these men were for the most part not armed, they performed valuable services as ammunition and supply carriers at the front lines and also engaged in numerous front-line and rear area construction and other duties. Some eventually saw combat. The Boei-Tai are not to be confused with the Okinawan conscripts and reservists who were called up and assimilated into the regular army, just as were the Japanese in the home islands. The first group of Boei-Tai was assembled in June 1944 to work on the construction of airfields, but the general mobilization of natives into national home defense units was not ordered until January 1945, after the departure of the 9th Division. About 17,000 Okinawans between the ages of 17 and 45 were drafted to serve as Boei-Tai. In addition, about 750 male students of the middle schools, 14 years of age and over, were organized into Blood and Iron for the Emperor duty units and trained for guerrilla warfare. Further drafts of Boei-Tai were made at various times during the battle. In addition to the Boei-Tai, a large number of Okinawan civilians were conscripted into the Japanese forces either to increase the strength of existing units or to organize new units. While the actual number of Okinawans serving with the 32nd Army has not been determined, available evidence indicates that they represented a large proportion of the total, increasing the Japanese strength by perhaps as much as 1/3 or more. When the Americans invaded Okinawa, the total strength of the 32nd Army amounted to more than 100,000 men, including the 20,000 Boei-Tai draftees and an unknown number of conscripted Okinawans. The Army proper totaled 77,000, consisting of 39,000 Japanese troops in infantry combat units and 38,000 in special troops, artillery, and service units. Weapons of the 32nd Army. The armament of the Japanese on Okinawa was characterized by a high proportion of artillery, mortar, anti-aircraft, and automatic weapons in relation to infantry strength. Their supply of automatic weapons and mortars was generally in excess of authorized allotments. Much of this excess resulted from the distribution of an accumulation of such weapons intended for shipment to the Philippines and elsewhere, but prevented by the shortage of shipping and the course of war from leaving the island. The Japanese also had an abundant supply of ammunition, mines, hand grenades, and satchel charges. On Okinawa, the Japanese possessed artillery in greater quantity, size, and variety than had been available to them in any previous Pacific campaign. Utilizing naval coastal guns, they were able to concentrate a total of 287 guns and howitzers of 70 mm or larger caliber for the defense of the island. Of this total, 69 pieces could be classified as medium artillery, including 52 150 mm howitzers and 12 150 mm guns. The smaller pieces included 170 guns and howitzers of calibers of 70 and 75 mm. In addition, 72 75 mm anti-aircraft guns and 54 20 mm machine cannon were available for use in ground missions. The principal mortar strength of the 32nd Army was represented by 96 81 mm mortars of the 2 light mortar battalions. The Japanese also possessed, in greater numbers than had previously been encountered, the large 320 mm mortars, commonly called spigot mortars. The 1st Artillery Mortar Regiment, reputed to be the only one of its kind in the Japanese Army, was armed with 24 of these. Standard equipment of the ground combat units of the Army included about 1,100 50 mm grenade dischargers, knee mortars. To counter American tank strength, the Japanese relied, among other things, on an unusually large number of anti-tank guns, especially the 47 mm type. The independent anti-tank units had a total of 52 47 mm anti-tank guns, while 27 37 mm anti-tank guns were distributed among the other units of the Army. The entire Japanese tank force, however, consisted of only 14 medium and 13 light tanks, the heaviest weapon of which was the 57 mm gun mounted on the medium tanks. The 32nd Army relied heavily on a great number of automatic weapons, well emplaced and plentifully supplied with ammunition. Its units possessed a total of 333 heavy and 1,208 light machine guns. In the course of the battle, many more were taken from tanks being used as pillboxes and from wrecked airplanes. The 62nd Division alone wielded nearly half the automatic weapons of the 32nd Army and was by far its most potent unit. The Japanese Plan of Defense. The active formulation of a defense plan for the Ryukyus dates from the American capture of the Marianas in June and July 1944. The first plan for the ground defense of the Ryukyus was established in a 32nd Army directive of 19 July 1944. This document outlined a plan to destroy the Americans at the water's edge, that failing, to annihilate them from previously constructed positions, embodying a fortified defense in depth. In accordance with this directive, construction of cave and underground positions began in the summer of 1944. The command on Okinawa was convinced that the situation was urgent and informed the troops that the Empire is determined to fight a showdown battle with an all-out effort for the preservation of national unity when the enemy advances to the Nansei Shoto. In instructions issued in August, 32nd Army Headquarters stated, "The enemy counteroffensive has become increasingly severe, and they have infiltrated into our central Pacific defense area and are now boldly aiming toward the Nansei Shoto. Should we be unable to defend the Nansei Shoto, the mainland and the southern frontier would become isolated. Thus, the execution of the present war would be extremely difficult and would become a life-and-death problem for our nation." In the early part of 1945, important changes were made in the original defense plan. It was decided not to attempt the destruction of the invading forces at the beaches, but to have the 32nd Army offer a strong resistance around a central fortified position. A decisive land battle would be avoided until the kamikaze planes and the Japanese fleet should destroy the American warships and transports. The general character of the final plan reflected the critical situation that faced General Ushijima with the departure of the 9th Division for Formosa and with the fading of prospects for reinforcements. He had to alter his plans to fit his resources, so depleted by now that he had to mobilize virtually the entire civilian population of the island. The Japanese High Command was determined to hold Okinawa and planned to employ the major portion of the Empire's remaining air strength, as well as a large portion of its fleet, in an attack on the American sea forces. The Japanese hoped to isolate and weaken the invading ground forces by destroying the American naval units and support shipping lying off Okinawa. To accomplish this, they relied chiefly on bomb-laden planes guided to their targets by suicide pilots, members of the Japanese Navy's Special Attack Corps, known as the Kamikaze, Divine Wind Corps. This desperate measure was expected to equalize the uneven ground battle by cutting off the Americans from supplies and reinforcements. It would enable the 32nd Army to drive the invaders into the sea. Despite the hopes of the Japanese High Command, planning of the 32nd Army for the defense of Okinawa proceeded on the assumption that it was impossible to defeat the enemy and that the most that could be done was to deny him the use of the island for as long a period as possible and inflict the maximum number of casualties. Acting on this assumption, General Ushijima drew his forces together into the southern part of Okinawa and, from the strongly fortified positions around Shuri, prepared to make his stand there as costly to the enemy as possible. He would not go out to meet the invaders. He would wait for them to come to him and force them to fight on his own terms. The 32nd Army Artillery was instructed not to fire on the invading ships and landing forces in order to avoid revealing its positions and exposing them to the devastating naval gunfire of the Americans. Units were not to oppose landings in their sectors until enough enemy troops had been brought ashore to render escape by sea impossible. The 32nd Army planned to defend only the southern third of Okinawa strongly. The principal defenses would be established in the rugged ground north of Naha, Shuri, and Yonabaru. Landings north of this line would not be opposed. South of it, the Americans would be met on the beaches. Wherever the Americans landed, they would eventually come up against the Shuri defenses, where the main battle would be fought. The Japanese estimate of American plans was very accurate. The enemy expected the Americans to land across the Hagushi beaches on the west coast with from 6 to 10 divisions and to strike out for the Yontan and Kadena airfields. He anticipated that American landing forces would form large beachheads of 2 divisions' strength each, hold within these perimeters until sufficient supplies were unloaded to permit a strong attack, and then advance behind massed tanks and concentrated artillery fire. The Japanese estimated that it would take the Americans about 10 days to launch their attack against the main Shuri defenses. They believed that the Americans intended to draw the main Japanese force into the Shuri lines so that a not too costly secondary landing could be effected with perhaps 1 division on the east coast, somewhere south of Shuri, near Minatoga. The 32nd Army disposed its available troops in accordance with its general plan of defense and its estimate of the enemy's capabilities. Only 2 battalions of the 2nd Infantry Unit were left in the north to defend not only the Motobu Peninsula but also Ieshima, where they destroyed the island's airfield. The only force stationed in the area immediately behind the Hagushi beaches was the 1st Specially Established Regiment, Boei-Tai, which was ordered to fight a delaying action and then, after destroying the 2 airfields in the sector, to retreat. The 62nd Division manned the defensive belt across the island north of the Naha-Shuri-Yonabaru line. Its 63rd Brigade was to absorb the shock of the American attack southward at the narrow waist of the island between Chatan and Toguchi, while the main line of resistance was established from Ichitomari to Tsuwa, north of the Shuri defenses. Deployed to support the 63rd, the 64th Brigade was dug in to fight in the successive positions around Shuri. Artillery attached to the 62nd Division was emplaced in direct support on the west side of the line. Having selected the Shuri area as their main battle position, the Japanese, with shrewdness and great industry, organized the ground for a strong defense. The main zone of defense was planned as a series of concentric positions adapted to the contours of the area. Caves, emplacements, blockhouses, and pillboxes were built into the hills and escarpments, connected by elaborate underground tunnels and skillfully camouflaged. Many of the burial tombs were fortified. The Japanese took full advantage of the terrain to organize defensive areas and strong points that were mutually supporting, and they fortified the reverse as well as the forward slopes of hills. Artillery and mortars were emplaced in the caves and thoroughly integrated into the general scheme of defensive fires. To meet the threat of landings in the south, the 32nd Army stationed the 24th Division in defensive positions covering the Minato-ga beaches and extending across the southern end of the island. The 44th Independent Mixed Brigade was moved to the Chinen Peninsula and was ordered to cooperate with the 24th Division in repelling any landings in the area. Artillery was registered on the Minato-ga beaches, and some of the 320mm mortars were moved to this sector. During the long period of planning, the Imperial General Staff and the 32nd Army were constantly concerned with fixing the probable date of the American invasion. Each changed its views several times, and on occasion they were not in agreement. It was during and after the invasion of Saipan, Tinian, and Guam in the summer of 1944 that the Japanese first expected an immediate invasion of Okinawa and, accordingly, began to pour troops into the island. But after the invasion of the Palaus and Leyte in September and October 1944, the Imperial General Staff in Tokyo considered it unlikely that sufficient American troops would be immediately available for another major operation. During the Philippines operations at the end of 1944, the Imperial General Staff in Tokyo was in doubt as to whether the next blow would fall on the South China coast or on Formosa, although the command of the 32nd Army was still convinced that Okinawa would be invaded and pushed forward preparations for its defense. Again, at the beginning of 1945, the Imperial General Staff was uncertain whether the next American attack would be against Formosa or Okinawa. By the end of February, as a result of the invasion of Iwo Jima, which pointed to the American strategy of cutting off the Japanese home islands from the mainland and the Indies, the Japanese concluded that Formosa would be bypassed and that Okinawa would be the next target. Their aerial reconnaissance and intelligence reports revealed an increase in westbound American shipping to the Philippines and the Marianas during the latter part of February, an increase that swelled to large proportions early in March. This seemed a clear indication of the imminence of another American operation. When the invasion fleet appeared off Iwo Jima, it was considered by some to be a feint for the invasion of Okinawa. With the Iwo Jima battle in progress and submarine activity increasing around the Ryukyus, it was taken for granted that the invasion of Okinawa would soon follow, on or about 1 April 1945. As one of the last steps in preparing for the expected struggle, the Japanese command on Okinawa, on 21 March, ordered all air, shipping, and rear echelon units to prepare for ground combat. On 27 March, the day after the American invasion of the Keiramas, 32nd Army advised its units that the enemy is planning to land his main strength tomorrow, the 28th, on the western coast of southern Okinawa, in particular in the Yontan-Kadena sector. When the American forces invaded Okinawa a few days later than had been predicted, the 32nd Army adhered strictly to its plan of offering little resistance until the invaders should come up against their outposts at the Shuri Line. The Japanese Combined Fleet Commander, meanwhile, prepared to execute his plan, delayed by Task Force 58's foray into the Inland Sea in March, to destroy the American fleet by air and surface action. Before many days had passed, the enemy was to react to the invasion with a fury never before encountered. Enemy counterattacks by air and sea. The American command was aware of the likelihood of formidable attacks by both air and sea on the assault forces. Okinawa was close to the Japanese homeland, where the remaining strength of the enemy's naval and air forces was concentrated. To meet the expected air offensive from the nearby fields of Kyushu, Shanghai, and Formosa, the Americans relied upon Task Force 58, the 10th Army's Tactical Air Force, the guns of the fleet and supply ships, the British Task Force, and land-based anti-aircraft artillery. To ensure early warning of Japanese raids, the Navy established around Okinawa a ring of picket stations, manned by destroyers and destroyer-type vessels, to which gunboats, LCS, and later LSM-R types were added to give increased firepower. These stations were all less than 100 miles from Zampa Point, the peninsula just north of the marine beaches. Some were only a few miles off the coasts of the island. Combat air patrols were maintained day and night over the picket stations, which could also call for aid from the routine combat air patrol of from 48 to 120 planes aloft during the daytime, orbiting in depth in a circle around Okinawa. Task Force 58 deployed just to the east of Okinawa with its own picket group of from 6 to 8 destroyers, kept 13 carriers, 7 CV and 6 CVL, on duty from 23 March to 27 April, and a smaller number thereafter. Until 27 April, from 14 to 18 converted carriers, CVEs, were in the area at all times, and until 20 April, British Task Force 57, with 4 large and 6 converted carriers, remained off the Sakishima Islands to protect the southern flank. 2 Marine fighter groups were installed and operating at Yontan and Kadena airfields by 9 April, and other Marine and Army air groups were added later. All assault anti-aircraft artillery of the 24th Corps was ashore by the night of 4 April, and that of 3rd Amphibious Corps by 12 April. Japanese airmen were to find these combined defenses formidable. Enemy air opposition had been relatively light during the first few days after the landings. On 6 April, the expected air reaction materialized with a fierce attack of 400 planes, which had flown down from Kyushu to drive the invaders from Okinawa. The raids began at dawn, and by noon Task Force 58 had shot down 7 possible suicide planes. Throughout the afternoon, the battle increased in intensity. Patrol and picket ships, which throughout the operation proved an irresistible attraction to enemy planes, were a favorite target. Japanese planes also appeared from time to time over the Hagushi beaches and transport area and were taken under fire by the ship and shore batteries. On such occasions, the raider, ringed with bright streams of tracer bullets from automatic weapons, would streak across a sky filled with black puffs of smoke from hundreds of bursting shells, and in the course of seconds would plunge into the sea in a geyser of water and smoke, or crash into a ship with an even greater explosion of smoke and flame. Directed against such raiders, friendly fire killed 4 Americans and wounded 34 others in the 24th Corps zone, ignited an ammunition dump near Kadena, destroyed an oil barge, and in the late afternoon shot down 2 American planes over the beaches. Some ships also suffered damage and casualties from friendly fire. 22 of 24 suicide crashes were successful, sinking 2 destroyers, a minesweeper, 2 ammunition ships, and an LST. A ship rescuing survivors from the lost LST was itself struck by a suicide plane soon after, but was not seriously damaged. The attack cost the Japanese about 300 planes. 65 were splashed by flyers from the Essex alone. Unloading continued on the Hagushi beaches almost without pause, and the American fleet, although it had taken severe blows, was still intact. On the night of 6 to 7 April, the Japanese fleet came out for the planned surface attack on the American sea forces. An American submarine lying off Kyushu reported the movement of the Japanese warships, and 40 planes of Task Force 58 began a far-flung search at dawn on 7 April. At 08:22, a plane from the Essex sighted the enemy force, which consisted of the battleship Yamato, the light cruiser Yahagi, and 8 destroyers in the East China Sea on a course toward Okinawa. Task Force 58, which had started northeastward at 0400 that morning, in order to close with the enemy, launched its planes at a point estimated to be 240 miles from the enemy fleet. The first attacks, through heavy but inaccurate anti-aircraft fire, scored at least 8 torpedo and 5 bomb hits on the Yamato, the Yahagi, and 3 of the destroyers. Subsequent attacks succeeded in sinking the Yamato, the Yahagi, and 4 destroyers. 1 destroyer was seriously damaged and 1 left burning. Task Force 58 lost only 10 planes out of the 386 that participated. Okinawa was now safe from surface attack. While the strike on the Yamato was in progress, Task Force 58 was busy warding off enemy air attacks and in the course of the day shot down 54 planes. A suicide plane dropped its bomb from a height of 50 feet onto the Hancock's flight deck, then itself plowed through a group of planes aft. Although seriously damaged, the carrier landed her own planes when they returned at 16:30. British Task Force 57 was able to keep the airfields of Sakishima largely inoperative during the Japanese air and sea offensive of 6 to 7 April. The enemy continued during April to deliver periodic heavy air attacks. Daytime raids were generally staged against Task Force 58, the picket ships, and shipping beyond the range of land-based anti-aircraft artillery. At night, when the supply ships shrouded themselves in artificial fog as raiders approached, the enemy usually struck Yontan and Kadena airfields, with the Hagushi Beach as a secondary target. Most of these raids were made between 2100 and 2300 and 0200 and 0400. The Japanese, clever at deception, sometimes shelled one of the airfields with their artillery, leading the Americans to expect an attack at that point, and then followed with an air raid on the other field. On occasion, enemy planes would follow American planes in at dusk, circle the fields with their lights on, and then bomb and strafe the runways and storage areas. Task Force 58 was heavily engaged on 11 April, and near misses by 4 suicide planes sent the carrier Enterprise to Ulithi for repairs. On the next day, the main weight of the attack shifted to the picket ships and the Hagushi anchorage. 17 Allied ships were hit and 2 sunk. The destroyer M.L. Abele was sent to the bottom when hit by both a suicide plane and a Baka bomb. The latter was a potentially dangerous but not often successful piloted, rocket-driven projectile launched by a twin-engined bomber. Again on 15 to 16 April, despite strikes by Task Force 58 against Kyushu airfields, Japanese airplanes appeared in strength at Okinawa. On the 16th, a kamikaze plane crashed the Intrepid's flight deck, and other suicide planes damaged 10 ships and sank a destroyer. 270 enemy planes were shot from the air, and many more destroyed on the ground. Eventful days, too, were 22, 27, and 28 April. On the last of these, starting at 1400, a force of 200 Japanese planes attacked Okinawa in 44 raids. Several American ships were damaged, but 118 of the attacking planes were destroyed. The hospital ship Comfort, although following hospital procedure, was crashed by a suicide plane 50 miles south of Okinawa. The Comfort's casualty list was 63, of whom 29 were killed and 1 missing. American planes, too, had struck hard. During the month, the 21st Bomber Command had hit Japan with 15,712 tons of bombs. 36% of the tonnage had been dropped on Kyushu airfields in support of the Okinawa operation, 29% on the Japanese aircraft industry, and 34% on other Japanese urban industrial areas. Formosa was being struck from the Philippines. During the period 26 March to 30 April, 20 American ships were sunk and 157 damaged by enemy action. Suicide attacks accounted for the sinking of 14 ships and the damaging of 90, while other air attacks damaged 47 ships and sank 1. 2 of the largest carriers, the Hancock and the Enterprise, 1 CVL, the San Jacinto, and the British carrier Intrepid, sustained serious damage from suicide planes. Picket ships suffered especially heavy attrition, and as quickly as land-based radar could be installed on Okinawa and neighboring islands, the number of picket stations was reduced. 5 picket stations remained after completion of radar installations at Heido Point on 21 April and in Ieshima on 23 April. Although the seizure of the Kerama Islands had substantially reduced this threat, suicide boats continued to be active on a small scale, particularly in the Naha and Yonabaru areas at night. Up to 30 April, suicide boats sank 1 ship and damaged 6. Navy casualties were heavy. During April, they totaled 956 killed, 2,650 wounded, and 897 missing in action. For their part, the Japanese had lost, up to 30 April, more than 1,100 planes in the battle to Allied naval forces alone, and many more to land-based anti-aircraft artillery and planes of the Tactical Air Force. Not only had the task force led by the Yamato been defeated, and for the most part sunk, but a considerable number of other Japanese combatant and auxiliary vessels had also been sunk or damaged. More important, the Japanese planned to destroy or drive off the fleet and isolate the troops, thus winning the battle for Okinawa, had been frustrated. Instead, the Japanese on the island were completely cut off and isolated from their nearby homeland. The invading warships and transports remained, and despite the weight of the blows delivered against them, continued to pour supplies into Okinawa and to keep the lanes open for fresh supplies from the other side of the Pacific Ocean. Thus, American ground troops could work their way inland with the assurance of an unbroken supply line. Chapter 5. Coming to Grips with the Enemy. American intelligence, handicapped as it was by various circumstances, had not succeeded in ascertaining all the salient facts regarding the enemy's forces and his plans. It had underestimated substantially the number of Japanese soldiers on Okinawa, largely through not taking into account the possibility of conscripting Okinawan natives. It had also not foreseen the great concentration of Japanese troops in the Shuri defense line, or suspected its array of formidable defenses. These had not been indicated by the aerial photographs because most of the Shuri area had been cloud-covered during the photographic missions. But in the course of the fighting between 4 and 14 April, the real nature of the Japanese defense on Okinawa was to become clear. In particular, the 96th Division, grappling during 9 to 12 April with one of the strongest enemy positions in Okinawa, was to experience the full potency of the carefully prepared Japanese defensive plan. For General Ushijima and his staff, this was still a time of watchful waiting, as they were not certain that the pattern of the American attack was yet fully revealed. A new landing in the Machinato-Oyama area was considered possible. A Japanese field order of 4 April noted that the tempo of enemy operations in the Minato-ga area is increasing, and that vigilance was necessary against landings in this sector. Above all, the Japanese were concerned over the possibility of American operations in the Yonabaru area, either a new landing covered by American warships already operating in Buckner Bay, or, more likely, a vigorous drive down the eastern flatlands by ground troops heavily supported by tanks and naval guns. Because of these American capabilities, General Ushijima continued to follow his basic plan of centering his main forces in and around the Shuri defenses, leaving outposts to slow up the American attack. The Japanese braced themselves for the shock of battle as 24th Corps, after cutting the island in two, turned south on 3 April for the drive toward Shuri. "Do your utmost," the enemy troops were told. "The victory of the century lies in this battle." Orders went out to hold ground, regardless of whether the communications are severed or any other unfavorable conditions. Through the outposts, 4 to 8 April. General Hodge ordered both his divisions to continue the attack southward on 4 April, the 7th on the east and the 96th on the west. The Corps' objective was the hill mass extending from Urasawe-Mura to Hill 178 and Ouki. This was a larger assignment than anyone realized at the time, and much blood was to be shed before it could be carried out. The objective was not to be gained for 3 weeks, and then only partially. 24th Corps drives south, 4 to 5 April. The 96th Division made sweeping gains on 4 April. Its advance carried it through much of the outpost area, immediately north of the Uchitomari-Tsuwa line. In the center of the island, troops of the 382nd Infantry advanced more than 2 miles south from Nodake along the division's east boundary. On the west coast, the 96th right flank units swept along the flatlands from Isa to Ichitomari. Progress was only a little slower in the division's center along Route 5. Enemy resistance, which included artillery fire from the area to the south, varied from sniper fire to intense machine gun and mortar fire directed out of scattered Japanese strongpoints. Rapid maneuver by infantry units supported by tanks reduced the enemy positions. Risks were taken for the sake of rapid advance, with the result that adjacent units often lost contact with one another, and advance elements occasionally were cut off by fire from supporting units. The deepest penetration of the Japanese area was on the west, where the 3rd Battalion, 383rd Infantry, preceded by elements of the 96th Reconnaissance Troop, drove rapidly from Isa to Ichitomari during the morning of 4 April. Between Mashiki and Ichitomari, the troops ran into heavy fire from the south and from the ridges on their left, east. 3 medium tanks from the 763rd Tank Battalion ran afoul of a carefully sighted and well-concealed 47mm anti-tank gun. Firing 20 rounds, Japanese gunners set the 3 tanks afire. The enemy later described this feat as an illustration of the effectiveness of 47mm guns. Great results, Japanese combat instructions stated, can be obtained by concealing the guns and opening surprise fire on the tanks at close range. As a result of continuing Japanese fire in the rough ground east of Mashiki and Oyama, the 3rd Battalion, 383rd Infantry, pulled back under smoke to Mashiki, where the troops dug in under artillery fire. For the 96th Division, 5 April marked the beginning of iron resistance on Okinawa. The 383rd estimated at one time during the day that its forward elements were receiving fire from 20 machine guns and from 15 to 20 mortars, besides artillery pieces. Driving through the green, rolling country east of the Ginawan Road, the 382nd unmasked a series of fortified positions, many of them protected by minefields. Each position caused American casualties and required enveloping movements. Well-camouflaged Japanese troops, supported by tanks, attacked the 1st Battalion during the afternoon, but the attack was broken up by artillery, mortar, and machine gun fire. During the day, the 382nd gained about 400 yards on the left, east, and 900 yards on the right. The 383rd on the west made little progress on 5 April. Its efforts centered on Cactus Ridge, 600 yards southeast of Mashiki, which commanded much of the ground between Uchitomari and Oyama. An infantry company supported by tanks made a direct assault on Cactus Ridge under heavy fire. The ridge was protected by a tank ditch, barbed wire, and a long minefield. When American tanks tried to pass through a gap in the minefield, they came under 47mm fire. 2 were hit and had to be abandoned. The infantry soon came to a halt under almost continuous machine gun, rifle, and mortar fire, and were forced to withdraw. By the evening of 5 April, the 7th Division had pulled up almost abreast of the 96th. The 7th had fallen about 2 miles behind on the preceding day, when its center elements encountered a high wooded ridge paralleling the coastline just west of Kuba and defended by a group of Japanese estimated as of company strength. On this ridge, a great castle had been built in the 16th century by a feudal lord who chose the commanding height as a vantage point from which he could observe movement through this narrow part of the island. Now there remained only attractive green terraces encased on several levels within massive stone walls intricately pieced together by Okinawans of a former day, 10,000 of whom labored for 10 years to build this castle for their lord. Whatever its strength in feudal times, the castle was good now only for 1 day's defense by the Japanese. On the morning of 5 April, the 7th Division found that the heights had been deserted before daylight. The division registered long advances during the day. The 32nd Infantry moved more than 2 miles along the coast to a point east of Ukuma. The 184th advanced through Arakachi and then was brought to a standstill by heavy and accurate fire from a rocky pinnacle located about 1,000 yards southwest of Arakachi. Company B, 184th Infantry, assaulted the hill on the 5th but was driven back. The reduction of this position, called the Pinnacle after a thin coral spike that rose 30 feet above the 450-foot ridge and served as a watchtower for the Japanese, was to be the main task of the 7th Division on the following day. The Pinnacle, capture of an outpost. It was probably on this very hill that a party of Americans from Commodore Perry's expedition in 1853 raised the American flag with hearty cheers while exploring the island. The Japanese had selected the Pinnacle as an important outpost position because it dominated the adjoining ground and afforded excellent observation in all directions. Holding the Pinnacle was First Lieutenant Seiji Tanigawa's 1st Company, 14th Independent Infantry Battalion, composed of company headquarters and 2 rifle platoons, a total of 110 men. The 3rd Platoon was a mile to the rear in battalion reserve. Lieutenant Tanigawa had built his defenses around 8 light and 2 heavy machine guns sited at the base of the hill. In trenches and pits, riflemen, well supplied with grenades, covered the dead spaces in front of the machine guns. The defenses were connected by the usual tunnels and trenches, affording underground mobility. On the top of the ridge were 4 50mm mortars, and on the reverse slope to the south were 3 more. Artillery checkpoints had been established for 62nd Division field pieces to the south. Barbed wire and minefields protected the major approaches. Lieutenant Tanigawa could hardly have hoped to stop the Americans, but undoubtedly he expected to make the price of victory high. After a 10-minute artillery preparation, on the morning of 6 April, Company B, 184th Infantry, made a frontal assault on the pinnacle, supported on the right, west, by Company C. 2 platoons climbed almost to the top of the ridge, but when they started dropping grenades into caves and underground positions, they stirred up a hornet's nest. The Japanese fought back with grenades, satchel charges, and mortars. The troops held on for 15 minutes until mounting casualties forced a withdrawal. An hour later, another infantry assault was attempted, supported by 105mm artillery, light tank fire, anti-tank guns, heavy machine guns, 60mm and 81mm mortars, 4.2-inch chemical mortars, and bazookas. But the attack was again stopped by Japanese who hid underground during the heavy fire and then rushed back to their firing positions to meet the oncoming Americans. For the third attack of the morning, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel G. Mayberry, commanding the 1st Battalion, 184th Infantry, decided to push Company C up a draw just beyond the ridge used by Company B, but the latter was still expected to seize the peak. Company B moved up the ridge quickly to catch the enemy out of his holes, but again the troops were driven back. Company C was now working its way up the western approaches along a difficult but partially covered route. Lieutenant Tanigawa had directed the repulse of Company B from the Pinnacle watchtower, but he did not know of Company C's approach on his flank. Colonel Mayberry directed supporting fire in front of Company C, which quickly moved to the top without losing a man. He then proceeded leisurely and methodically to destroy the remaining Japanese with white phosphorus grenades and flamethrowers. Only 20 of the 110 defenders escaped to the south. With the Pinnacle reduced, the entire 7th Division line could move forward. The Pinnacle had been a tough position to crack, yet it was only an outpost. The Pinnacle was undermanned, and no reinforcements were provided. During the action, Lieutenant Tanigawa pleaded with his superiors for artillery support, but he was provided with neither the artillery nor an explanation of the refusal. By 6 to 7 April, the 24th Corps had unmasked the Shuri fortified zone, composed of many positions as phonetically defended as Pinnacle outpost, and also heavily supported by artillery and fed by an almost endless stream of reinforcements from local reserve units. 24th Corps halted on the west, 6 to 8 April. Assault units of the 24th Corps had by 6 April penetrated the outposts held by the 12th Independent Infantry Battalion and were in contact with 2 other battalions of the 63rd Brigade of the 62nd Division. In general, the 13th Independent Infantry Battalion faced the 96th Division, the 14th opposed the 7th Division, and remnants of the 12th, which had suffered heavily in its outpost actions to the north, straddled the division boundary in the center of the island. The Japanese Independent Infantry Battalion was well adapted for outpost action. Each of its 5 rifle companies was equipped with 9 light machine guns and 9 grenade dischargers. The machine gun company operated 10 heavy machine guns, and the infantry gun company was furnished with 2 75mm regimental guns and 2 70mm howitzers. Each of the 3 battalions had originally a strength of about 900, but Okinawan conscripts and Boei Tai swelled the total to approximately 1,200. On 6 April, the strong enemy positions on Cactus Ridge continued to hold up the Corps' west flank. An airstrike early in the morning put bombs squarely on the ridge, but the assaulting troops of the 96th Division found enemy fire as intense as ever. The 2nd Battalion, 383rd Infantry, made frontal assaults through intense mortar fire to gain the ridge. We figured, Staff Sergeant Francis M. Rawle later wrote, that the way to get out of that knee mortar fire was to get to where it was coming from. So we stood up in waves, firing everything we had and throwing hand grenades by the dozen, and charged the Jap position. By such tactics, the 2nd Battalion gained the western half of Cactus. On the next day, 7 April, more American banzai charges won the rest of the ridge. The capture of Cactus Ridge brought the 383rd Infantry up against the formidable Japanese positions in the Kakazu area. On 7 and 8 April, the regiment pushed down toward Kakuzu Ridge, supported by planes, light and medium artillery, and naval gunfire from the battleship New York. Colonel E.T. May, commanding the 383rd, at this time had no conception of the enemy's strength on Kakuzu. Small-scale attacks along the approaches to Kakuzu by the 1st Battalion on 7 and 8 April failed with heavy losses. Spigot mortar fire was met on the 8th for the first time. The 320mm shells had little fragmentation effect, but a terrific concussion, and dug craters 15 feet across and 8 feet deep. The spigot mortar shells were dubbed flying boxcars by the American troops, who claimed that they were able to see the huge missiles in time to run to safety. From 6 to 8 April, the 382nd Infantry advanced slowly east of the Ginowan Road. The enemy fought stubbornly from hilly ground north and west of Kaniku and delivered heavy fire from his strong positions on Tombstone Ridge, just south of Kaniku, and from Nishibaru Ridge, southwest of Tombstone. Quantities of rifle, machine gun, mortar, and artillery fire were poured on the troops as they moved south. Savage hand-to-hand encounters marked the slow progress of the regiment, which suffered numerous casualties. By night of 8 April, the regiment was strung out on a wide front just north of Kaniku and Tombstone Ridge. Heavy fire from the front, from the Kakuzu area on the right, west, and from its exposed left, east, flank, where the 184th was slowed by strong opposition, had brought the 382nd virtually to a dead stop. 24th Corps halted on the east, 7 to 9 April. After the fall of the Pinnacle, the 184th Infantry continued to move southward over broken, eroded ground on its right, west, and rocky finger ridges on the left. On the flatlands along the coast, the 32nd Infantry advanced with little difficulty, keeping contact with the 184th. Only when forward elements of the 32nd tried to push out ahead of the 184th in force did its assault units encounter aggressive Japanese opposition in the form of heavy fire from the heights on the right. Thus, the rate of advance of the 184th governed that of the 24th Corps' left. By 7 April, it was clear to the 7th Division commander, studying the ground ahead from his observation post on the Pinnacle, that the 184th was now meeting the main Japanese defenses. The fighting in the 7th Division sector on 7 April centered on a low, bare hill 1,000 yards west of the town of Minami Uebaru, called Red Hill because of its color. The enemy had made a fortress of the hill by constructing his usual system of caves and connecting trenches. A frontal assault on Red Hill by troops of the 3rd Battalion, 184th Infantry, failed in the face of machine gun and mortar fire. In a second attempt, 3 platoons of tanks supported the attack. 10 medium and 5 light tanks advanced through a cut toward Red Hill. 2 tanks were blown up by mines, and 1 was satchel-charged as the column moved toward the hill and up the sides. Intense enemy artillery and machine gun fire drove the infantry back and disabled more tanks. Japanese swarmed in among the armor and tried to destroy the tanks with satchel charges and flaming rags. 2 medium tanks held off the attackers, the defending crews resorting to hand grenades, while the rest of the operative tanks withdrew. The 14th Independent Infantry Battalion headquarters proudly described this action as a perfect example of how to separate troops from tanks and thus break up the American infantry tank team. The enemy dispatch stated, "The above method of isolating the troops from the tanks with surprise fire followed by close combat tactics is an example in the complete destruction of enemy tanks and will be a great factor in deciding the victories of tank warfare." After these 2 reversals, the 3rd Battalion, 184th, made a wide enveloping maneuver to the right. Behind fire from artillery and supporting weapons, the troops drove toward Red Hill from the west and occupied it, suffering only 2 casualties in the move. Once more, a Japanese outpost had shown its strength against a frontal attack and its vulnerability to a flanking maneuver. The capture of Red Hill left another sector of enemy territory open for the taking. The troops advanced 100 yards south before digging in. A platoon of tanks conducted a remarkable 4,000-yard foray almost to Hill 178 and withdrew safely, despite a bombing attack by 2 single-engined Japanese planes. The 184th continued to make the main effort on the Corps' east flank during the next 2 days, 8 and 9 April. Two formidable enemy positions built around strong points lay between Red Hill and Hill 178, Tomb Hill, 1,000 yards northwest of Ouki, and Triangulation Hill, 1,000 yards northwest of Tomb Hill. Enemy artillery fire was the heaviest yet encountered by the 7th Division. Tank infantry teams were the special target of the Japanese shells. The heavy enemy fire drove off infantry and demolished tanks. Then the attacking Japanese satchel-charged the exposed tanks and bayoneted crews when they tried to escape. The enemy reoccupied abandoned tanks and converted them into pillboxes. Triangulation Hill fell on 8 April after 2 bloody assaults. Tomb Hill, so named after the numerous burial vaults along its sides, held out until the 9th, when infantry and tanks, closely supported by artillery and planes, managed to seize and hang on to the crest of the hill. Its capture enabled the 32nd to seize finger ridges east of Tomb Hill that dominated the approaches to Ouki. Japanese clung tenaciously to the reverse slope of Tomb Hill, and direct enemy observation from Hill 178, now only 1,500 yards to the southwest, hindered the efforts to clean out the area south of Tomb Hill. An ambitious flanking maneuver around the Japanese right, east, was tried on the 10th, but it was a dismal failure. The 7th Division had come up against the hard rim of the Shuri fortified zone, and maneuver was impossible. The 7th now paused, while the 24th Corps made its main effort in the Kakuzu area. The Japanese outpost units had done their work well. They had held the 24th Corps off from the Shuri fortified zone for 8 days. For its work during this and later periods, the 14th Independent Infantry Battalion was cited by Lieutenant General Takeo Fujioka, commander of the 62nd Division, who stated, "Burning with the determination to annihilate the enemy, the soldiers carried out counterattacks, followed by close combat, and crushed the continuously reinforced enemy, who was attacking with fierce artillery and bombardment." By the night of 8 April, 24th Corps had suffered 1,510 battle casualties and had accounted for 4,489 Japanese killed and 13 captured. The 96th had taken the bulk of the American casualties and was about to suffer further serious losses in abortive attempts to reduce the Kakuzu positions. Assaulting the Shuri defenses, 9 to 12 April. On 8 April, Colonel May ordered the 1st and 3rd Battalions of the 383rd Infantry to seize the Kakuzu hill mass the next day, and on the morning of 9 April, the 2 battalions were drawn up in position for the attack. The Japanese-held area in front of the 383rd Infantry offered the enemy an ideal combination of defensive features: a deep moat, a hill studded with natural and man-made positions, a cluster of thick-walled buildings behind the hill. These were the basic elements of Kakuzu stronghold. The enemy had exploited each one of them. Moreover, Kakuzu, unlike such outposts as the Pinnacle, was an integral element of the Shuri fortified zone and a vital rampart that could expect reinforcements and heavy fire support from within the ring of positions that surrounded the 32nd Army headquarters only 4,000 yards to the south. The 1st and 3rd Battalions were drawn up on the high ground several hundred yards northeast of the main hill of Kakuzu. Between the Americans and Kakuzu lay a deep gorge, half hidden by trees and brush, which could be crossed only with difficulty. The Kakuzu hill mass itself, on the other side of this gorge, stretched northwest-southeast for 1,000 yards, sloping on the west toward the coastal flat and ending on the east at Highway 5. Kakuzu was made up of 2 hills connected by a saddle. On the east was the larger of the 2 hills, about 500 yards long, and topped by a fairly level strip of land, averaging 25 yards in width. It came to be known to the American troops as Kakuzu Ridge. At the western end of this ridge was a north-south saddle, sloping gently up toward the south. This saddle was dotted with tombs, as were the sides of Kakuzu Ridge. West of the saddle was another portion of the Kakuzu hill mass, forming the head of a T in relation to Kakuzu Ridge and stretching north-south for about 250 yards. This hill was later called Crocker's Hill by the 27th Division, but to the 96th it came to be known as Kakuzu West. On the northern slope of Kakuzu West, the ground fell away sharply in a steep cliff pockmarked with caves. On the east it was steep but not precipitous. Kakuzu was not formidable in appearance. It was not high, nor jagged, nor especially abrupt. Kakuzu was overshadowed by the Urasoe-Mura escarpment 500 yards to the south, which, from the position of the American forces, seemed like a towering, insurmountable cliff, preventing passage beyond. Compared to Urasoe-Mura, Kakuzu was simply an ugly, squat hill, originally covered with vegetation, but soon left only with bare tree trunks standing gaunt against the skyline. Just below Kakuzu Ridge on the southeast was the town of Kakuzu, a compact group of tile-roofed structures, each surrounded by hedges and stone walls and somewhat in defilade to the adjoining open fields. In and around the Kakuzu Hills, the Japanese had created one of their strongest positions on Okinawa. Mortars dug in on the reverse slope were zeroed in on the gorge and on vulnerable areas between the gorge and the crest of Kakuzu. Several spigot mortars also protected the hill. In an intricate system of coordinated pillboxes, tunnels, and caves, Japanese machine guns were sighted to cover all avenues of approach. The enemy was also supported by many artillery pieces within the Shuri fortified zone. The heavy walls and the hedges of the town of Kakuzu, and eventually its rubble, afforded the Japanese countless defensive positions. The 1st Battalion of the 383rd, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Byron F. King, was to capture Kakuzu Ridge. The 3rd Battalion, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Edward W. Stair, was to take Kakuzu West. The companies were to attack before dawn, without an artillery preparation, in order to surprise the enemy. The men had only a vague conception of the ground over which they were to attack. The air photographs and maps were inaccurate or lacking in detail. From the jump-off position, the gorge between the men and Kakuzu was not visible. Rifle companies stormed Kakuzu. The pre-dawn darkness hid the movement of the troops as they moved out. From east to west, the companies were C and A of the 1st Battalion and L and I of the 3rd Battalion. Companies C and A crossed the gorge, picked their way up the slopes of Kakuzu Ridge, and were on the top by dawn without being discovered. Company L's forward elements killed several Japanese on the way up Kakuzu West without arousing the bulk of the defenders. Company I in the far west was delayed in its jump-off and by daylight was in open ground 150 yards south of Uchitomari. Shortly after 0600, the enemy was alerted. A lone Japanese in a pillbox spotted Company A and opened fire. Almost immediately, a terrific hail of mortar fire fell along the entire front, punctuated by staccato bursts from machine guns. The Americans were in poor positions. Most of Companies A and C were on the ridge, but they had separated in the approach and had not yet regained contact. Likewise, there was no contact between Company A and Company L, which was partway up Kakuzu West. Company L at first escaped most of the fire, which blanketed the gorge after L had crossed it, but the same fire cut off Company I in the open ground to the west, and thus left L isolated on Kakuzu West. While the men of Companies A and C huddled in holes on the crest and forward northeast slopes of Kakuzu Ridge to escape the murderous fire, Company L made a dash to gain the top of Kakuzu West. In the face of machine gun fire, First Lieutenant Willard F. Mitchell, commander of Company L, a stocky Louisianian, whose favorite expression was, "Watch out, here comes the hoss, and God's on the hoss's side," urged his men to the top. They made it with fixed bayonets, and immediately became engaged in a close-quarters fight that was to last all morning. Just as Company L gained the top of Kakuzu West, the situation was becoming desperate on Kakuzu Ridge. The Japanese charged through their own mortar barrage into the American lines. Hand-to-hand fighting, especially in Company A's section, raged without a lull until 0745. Since the support platoons were pinned down in the open ground between the gorge and the hill, reinforcement was impossible, yet more and more of the enemy closed in. Captain Jack A. Royster, commander of Company A, reported that it would be forced to withdraw or would be wiped out unless reinforcements could be brought up or the 3rd Battalion could come abreast on the right, west. He evidently did not know that only Company L of the 3rd Battalion had made the top of Kakuzu West and that it was now fighting for its life. Company B was ordered to move up behind A, but was stopped by the fire blanketing the gorge. The enemy was keeping over the gorge a curtain of steel and explosive, which prevented more Americans from moving up, while Japanese counterattacking elements were attempting to finish off the small force on the top. Hold the ridge at all costs. At 0830, Company C was being heavily attacked on its exposed left-east flank. Colonel King, 1st Battalion commander, had ordered Captain Royster to hold at all costs, but now knew that the game was up. He radioed Colonel May, "Have 50 men on ridge, support elements pinned down, heavy concentrations of mortar and artillery being laid down on troops beside MG crossfire. If we do not get reinforcements, we will have to withdraw." Colonel May was acting under a division field order which called for a vigorous attack to the south. He was unwilling to relinquish his toehold on Kakuzu. To do so meant giving up vital high ground. Furthermore, he felt that the 1st Battalion would lose as many men in attempting a retreat as in trying to hang on. Colonel May therefore radioed to the 1st Battalion, "Sending G Company to reinforce you. If the battalion CO is jumpy, have the executive officer take over. Hold the ridge at all costs." He then ordered the 2nd Battalion to fill the gap between the 1st and 3rd Battalions by sending Company G forward. Company G, however, was 1,000 yards to the rear and did not arrive in time to help the 1st Battalion out. Up on Kakuzu Ridge, Captain Royster felt his position was untenable. Although almost blind from a mortar burst, he kept rallying his men until a smoke barrage gave them concealment for the move back. The first smoke from a chemical company blew over the lines, but at 1000 it was effective enough for C&A to begin their withdrawal. A rear guard held the crest while the wounded men were carried out. The remaining troops on Kakuzu, along with those who had been pinned down in the open ground near the gorge, moved back through mortar fire. The first members of ANC to reach the gorge were met there at 10:30 by Captain John C. Van Vulpen of Company B, who had been trying to move up to reinforce them. Under orders from Battalion to attack, Captain Van Vulpen led the 46 able-bodied men of his company up the south bank of the gorge onto the open ground. They had gone only a few yards when a hail of mortar shells and machine gun fire wounded 7 of the men. Advance was impossible as the enemy had both the gorge and the area north of the gorge under artillery and mortar fire. During the afternoon, the survivors of the 3 companies straggled back to the battalion lines. For many, the trip was a nightmare of hairbreadth escapes. The battalion surgeon considered none of the survivors fit for further duty. Company L fights on. With the withdrawal of Companies C and A during the morning of 9 April, Company L was the sole American unit on Kakuzu. Lieutenant Mitchell and his men held the northernmost of 2 knolls that made up Kakuzu West. Although Mitchell and his men had seized enough of the saddle to set up machine guns in its slight defilade, they were unable to seize the southern knoll. The Japanese, who were making their main effort against Companies C and A on Kakuzu Ridge, were unable to push the Americans off the northern knoll of Kakuzu West, although they drove in close enough to engage in hand grenade and even satchel charge duels. About noon, the enemy apparently realized that the American force on Kakuzu West was not as strong as its fierce resistance had seemed to indicate. He launched 4 hard counterattacks during the afternoon, with forces up from platoon to company strength. The Japanese infantry attacked through their own mortar fire, throwing potato mashers and satchel charges. Lieutenant Mitchell's booming voice could be heard above the din of battle as he directed the defense. Heroism was commonplace on Kakuzu West that afternoon. Both machine gunners took their weapons out into the open for better fields of fire. One of them, Sergeant James Pritchard, fired 6 boxes of ammunition and killed many Japanese, charging up the west slopes of Kakuzu West before he was mortally wounded. When ammunition was exhausted in the mortar section, which was supporting the company from a position at the base of the steep cliff on the north of Kakuzu West, Staff Sergeant Irby L. Boyd, section leader, volunteered to go to the rear through the fire-swept gorge for more ammunition. He was killed in the attempt. PFC Joseph Solch stood up in full view of the enemy and emptied 3 BAR clips into their midst, killing 15 Japanese. Solch was the only survivor of 6 men who earlier in the day had knocked out a spigot mortar at the base of the reverse slope of Kakuzu West after watching 4 enemy soldiers pull the huge launcher out of a cave on a 40-foot track, fire the mortar, and pull the launcher back into the cave. Desperate efforts to relieve the pressure on Company L were fruitless. Colonel May had ordered the 2nd Battalion to send Company G on Kakuzu between L on Kakuzu West and A on Kakuzu Ridge. Company G did not reach the gorge until mid-afternoon. By this time, Company I, which had been pinned down in the open area just south of Uchitomari, had managed to work its way forward by ones and twos to more covered positions. Together, Companies I and G tried at 1400 to reach L's left-east flank. But because of heavy Japanese fire, they were not able to cross the ravine. The enemy's curtain of fire along the gorge was still impassable. Retreat from Kakuzu West. By 1600, Lieutenant Mitchell realized that his position was hopeless. Of 89 men who had reached the top of Kakuzu West, 15 had now been killed, and only 3 were uninjured. One man had just been blown 30 feet into the air by what Lieutenant Mitchell suspected was American naval gunfire. Worst of all, the company was almost out of ammunition. Those who still had a few rounds had obtained them by stripping the dead and wounded of ammunition. Others had none at all. The machine guns stood idle, their belts empty. The last counterattack at 1530 had been launched by from 100 to 150 Japanese, and Lieutenant Mitchell knew that his small force could not withstand another such onslaught. Deciding to withdraw, Lieutenant Mitchell called for supporting fires, and these were expertly handled. The 4.2-inch chemical smoke on the south side of Kakuzu West was interspersed with high-explosive artillery shells to keep the enemy pinned down. Under cover of the smoke, the survivors of Company L pulled back off the hill to the gorge, carrying their wounded with them. Lieutenant Mitchell then had the concentration move to the top and north slopes of Kakuzu West. Nevertheless, Japanese machine gunners, firing blindly into the smoke, killed 2 of the men on the way back. It had been a black day for the 383rd Infantry. The regiment had suffered 326 casualties, 23 killed, 256 wounded, 47 missing. The 1st Battalion was at half strength and was considered ineffective. Colonel May had relieved Colonel King of the 1st Battalion and had placed the battalion's executive officer, Major Kenny W. Erickson, in command. Company L had only 38 men left, including the company headquarters. The regiment had gained no ground. However, it had killed about 420 of the enemy. Company L was later awarded the Distinguished Unit Citation for its tenacity in holding on against great odds. Powerhouse Attack on Kakuzu, 10 April. Even before the attack of 9 April disintegrated, Brigadier General Claudius M. Easley, Assistant Division Commander, Colonel May, Commander of the 383rd, and Colonel M. E. Halloran, Commander of the 381st, had met at the 383rd Command Post to plan a powerhouse attack for 10 April. One regiment had assailed Kakuzu unsuccessfully on 9 April. Now 2 regiments were to do the job, under the direction of General Easley. The 381st was to assault Kakuzu West from positions south of Uchitomari. The 383rd was to attack Kakuzu Ridge from positions north of the gorge. No tanks were to move out with the assault battalions. They could not negotiate the gorge at the base of Kakuzu. If the tanks tried to make a wide flanking move on the right, west, south of Uchitomari, they would encounter a jumble of rice paddies and terraced fields under direct fire from the enemy. Similarly, a wide sweep on the left, east of the deepest part of the gorge, would bring the tanks into the open, fire-swept ground where the 382nd was inching ahead. As a result, the infantry tank team, which proved to be so indispensable a weapon in the final reduction of the Shuri defenses, could not be used in the attack on Kakuzu. The 2 regiments, however, were to have exceptionally heavy artillery support from 7 battalions of field artillery, including Marine battalions attached to the 96th. Naval gunfire and 3 squadrons of Navy fighter planes were also on call. Artillery opened a 15-minute preparation at 06:45 on 10 April, but as General Easley felt that it had not fallen close enough to the lines to be effective, he ordered another 15-minute bombardment. The 2nd Battalion, 381st Infantry, then jumped off from the outskirts of Uchitomari toward Kakuzu West. It soon came under intense mortar and machine gun fire. The 1st Battalion, 381st, moved up behind the 2nd. At first, the 383rd met little resistance. Thus, during the morning, the attack on Kakuzu revolved around the efforts of the 381st. A part of the 2nd Battalion, 381st Infantry, soon was pinned down by fire in the open area north of the gorge, about the same place where Company I, 383rd, had been stopped on the previous day. But some troops managed to reach it. Already the enemy had his curtain of fire established along the length of the gorge, and the men of the 2nd Battalion were forced to cling to overhanging rocks on the south side to escape the fire. A heavy mortar barrage dropped on the gorge as more troops moved up. At 08:05, leading elements of the 2nd Battalion moved out of the gorge and started up the north slope of Kakuzu West in a skirmish line. Resistance was not strong. Machine guns on the crest of Kakuzu West were knocked out by small flanking movements. By 09:30, the troops were on the crest of Kakuzu West, where they hastily consolidated their position, knowing that Company L of the 383rd had been forced off this very height on the previous day. Soon 2 companies were on the hill. Here they waited for the 383rd to move up on their left, east flank onto Kakuzu Ridge. Checkmate at Kakuzu Ridge. The 383rd, however, was not making much progress. Both battalions, the 3rd on the right, west, and the 2nd on the left, advanced until they were stopped by enemy fire just short of the gorge, which on 10 April as on 9 April was the dominant element of the action. Although Colonel May believed that enemy fire was negligible and radioed both battalions to move forward toward Kakuzu Ridge, the battalions could not advance. As a result, both battalions became involved in flanking movements. Part of the 2nd Battalion never left the area north of the gorge, but other elements moved southeast along the Ichitomari-Kaniku Road, turned right, south, on Highway 5, and infiltrated through houses along the highway to flank the gorge. They were still no better off, however, for the enemy had the open area here under control by fire. The 2nd Battalion stayed in this position, at the eastern end of the gorge in front of Kakuzu Ridge, for the rest of the day. When stopped at the gorge, the 3rd Battalion, 383rd Infantry, made a flanking move in a direction opposite to that taken by the 2nd Battalion, moving west toward the 381st Regimental Sector. The 3rd Battalion managed to cross the gorge at the north base of Kakuzu West in the 381st Sector, and then attacked up the north slopes of that hill, connecting with the 2nd Battalion, 381st, in the latter's sector on the northeast side. By 1100, elements of the 381st and 383rd held the top of Kakuzu West, its northern slopes, and part of the saddle between Kakuzu West and Kakuzu Ridge. The hold was none too secure, for the enemy had troops available for counterattack and was placing intermittent machine gun and mortar fire on Kakuzu West. Kakuzu Ridge was still unconquered. About noon, the 2nd Battalion, 383rd, attacked east along the saddle connecting Kakuzu Ridge and Kakuzu West in an effort to take the ridge. The attempt was abortive. The troops advanced about 100 yards and then were pinned down by machine gun and mortar fire from Kakuzu Ridge. It was now raining, and movement was more difficult than ever. The 2nd Battalion, 381st, tried to push south along the crest of Kakuzu West in order to gain ground dominating the town of Kakuzu and the reverse slope of Kakuzu Ridge. The troops made a small gain. Then quickly a vicious counterattack drove them back to their original positions on the north knob of Kakuzu West. At this point, the struggle for Kakuzu had become a stalemate. The Japanese had stopped the American troops, but they could not mount enough power to drive them off Kakuzu as they had done the previous day. The Americans were facing a situation that was to be repeated many times in Okinawa. The enemy had more strength on the reverse slope of the hill than on the crest or forward slope, since on the reverse slope he had considerable concealment and cover from hostile fire. The situation was now critical, for the 3rd Battalion, 383rd, had suffered many casualties during the day, especially among the small unit commanders, and was now being vigorously attacked. At 13:45, General Easley attempted to break the deadlock. He ordered the 1st Battalion, 381st Infantry, to pass through the right west flank of the 383rd in the saddle and instructed the latter to hold on until help arrived. By 1400, the 1st Battalion, 381st, was on the move in a column of companies, following the same route of approach that had been used by the 2nd Battalion in the morning. About half the battalion was across the gorge when the enemy again placed his prearranged mortar concentrations and machine gun fire on this vulnerable point. Cut off from some of their supporting elements, the forward troops of the 1st Battalion made their way up the steep slopes of Kakuzu West in the pouring rain. Some of the near elements later joined them. Others never reached Kakuzu West that day. At about 15:30, the 1st Battalion of the 381st finally arrived to relieve the 3rd Battalion of the 383rd in the saddle, but it was too late for an effective relief. A part of the 3rd Battalion had given way before the fierce enemy attack, and the relieving troops discovered a horde of Japanese where they had expected to find only Americans. Nevertheless, the 1st Battalion attacked southeast along Kakuzu Ridge. The attack was not delivered in strength, however, and it failed. Later, some of the elements of the 1st Battalion, which were cut off at the gorge, rejoined the unit, and by darkness, the troops had worked their way up the north slopes of Kakuzu Ridge to within 20 yards of the crest. The enemy clings to Kakuzu Ridge, 11 to 12 April. Under regimental orders to seize Kakuzu Ridge, the 1st Battalion, 381st Infantry, attacked across the saddle at 0700 on 11 April. The troops worked up the western slope of the ridge, but then came under severe flat-trajectory gunfire from the area south of Kakuzu and under high-angle mortar fire from the reverse southern slope of Kakuzu Ridge. The Japanese also threw satchel charges at them from the crest of Kakuzu Ridge. Although the attacking troops were supported by fire from the top of Kakuzu West, they finally were forced to dig in short of the crest of the ridge. Here the enemy made 2 sharp counterattacks, which were stopped mainly by one man, Tech Sergeant Alfred C. Robertson. With BAR, rifle, grenades, bayonet, and trench knife, Robertson killed about 28 of the enemy, and in addition, directed mortar fire when his radio operator was seriously wounded. The 3rd Battalion, 383rd Infantry, spent the morning in its position on the north slope of the saddle, receiving rations and ammunition brought through the gorge under heavy fire. At 1300, this battalion, with the 1st Battalion, 381st on the right, southwest, drove up the northwest slopes of Kakuzu Ridge. Since the commander of the 1st had been unable to cross the gorge, Colonel Stair, commander of the 3rd Battalion, directed the attack. After advancing about 150 yards, the attacking troops came under severe mortar and machine gun fire from the crest and reverse slope of Kakuzu Ridge. Even heavier fire was coming from the reverse south slope of Kakuzu West, which was still in enemy hands. Colonel Stair decided that his assault could continue only if the 2nd Battalion of the 381st, occupying the northern part of the top of Kakuzu West, attacked and destroyed the Japanese who still clung to the southern portion of Kakuzu West. Through heavy fire, Colonel Stair made his way to the 2nd Battalion command post to plan this attack with Lieutenant Colonel Russell Graybill, 2nd Battalion commander. Just as the attack was about to be launched, the Japanese counterattacked on Kakuzu West, and Colonel Graybill's men had all they could do to hold their positions. Colonel Stair then called off further attacks on Kakuzu Ridge and ordered casualties evacuated under a smokescreen. The 2 battalions on the northwest slopes of Kakuzu Ridge drew back to their original positions. Once again, the enemy had retained its grip on the main portions of Kakuzu. During the night of 11 to 12 April, the Japanese bombarded the Uchitomari Kakuzu area with huge mortar shells, some of them 320 millimeters. One fell squarely on the aid station of the 1st Battalion of the 381st, killing the 2 medical officers and 11 soldiers and wounding 9 others. On 12 April, the 96th Division made its final attempt to take Kakuzu. After planes bombed and rocketed the crest and reverse slope of Kakuzu Ridge, the 1st Battalion, 381st, attacked up the northwest slopes of the ridge. The Japanese waited for the planes to leave, and then opened up with one of the heaviest mortar concentrations the 96th had ever met. For over an hour, mortar shells burst on the rocky slopes at a rate faster than 1 a second. 3 times the troops of the 381st attacked, each time in the face not only of this mortar fire, but also of machine gun and rifle fire, grenades, and satchel charges. The attack disintegrated. The battalion lost 45 men. Although the mortar fire stopped as soon as the Americans pulled back, the enemy was still very much in control of the situation on Kakuzu Ridge. In the midst of the bitter struggle for the Shuri Line, the troops received almost unbelievable news. Early on 12 April, word flashed through the bivouac areas and along the front lines on Okinawa that President Roosevelt had died. The enemy also heard the news and attempted to capitalize on it. Shortly afterward, a Japanese propaganda leaflet was found which stated, "We must express our deep regret over the death of President Roosevelt. The American tragedy is now raised here at Okinawa with his death. You must have seen 70% of your CVs and 73% of your Bs sink or be damaged, causing 150,000 casualties. Not only the late president, but anyone else would die in the excess of worry to hear such an annihilative damage. The dreadful loss that led your late leader to death will make you orphans on this island. The Japanese Special Attack Corps will sink your vessels to the last destroyer. You will witness it realized in the near future." American attack on the east flank halted 10 to 12 April. While elements of the 96th Division were attempting fruitlessly to take Kakuzu Ridge, other elements of that division, together with units of the 7th Division, were trying to continue the advance on the east flank that had begun with the success of the 184th Infantry on 8 to 9 April. The capture of Tomb Hill by the 184th on 9 April, after an infantry attack supported by the massed fire of mortars and guns, made it possible for the 7th Division to advance several hundred yards on 9 and 10 April. The 32nd Infantry continued to push ahead on the east along the flat coastal plain, while the 184th moved along the rough high ground farther inland. Despite bad weather conditions, the troops were supported by naval gunfire and artillery. Enemy resistance was stiffening. Japanese artillery fire increased in intensity, and the 7th experienced several small but well-organized counterattacks. On 10 and 11 April, the 32nd Infantry tried to advance into the town of Ouki, while the 184th on the heights warded off small counterattacks, sealed up caves, and consolidated its positions. The Japanese had made Ouki into a strong point, covered by their artillery, and protected on the north by a well-laid minefield, pillboxes, and trenches. A chill, penetrating rain made advance difficult and the troops miserable. The 2nd Battalion of the 32nd, coordinating with the 184th Infantry on the west, moved slowly over a series of small spurs overlooking the plain, while the 1st Battalion of the 32nd advanced against Ouki below. On 11 April, troops of the 1st Battalion entered Ouki on the heels of an artillery preparation, killing 45 Japanese soldiers in the attack. The supporting tanks, however, were held up by a mined anti-tank ditch north of Ouki. Japanese heavy weapons opened up on the tanks and mine-clearing squads, cutting off the troops in Ouki from their supporting elements, just as they had done in the Kakuzu fight when they covered the gorge with fire. The troops in Ouki had to retreat from their exposed position. On 12 April, the 1st Battalion sent patrols into Ouki, and the 2nd Battalion reconnoitered Ishin, 400 yards to the west, but neither made advances. The 7th Division lines were now stabilized a few hundred yards northeast of Hill 178, a strongly held enemy position. The 382nd Infantry of the 96th Division, in the center of the 24th Corps line, also came to a standstill during 9 to 12 April. The 382nd had 3 battalions on line by 10 April, the 2nd on the right, west, the 1st in the center, and the 3rd on the left. On the west, the 2nd Battalion tied in loosely with the 383rd Infantry on Highway 5. On the east, a large gap lay between the 184th Infantry of the 7th Division and the 382nd. The terrain fronting the 382nd was notable for its irregularity, but had a few prominent features lending themselves to defense. The enemy had fortified Tombstone Ridge, a long, low hill running northeast-southwest just south of Kaniku, as well as high ground south of Nishibaru. Kakuzu Ridge extended across much of the regiment's right, west, front, and the upper part of the gorge east of Highway 5 was an effective obstacle, even if less precipitous here than on the other side of the highway north of Kakuzu. The main effort of the 382nd during this period was made on 10 April, while the 381st and 383rd on the west were attempting their powerhouse attack on Kakuzu. The 382nd attacked southwest with 3 battalions in line. On the west, the 2nd Battalion advanced several hundred yards and crossed the gorge, only to halt in the face of heavy fire from its front and flanks. On the regimental left, east, the 3rd Battalion gained one of the knobs east of Tombstone Ridge, but continual rain, which bogged down the tanks and decreased visibility, combined with heavy enemy mortar, machine gun, and 47mm fire to force the battalion to withdraw to its original position north of the Ginawan Road. The 382nd suffered its worst setbacks of 10 April in the center of its line. The 1st Battalion, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Charles W. Johnson, attacked Tombstone Ridge, which dominated the ground across the entire regimental front. By 0840, Company A had seized the northern nose of the ridge, but it was stopped by small arms fire from the steep slopes of the ridge and by heavy artillery and mortar fire. Colonel Johnson then swung Companies B and C around west of Kaniku for an assault on the ridge from the northwest. The Japanese were unusually quiet while Companies B and C advanced to the crest, but shortly afterward they delivered a 15-minute concentration of mortar and artillery fire, at the conclusion of which they swarmed out of pillboxes, trenches, and caves. A furious struggle followed. From the reverse slope of Tombstone, machine guns opened up on the Americans at almost point-blank range. The Americans used portable flamethrowers, but the Japanese brought forward flamethrowers of their own. Spigot mortar shells burst on the hill. Colonel Johnson, who had previously extricated Company A from its deadlock position on the north of Tombstone, now committed it on the right, southwest, of the other 2 companies. It was of no avail. On the northeast flank, now open, the Japanese overran a machine gun position. Only 1 man was able to escape. The American troops on the right made a few more yards in a desperate effort to gain a firm foothold on the ridge. By 14:15, it was obvious to Colonel Johnson that further attack would be fruitless, and he secured permission from regiment to pull out of the fire-swept area. The men made an orderly retreat to high ground north of Kaniku. More spigot mortar fire fell during the withdrawal, but the troops remained calm. They were too tired to give a damn. The abortive attacks of the 382nd Infantry on 10 April were its last attempts to move forward until the Corps' offensive opened on 19 April. On 11 and 12 April, this regiment, like the 7th Division to the east, mopped up small, bypassed groups of the enemy and sent out patrols to probe enemy positions on the front and flanks. Intelligence sections of the combat units redoubled their efforts to discover the strength and the weaknesses of the Shuri defensive system. From 8 to 12 April, the enemy had delivered intense fires, concentrating on the American front lines, observation posts, and forward command posts. The 7th Division reported that more than 1,000 rounds of 75mm, 105mm, and 150mm artillery fell in its sector on 8 April, and more than 2,000 rounds on 10 April. Evidently, in order to minimize counter-battery fire, artillery units received orders from General Ushijima to cooperate secretly, that is, with all precautions to conceal their location, in the 62nd Division fighting. Some of the enemy's fires were extremely accurate. He knocked out 1 medium tank with a series of direct hits, damaged the control tower at Kadena Airfield 7 miles from his front lines, and dropped a concentration on a battalion command post and aid station that took a toll of 41 casualties. The Japanese showed themselves fully aware of the value of artillery in supporting a coordinated attack. A captured map showing artillery position areas indicated a well-conceived plan for the use of artillery and mortars. However, because of the great dispersion of their pieces and the inadequacy of their communications, they did not show themselves capable of massing the fires of more than 1 battery. Moreover, the Japanese did not exploit the capabilities of their heavy artillery by delivering persistent harassing or interdictory fires deep within opposing lines. Despite the effective defensive fighting of the enemy during 9 to 12 April, his strategy, as he was fully aware, was essentially a negative one. He was losing men faster than the Americans. By 1600 on 12 April, about 5,750 of the enemy were estimated to have been killed, as against 451 of the 24th Corps. The Corps had suffered approximately 2,900 casualties, including 2,198 wounded and 241 missing. The enemy had lost heavily in some of his key combat units. The 12th Independent Infantry Battalion had been reduced to 475 effectives by 12 April, little more than one-third of its original strength. 24th Corps had captured or destroyed 17 artillery pieces, 40 mortars, including 32 knee mortars, 20 anti-tank guns, 79 machine guns, 262 rifles, and moderate amounts of ammunition and supplies. Although these losses represented only a small decrease in overall strength, they were irreplaceable, whereas American losses, both in personnel and in equipment, though moderately heavy, could be replaced. American control of the air and sea meant that the enemy's capabilities rested on an ever-diminishing supply of men, weapons, and ammunition. Probably it was this consideration which, in April and again in May, strengthened the hands of the aggressive members of the 32nd Army staff with their visions of victory through all-out attack. The enemy takes the offensive. Eager for an offensive action, aggressive-minded members of the staff of the Japanese 32nd Army proposed at a conference on 6 April that an all-out attack be made to drive the Americans out of southern Okinawa. In the proposed plan, the 62nd Division was to spearhead the attack and advance northeast of Yontan Airfield. The 24th Division was to drive up the East Coast, and the 44th Independent Mixed Brigade would be held in reserve. The plan was vigorously opposed by Colonel Yahara and other cooler heads among the staff officers. They reasoned that even if the attack should succeed initially, the Japanese troops would be at the mercy of American bombardment since no positions had been prepared in the area. Furthermore, the South would be left defenseless against new landings. The majority of the staff members were convinced that only a madman could envision the success of such a venture. Accordingly, the plan was dropped, reluctantly by the so-called radical element. The decision did not dispose of the basic issue between the radicals and the conservatives in the 32nd Army staff. The fire eaters, as Colonel Yahara called them, continued to chafe at the static defensive strategy followed by the Japanese during early April. When, on 9 to 10 April, the Americans came to a virtual standstill at the approaches to the Shuri defenses, those who had favored aggressive action continued to advocate an all-out offensive despite their earlier rebuff at the hands of the more cautious staff members. At a staff meeting on the night of 9 or 10 April, General Ushijima gave in, over Colonel Yahara's protests, to this aggressive element. It was decided that 3 battalions of the 62nd Division and 3 of the 24th would attack toward Kishaba on the evening of 12 April. The enemy's choice of the time of attack seemed a shrewd one. The American forces had suffered heavy casualties, and reinforcements were not yet in line. The events of 9 to 12 April, not only at Kakuzu but across the entire front, had seen the American drive lose momentum in the face of the Shuri defenses. The failure of the American attack and the unyielding Japanese defense set the stage for an enemy counteroffensive during 12 to 13 April. The enemy prepares to attack. The main obstacle to a successful attack, the 32nd Army staff believed, would be American field artillery and naval gunfire. In previous campaigns, Japanese offensives had failed largely because the area over which the troops advanced was smothered with gunfire within a few moments of the opening of the attack. As a result, the enemy plan for 12 to 13 April called for a mass infiltration in force through American lines across almost the entire front. After a bombardment by Japanese artillery, 3 battalions of the 62nd Division on the west and 3 of the 22nd Regiment of the 24th Division on the east were to penetrate the American lines during the night of 12 to 13 April. Then the troops were to scatter through the American-held area as far north as Kishaba, 1.5 miles northeast of Futema, each battalion taking an assigned area. The Japanese were to hide in caves and tombs, awaiting an opportunity to fall upon 10th Army rear elements on 13 April. They would then be able to engage the Americans in hand-to-hand combat, in which they considered themselves superior. American guns would be silenced since their fire would endanger friendly troops as much as Japanese. The 62nd Division, already in line, pulled some of its units to the west to enable the 22nd Regiment to move into position. The 22nd was located on Oroku Peninsula, south of Naha. Moving into line was in itself a major effort, since the entire route was exposed to bombardment. Lieutenant Colonel Masaru Yoshida, commander of the 22nd, on 10 April instructed his troops on the importance of secrecy. Although you will be traveling in darkness over bad roads and under severe shelling, the secrecy of our plans must be maintained to the last. March in a sinuous eel line. Although you are going to an unfamiliar place, do not make any noise when you arrive, but dig foxholes in hard ground and camouflage them skillfully by dawn tomorrow. Carrying 110-pound packs and hiding in cane fields during the day, the troops pushed east and north along slippery roads in heavy rain. The 62nd Division was ordered to maintain its existing line from Kakazu to Ouki at all costs, while the 22nd Regiment passed through the 62nd Division positions on the east for a sweeping attack toward Kishaba. The 63rd Brigade was to advance the Army's attack by recapturing and holding frontline positions after the Army's offense had developed. By this means, the enemy presumably hoped to maintain pressure on American forward combat elements, while his infiltration units went to work on rear echelons. Meanwhile, the 272nd Independent Infantry Battalion, attached to the 62nd Division, together with other elements of that division, were to attack in the Kakazu area in coordination with the move of the 22nd Regiment. At the last minute there was a change in plans. Colonel Yahara and the other conservatives, considering the entire scheme too bold, succeeded in reducing the forces participating to 4 battalions. There was also some fear that the Americans might attempt a landing in the Onabaru area, and it was therefore considered necessary to hold forces in reserve near that town. Nevertheless, Colonel Yoshida's order to his 22nd Regiment on the eve of the attack showed no change in the objective of the audacious plan. At 1900 on 12 April, Japanese artillery was to open up a 30-minute bombardment. Supported by a maximum of infantry firepower, forward infiltration squads were to penetrate American lines and seize strategic points on the ridge line along Buckner Bay. Other infiltration squads were to follow. By dawn, the Japanese would be infiltrating into American bivouac areas as far north as Kishaba, and the close-quarters combat would be underway. Enemy attack crushed, 13 April. Brilliant enemy flares exploded over the battle lines shortly after dusk on 12 April. 2 of them were red parachute flares. Another seemed to be a dragon flare. American intelligence officers consulted a Japanese signal code captured a few days before. The red bursts meant, "We are attacking with full strength tonight." The dragon flare stood for "Make all-out attack." Shortly after the first flare, Japanese artillery opened up an intense bombardment. Hundreds of enemy 105mm and 150mm shells burst throughout areas just behind the American lines, most of them around command posts, observation posts, and artillery positions. Regiments reported receiving the heaviest barrages in their experience. In the 96th Division area, more than 1,000 rounds fell on the 381st Infantry, approximately 1,200 on the 383rd. The troops were well dug in, however, and losses were light. The 3rd Battalion of the 184th Infantry, 7th Division, estimated that 200 rounds of 105mm fire landed in front of them within the space of 5 minutes, but no casualties resulted. The attack on the 32nd and 184th Infantry was not in regimental strength, as planned. 2 infiltration attempts by about a squad each were repulsed by the 184th before midnight. 2 squads also attacked the 3rd Battalion of the 382nd Infantry just to the west of the 184th, and a savage fight ensued, during which an American private killed a Japanese officer with his bare hands, but the enemy did not follow through with this assault. While groups of 2 or 3 tried to infiltrate behind the 7th Division front, the only attack of any weight came shortly after midnight against Company G of the 184th. By the light of flares, it discovered to its front from 30 to 45 Japanese carrying rifles and demolitions. The company opened fire and sent the enemy running for the cover of caves and trenches. Perhaps, as Colonel Yahara later said, the 22nd Regiment, which was not familiar with this part of the island as was the 62nd Division, was bewildered by the terrain and became too broken up for a coordinated attack. Perhaps another change of plans further weakened the enemy's attack on the east. Possibly the 22nd Regiment moved by design or by chance to the west and ended up taking part in the attacks on the 96th Division. The assault on the 96th was heavy, sustained, and well organized. The enemy artillery and mortar preparation began promptly at 1900 as planned, and continued in heavy volume until about midnight, when it lifted over the center of the division line. Japanese in groups ranging from platoon to company size, with radio communications to their own command posts, began to infiltrate in strength into the American lines in the general area between Kakuzu Ridge and Tombstone Ridge. The 96th Division front in the area under attack was thinly held by the 382nd and 383rd Regiments. There was a large bulge in the lines where the 382nd had been held up by strong enemy positions in the Nishibaru, Kaniku, Tombstone Ridge area. A series of firefights broke out as the Japanese closed with elements of the 382nd strung along Highway 5 and with troops of the 383rd just west of the highway. Troops of the 2nd Battalion, 383rd Infantry, saw a group of 60 soldiers coming down the highway in a column of twos. Thinking they were troops of the 382nd, the 383rd let 20 of them through before realizing that they were Japanese. Then it opened fire and killed most of the enemy group. At 0100, the 2nd Battalion of the 382nd, calling for artillery fire, repulsed an attack by a group estimated as of company strength. Although troops of the two regiments in this sector killed at least 100 Japanese during the night, a number of the enemy managed to make their way into the Ginowan area. These Japanese proved to be the only ones who attained any measure of success in the entire offensive of 12 to 13 April. By far the heaviest blow was delivered by the 272nd Independent Infantry Battalion, commanded by Captain Shimada and operating under control of the 62nd Division. The 272nd had the mission of attacking Kakuzu and breaking through at that point. This was no banzai charge. The battalion had a precise knowledge of American positions and a carefully drawn-up plan. It was a fresh unit, having moved up for the attack from the Shuri area on 10 and 11 April. Composed of 3 rifle companies and a machine gun unit, the 272nd was smaller than the other independent infantry battalions. The men were well supplied with grenades and carried sacks of food. From dusk of 12 April until past midnight, a terrific artillery and mortar barrage blanketed the 1st Battalion, 381st Infantry, on the north slopes of Kakuzu Ridge, and the 2nd Battalion, 381st, on Kakuzu West. The barrage knocked out the dual wire communication of the 1st Battalion, but casualties were slight. At 0300, the enemy fire intensified on the north slopes of Kakuzu West and Kakuzu Ridge. This was the signal for the 272nd Battalion to move out of Kakuzu Town up into the draw separating Kakuzu Ridge from Kakuzu West, in an effort to break through the American lines, while smaller groups tried to flank Kakuzu West on the west. Naval illumination was asked, but because of an air raid alert, an hour passed before it was provided. During that hour, as the Japanese advanced up the south slopes of Kakuzu and through the draw, a handful of men guarding the draw on its lower northern end fought off the attackers until heavier firepower could be brought to bear. As the enemy, carrying knee mortars and machine guns, advanced down the draw into the American lines on the northwest slopes of Kakuzu Ridge, a mortar squad of the 1st Battalion of the 381st, led by Staff Sergeant Beauford T. Anderson, holed up in a tomb where it commanded the draw. Ordering his men to stay under cover, Anderson went out into the dark to face the enemy alone. He grenaded the enemy column until his supply of grenades was exhausted, but the Japanese kept advancing. In desperation, Anderson turned to his squad's mortar ammunition. He tore a mortar shell from its casing, pulled the safety pin, banged the projectile against the wall to release the setback pin, and threw it football fashion into the midst of the enemy. Its explosion was followed by screams. Anderson threw 14 more shells, and the enemy advance in this area came to a halt. In the morning, 25 dead Japanese were found here, weighted down with ammunition and explosives. For this feat, Anderson was later awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. Other Japanese infiltrated into the lines of the 2nd Battalion on Kakuzu West. A BAR man was in position along its rocky crest when a Japanese officer approached him and asked whether he was a Jap. The BAR man said no, then shot the Japanese officer and 10 more of the enemy who were following single file behind him. Personnel of a company command post sallied forth from their position in a tomb to kill 20 of the enemy. On the west slopes of Kakuzu West, an American killed 23 more Japanese with his heavy machine gun. Bright naval illumination robbed the enemy of protective darkness and allowed effective use of support fire on the general Kakuzu area in front of the Americans. The 1st Battalion brought the fire of its 81mm mortars to bear on the positions of its own forward elements, hoping that American troops would remain in their holes. More than 800 rounds of high explosive were successfully used in this fashion. The 2nd Battalion ordered fire from its attached marine artillery to within 150 yards of its front, successfully risking a clearance of 15 feet. A member of the 272nd Independent Infantry Battalion, who tried to storm Kakuzu during the night and later escaped by cutting back across American territory east of Kakuzu, wrote in his diary, "We started to move again at 0800 and entered the shelter on Hill 70 after advancing individually under enemy aerial attack. The other side of the hill is enemy territory. 2 platoons were organized, including the wounded, etc., for infiltration. Before we crossed the hill, the master sergeant was killed, and 2 others were wounded. I was leader of the first team of the platoon and started out with 4 other men. Since the company commander got lost on the way, we were pinned down by concentrated mortar fire before we could cross the hill. Continuous mortar and machine gun fire lasted until dawn when we, having suffered heavy casualties, withdrew, taking heavy punishment from concussions. Only 4 of us were left. The Akiyama Tai, 1st Company, 272nd, was wiped out while infiltrating. The Shimuzu Tai, 2nd Company, also suffered heavy losses. The company fell apart during withdrawal." After several hours of fighting, during which a few Japanese tried to come in across the seawall near Uchitomari, the remnants of the enemy force withdrew. In the morning, 317 enemy dead were counted in the 381st and 383rd areas. Patrols sent to the crest of Kakuzu, which had been a target for American artillery and mortar fire, reported that dead were stacked up like cordwood. 9 light machine guns, 4 knee mortars, 125 rifles, and 1 radio were captured in the Kakuzu area. Casualties in the 381st and 383rd during the fight totaled about 50. During the day of 13 April, the 7th Division noted several large concentrations of Japanese in front of its lines, but it was not attacked. The 96th continued to hunt down and destroy Japanese who had infiltrated into its rear areas. Some enemy soldiers blew themselves up when cornered. Just before midnight, the 9th Company, 22nd Regiment, which that day had been held in reserve in the Kuhazu area, attacked the 184th after an artillery preparation. The assault was quickly broken up by artillery, mortars, and machine guns. The enemy intensified his artillery fire on Kakuzu at dusk and launched an attack in the same direction as on the previous night, but this attempt also was soon frustrated by artillery. At 03:15 on 14 April, the enemy attacked for the last time. The attackers, estimated at company strength, had heavy supporting fire but were repulsed, 116 Japanese being killed. Infiltration attempts were made across the Corps line with little success. By dawn of 14 April, the Japanese counterattack on the 24th Corps was over. It had been almost a total failure and had confirmed the worst fears of the 32nd Army staff. Its chief effect had been to bring the enemy out of his stout positions and render his troops vulnerable to the enormous firepower of the Americans. On the 14th, there was practically no enemy activity. It was clear that the Japanese had reverted to the defensive. A survivor of the 272nd Battalion well summarized the situation in his diary entry for that day. "Back to the trenches," he wrote. "Heavy mortar fire continues as usual." Chapter 6. The Conquest of Northern Okinawa. All restrictions removed on your advance northward. This message from General Buckner reached General Geiger, commander of 3rd Amphibious Corps, on 3 April, as the 6th Marine Division was approaching the Nakadomari-Ishikawa line. The message marked an important change in the Okinawa plan. Originally as part of Phase 2, the capture of Motobu Peninsula and the neutralization of northern Okinawa were to come after the seizure of southern Okinawa. General Buckner's order placed the northern operations in the first phase and permitted the 3rd Amphibious Corps to attack the enemy in the north, while the 24th Corps was closing with the Shuri defenders in the south. There were good reasons for attacking northward without delay. The sooner this was done, the less chance the enemy would have to organize his forces and fortify his positions. Colonel Udo, commander of the Japanese forces in the north, was known to be organizing the Okinawans for guerrilla warfare. There was also the threat of counter-landings in the small ports of northern Okinawa by Japanese moving in from other Ryukyu islands or from Japan itself. By securing the ports, this threat could be removed. Drive up the Ishikawa Isthmus, 4 to 7 April. By early afternoon of 4 April, columns of the 6th Marine Division were moving down off the high coral cliffs that overlook Ishikawa Isthmus, the narrow waist of the island leading off to the north, and were advancing to the long beach that faces the sea at the town of Ishikawa on the east coast. Here the forces of the division gathered. The Marines were footsore and weary, but their spirits were high. North of the Nakadomari-Ishikawa line, scattered groups of Japanese were straggling toward Motobu Peninsula. South of it, American tanks were moving up to assembly areas, while engineers were organizing dumps and bulldozing wide roads toward the isthmus. This rear area work by the engineers was vital, for the advance up the isthmus was to be primarily a logistical effort. From the Nakadomari-Ishikawa line to the base of Motobu Peninsula, there were 2 narrow roads, one along each coast, which were difficult to widen because they frequently ran along sea walls or wound around steep hills. Aerial reconnaissance had indicated that many bridges were out. Between the coastal roads was a rugged mountain range covered with brush and grass. At long intervals, roads and trails crossed the isthmus. The 6th Marine Division's hardest task was to move troops, vehicles, supplies, tanks, and guns over these one-way roads without losing the momentum that had been moving the division ahead at the rate of 7,000 yards a day. The advance up the isthmus was spearheaded by the 22nd Marines. Its tank infantry teams moved along the coasts, making short patrols inland. Along the high ground in the center, its 1st Battalion proceeded more slowly, patrolling trails and intercepting enemy stragglers. When the 22nd reached the Atsutabaru-Keen line, the regiment paused, while the 4th Marines passed through on the east and the 29th on the west. The Marines encountered only stragglers, except during the night of 5 to 6 April, when from 30 to 40 Japanese blundered into their lines and were killed or driven off. Both regiments continued to advance with great rapidity. The division prescribed a method of leapfrogging that at the same time freed the roads and provided security. As the battalions pressed ahead, platoons peeled off to patrol in advance or on the flanks. Their mission completed, they returned to the rear of the column. Trucks and supplies followed swiftly as engineers cleared roads and repaired bridges. LVTs and LSTs waited for the troops to secure likely inlets or bays where they could unload. The 29th Marines reached Chuda on 6 April and threw a line across the isthmus on the road there. In its sector, the enemy's destruction of bridges had been inept. Frequently, only a span of the bridge had been dropped or cracked. The engineers cut hasty bypasses for the vehicles, repairing the broken spans later. The 4th Marines, however, was delayed by blown bridges, since destruction had been more effective in its sector on the east coast. At one point, engineers had to set in a 120-foot bridge. Behind reconnaissance units and tanks, the 29th Marines advanced on 7 April into Nago, a medium-sized town nestling in the deep bend where Motobu juts out westward from the island. A spearhead drove north to Taira, cutting Motobu off from the rest of Okinawa. Other troops started west from Nago along the coast road to Awa. Here, for the first time, there was evidence that the troops were meeting not stragglers, but outposts of an organized defense, for the Marines became involved in a few small firefights and met some organized rifle fire. They had reached Motobu Peninsula, which for some time was to be the focus of the 3rd Amphibious Corps' effort. Probing the Motobu defenses, 7 to 13 April. Motobu Peninsula was largely unknown territory to the Americans. Much of the interior was cloud-covered when the first photographs were taken. Later photographs failed to disclose important trails hidden under the trees. It was only after a Japanese map had been captured that the complete road network was made clear. To gain a better idea of the terrain of Motobu and the nature of the enemy positions, the 6th Marine Division conducted an intensive reconnaissance of the peninsula. The reconnaissance company on 7 April followed the road around the southern and western coasts of Motobu. Broken bridges forced the troops to leave the tanks behind and to proceed on foot. Just offshore, 5 LCIs moved slowly along, firing into the hills and cliffs ahead of the troops. The company rounded the southwestern corner of Motobu and drew up abreast of the silent island of Seisoko. After exploring the deserted town of Suga, the troops marched back. Not a shot had been fired at them. A prisoner of war said later that the Americans had been under constant observation, but that the Japanese had let them pass, waiting for bigger game. The Marines found the peninsula to be virtually a country in itself, inhabited by mountain farmers who dug out their plots on steep slopes. As Motobu broadened out, the area inland rose in a series of slopes topped by a sprawling, twisted mass of rocky ridges and ravines called Yaetake, the highest points of which were close to 1,500 feet. This mass was to prove the critical terrain feature of the peninsula. The lower ridges were heavily wooded. The upper areas were covered with grass and a few stunted trees. Hills bordered Motobu Peninsula on its western end, broken only where the Mana River ran through to the inlet on which Toguchi was located. On the northern side, a small group of islands formed a protecting harbor. Here the Japanese had established a midget submarine base, a torpedo station, and an operating point for suicide boats. The more important towns lay in the flatlands along the coast. 2 towns in the interior were to prove tactically important: Mana, 1.5 miles east of Toguchi, and Itomi, 2 miles east of Yaetake. From 8 to 11 April, the 29th Marines made efforts to fix the position of the enemy on Motobu. The 2nd Battalion struck out to the north coast of the peninsula, but encountered only occasional Japanese soldiers. The other battalions of the 29th found a different situation in the area around Yaetake. The 3rd Battalion reached Toguchi on 10 April, despite a brief shelling en route by 2 enemy artillery pieces and heavy mortars, which caused 16 casualties. From Nago, the 1st Battalion drove inland in a northwesterly direction to Itomi, overcoming a small ambush at the approaches to the town. The 1st and 3rd Battalions, 29th Marines, were now separated from each other only by the 3-mile trail between Itomi and the Toguchi area. They had almost surrounded Yaetake. Closing the ring around Yaetake proved to be difficult. When the 3rd Battalion of the 29th tried to push inland east from Toguchi, the Marines were stopped in the narrow defiles of the Mana area by mortar and machine gun fire. The 1st Battalion of the 29th picked its way from Itomi along a winding trail bordered by steep slopes. When the men were close to Mana and could see the ocean, Japanese mortars and machine guns opened up from the heights. The enemy fire split up the column, and the Marines withdrew to Itomi, forcing their way past another ambush on the way back. By 11 April, the intelligence officer of the 6th Marine Division could draw a great red oval on his map of Motobu and set up fairly accurately the outermost limits of enemy resistance. After further intense patrolling around Yaetake on 12 and 13 April, during which the Marines had frequent brushes with enemy groups, more information came in on the enemy's defenses and probable plan. Colonel Udo, apparently adopting a passive defense, was not sending his men out of the Yaetake area. Moreover, he was cautiously husbanding his troops and ammunition by not engaging the American forces until late in the afternoon, when it was too late for them to send an expedition into the hills. It was already apparent that he hoped to keep alive a center of guerrilla resistance and to delay the Americans rather than destroy them. Colonel Udo's command post in a ravine on Yaetake had excellent radio and telephone communications with strategically located outposts. The Japanese were well prepared for mountain warfare. They knew the trails and had horses, the best means of transportation over this terrain. The enemy was especially strong in automatic weapons, among them 25mm naval guns set in emplacements in the hill masses. Though the forces in the north were generally weak in equipment and supplies, the best of what was available had been concentrated in Motobu. With mortars and machine guns that were easily carried, with fixed 25mm guns, and with at least a battery of field artillery, Colonel Udo might well have hoped to maintain for a considerable time his control of this mountain stronghold. Closing in on Yaetake, 14 to 15 April. Under orders to destroy remaining enemy forces on Motobu, the 6th Marine Division, on 13 April, laid plans for the assault on the Yaetake positions. The plan was for the 1st and 2nd Battalions, 4th Marines, and the 3rd Battalion, 29th, all under the command of Colonel Alan Shapley, to attack Yaetake from the west. From the east, the 1st and 2nd Battalions of the 29th were to march from Itomi to occupy the high hills north of the Itomi-Mana Road. A battle of maneuver and of opportunity was in prospect, since units could not maintain contact. Company and battalion leaders would have to decide methods of approach up the ridges and narrow valleys, and to change those methods on their own initiative when necessary. The infantry would have to depend on its organic weapons. Artillery and airstrikes would prove more effective when the heights were taken, but tanks were out of the question. The 6th Marine Division could now focus its effort on the Yaetake defenses without fear of major diversion to its rear on northern Okinawa. On 13 April, after a fast trip along the west coast by foot, LVT, and truck, the 2nd Battalion, 22nd Marines, reached Hado Point at the north tip of Okinawa. On the way, the Marines had met virtually no opposition. Other elements of the 22nd worked along the east coast of northern Okinawa. From bivouac areas on the coast, company patrols penetrated deep into the mountainous interior of the island. The patrols reconnoitered the interior on trips lasting several days, then they returned to the coast, where they were picked up by LVTs. Nago, the site of the division command post, was now a nerve center. Supplies for the operations were being brought into its harbor by LSTs, as the long road haul over the isthmus had been largely abandoned. Control of roads south of Nago had been transferred to Corps. Division engineers were now assembling bridging material for use on Motobu. The rapid advance strained every resource of the shore parties, who had based their plans on the expectation that the division would be near the Hagushi beaches for the first 15 days. Supplies and gear, however, rolled ahead with the troops. On 14 April, Colonel Shapley's 3 battalions attacked east toward Yaetake, and by evening they had a firm hold on the first ridges. The Marines met running opposition from small groups of machine gunners and riflemen. The enemy had good observation of the Marines' movements. His machine guns and mortars covered the approach routes, and he followed his custom of allowing a few troops to pass across an open saddle and then firing on the group from behind. American officers were his favorite target. It was dangerous to hold a map, to wave a directing arm, or even to show a pistol rather than a carbine or rifle. Under the circumstances, the companies deployed rapidly, and on many occasions the approach march became a series of assaults as fire teams engaged with enemy outposts. The Marines, accustomed to grappling with solid defense lines on small islands, now had to use tactics of maneuver right out of the book. More maneuvering on 15 April brought the Marines into position for a final assault. On the same day, the 3rd Battalion of the 29th attacked east from the left, north, of the American line west of Yaetake, over a ridge just below the heights. One company of the 3rd Battalion remained in place, while another circled behind the ridge and assaulted it under covering fire of riflemen and machine gunners in the 3rd Company. After sharp hand-to-hand fighting, the Marines took the ridge. In the center of the line, the 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines, attacked another hill just west of Yaetake. One company gained the crest but was driven off by enemy fire. This attack, however, protected the advance of the 1st Battalion on the right, south. Companies A and C moved southeast all day across the hills and saddles. By nightfall of 15 April, the battalion was entrenched along a curving ridge which faced Yaetake. On its left rear, northwest, were Colonel Shapley's other battalions. Japanese soldiers were withdrawing to the heights of Yaetake as the Americans contracted their area. Conquest of Motobu Peninsula, 16 to 18 April. The attack on Yaetake on 16 April was designed to take full advantage of the position gained by the 1st Battalion, 4th Marines on the previous day, while the 3rd Battalion of the 29th Marines and the 2nd Battalion of the 4th maintained pressure along a line west of Yaetake. The 1st and 3rd Battalions of the 4th were to attack north across their fronts to seize the crests. The 29th Marines, moving southwest along the Itomi-Mana Road, would be in position to attack the north part of the sprawling hill mass from the east. The 1st Battalion, 22nd Marines, then in reserve, was placed on the line on the 16th to close the gap on the south between the 4th and 29th Marines. Early on 16 April, the 1st Battalion of the 4th Marines, supported by planes, artillery, and naval guns, moved up the steep slopes of Yaetake. Mortar observers in the foothills directed a heavy pounding on the areas ahead. Forward elements of the battalion climbed up the wooded slopes apparently unobserved. As the Marines moved out on steep, bare rock 100 yards from the crest, knee mortar shells and hand grenades exploded over the face of the slope. Lacking cover, the troops pulled back into the woods. On the right, southeast, other troops of the battalion worked their way up a small valley under rifle fire. Then both forces made a charge that carried them over the summit and into the defending Japanese. By late afternoon, the 1st Battalion had secured the crest, and the defenders were dead or dispersed. Below them on other ridges of Yaetake, the Marines that evening could see Japanese hurrying about, sign of a counterattack forming. Heavy mortar and artillery fire protected the Americans, while everyone available at battalion headquarters helped to rush ammunition up the mountain. At 1850, the expected charge came. The Marines held their ground and killed about 100 Japanese. That night the battalion was still there, although one company stretched precariously down the steep east and west slopes. The Marines had little food and were exposed to enemy fire, but there was no enemy activity. The greater part of Yaetake was still to be captured. While Colonel Shapley's troops were taking the southern and western ridges, the 29th Marines were moving toward Yaetake from the northeast. Originally, the 29th was to occupy hills north of the Itomi-Mana Road, but the columns had been diverted to the southwest as they clashed with enemy patrols in the Yaetake area. The mountain was well defended against attack from this direction. The 29th spent most of 16 and 17 April probing the enemy positions. Although on several occasions its patrols were driven back by storms of mortar fire, the 29th slowly pushed up the ridges. On 17 April, the attack toward the northeast heights of Yaetake was spearheaded by the 1st Battalion, 29th Marines, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Jean W. Moreau. From his position, Colonel Moreau could see the high ground from which the Japanese had fired on his company patrols. His objective was a mountain which rose sharply from a defile to the south and dropped off to the north in steep but smooth grades to the Itomi-Mana Road. When the Americans moved, the Japanese opened up from the mountain with machine guns and rifles. Their guns poured regular patterns of explosive shells on the Marine positions. Colonel Moreau decided to assault this mountain from the rear. On the morning of 17 April, he swung one company around the ridge on the left, south, with the plan of climbing the almost sheer face of the mountain. He ordered 2 squads to march along a trail that led to the north of the mountain, then to return to the starting point and repeat the process. He hoped by this method to deceive the enemy as to the point of the attack. The stratagem succeeded. The attacking elements disappeared in the undergrowth. Colonel Moreau directed artillery and mortar fire on the enemy gun positions on the north face of the mountain. At noon, a smoke grenade at the top announced that his troops had reached their objective. They had suffered 1 casualty. By nightfall, 2 companies were entrenched on the summit and dominated much of the northern heights of Yaetake. Artillery killed about 10 Japanese during the assault, and 5 25mm guns were taken intact. On the same day, the 4th Marines swept north over Yaetake. The enemy put up little effective resistance, and about 700 Japanese were killed as they withdrew before the 4th Marines over ridges covered by the fire of the holding forces. The Marines found large stores, the command post of Colonel Udo, and the elaborate telephone switchboard through which he had controlled his once far-flung units. On 18 April, the 4th and 29th Marines joined ranks and pushed north abreast across the Itomi-Mana Road in pursuit of the fleeing enemy. The 6th Marine Division had broken the main enemy defenses north of the landing beaches, but enough Japanese remained to participate in organized guerrilla warfare. Until the 6th moved south in May, the Marines patrolled and reduced enemy pockets in Motobu and northern Okinawa. In its Special Action Report, the division summarized its experience in the campaign in northern Okinawa as follows. During that period, the division had moved 84 miles, seized 436 square miles of enemy territory, counted over 2,500 enemy bodies, and captured 46 prisoners. Our losses during the period were 236 killed, 1,061 wounded, and 7 missing. During the rapid advance of the division from Yontan Airdrome to the northern tip of Okinawa, practically every type of maneuver was employed and all types of supply problems encountered. The successful execution of the mission assigned gives conclusive evidence that a Marine division is capable of extended operations ashore. Chapter 7. The Capture of Ie-shima. When 3rd Amphibious Corps succeeded in making a rapid advance to the Motobu Peninsula and neutralizing the Japanese forces there, 10th Army decided that early operations against Ie-shima were both feasible and desirable. Originally, both the capture of this island and the conquest of the northern part of Okinawa had been scheduled for Phase 2 of the campaign, but the possibility of an early seizure of Ie-shima had nevertheless been considered. On 11 April, after the successful development of operations in the north, 10th Army merged completely Phases 1 and 2 and ordered the 77th Division to seize the island on 16 April. The main purpose of the operation was the acquisition of additional airfields to support the assault on Okinawa and the strikes against the Japanese homeland. Ie-shima lies about 3½ miles off the western tip of Motobu Peninsula and 20 miles north of the Hagushi beaches on Okinawa. It is oval in shape, about 5 miles long and 2 miles wide, the longer dimension lying east and west. Coral reefs fringe the entire island. Along the north and northwest coasts, the land rises abruptly in steep sea cliffs containing hundreds of caves, but along the southern shores are numerous beaches from which the terrain slopes gently upward. The best of these for landing heavy equipment, designated as Red 3 and 4 by the invading forces, lay on the southeast coast, southwest of the town of Ie. The approaches were clear to the reef, the beaches were sandy and free of obstacles, and a number of roads led inland over gently rising ground. Other beaches on the southeast coast, as well as those on the south and southwest coasts, were less satisfactory because of the character of the reef and other conditions offshore, the bluffs behind the beaches, and the lack of roads. The island is spotted with small clumps of scrub trees, sparse areas of knee-high grass, and a few cultivated fields and patches of sugar cane. Almost its entire interior is occupied by a plateau, approximately 165 feet in altitude, broken on the east by Ie-Gusugu Mountain, which rises abruptly for about 600 feet above the level terrain and was appropriately called the Pinnacle by the soldiers. South of the Pinnacle lies the town of Ie, consisting of about 300 houses. Together, the plateau and the Pinnacle were the distinctive terrain features of Ie-shima, and also the most important from a military point of view. Ie-Gusugu was surrounded by clear fields of fire, and from it one could see the entire island. On the plateau, the Japanese had established 3 landing strips, which together formed the pattern of the Roman numeral 11. No obstructions interfered with the approaches to these mile-long strips. Aircraft had unlimited expanses of open water over which to gain altitude. With its pinnacle and oval plateau, Ie-shima resembled a huge, immovable aircraft carrier. Plans and preparations of the enemy. In November 1944, only the 50th Airfield Battalion was stationed on Ie-shima, but toward the end of the year, the Japanese began to make intensive preparations for defense. The 1st Battalion, 2nd Infantry Unit, 44th Independent Mixed Brigade, called the Igawa Unit after its commander, Major Igawa, was sent back from Motobu Peninsula to Ie, where it had been stationed originally, as part of the 32nd Army plan to convert members of special units into ground combat troops. The 50th Airfield Battalion, which was composed largely of veterans of Manchuria, became the 50th Specially Established Infantry Battalion. An Okinawan conscripted labor battalion, 580 strong, arrived at Ie in February 1945. The Airfield Battalion had originally been scheduled to return to Okinawa to work there after helping to destroy the Ie strips, but it was caught on Ie-shima by the invasion and took part in its defense. Likewise, only 3,000 of the 8,000 civilians were evacuated to Okinawa, Allied air attacks having destroyed nearly all the shipping in the Okinawa group of islands. These forces, approximately 2,000 in number, and aided by hundreds of civilians, spent the first quarter of 1945 fortifying Ie-shima. Expending human labor on a vast scale, they made pillboxes out of houses and tombs, honeycombed ridges and reverse slopes with trenches, tunnels, and emplacements, and concealed rifle pits and machine gun and mortar positions in hedgerows. The numerous natural caves were strengthened by tunnels and holes dug into the limestone rock. Some caves were 3 stories deep and had outlets for firing positions on each level. Mortar emplacements were made 20 feet deep. Cave mouths were fitted with sliding steel doors. Early in March, the Japanese command on Okinawa, believing that Ie-shima could not be held for more than a few days, ordered that all airfields on the island be destroyed by the end of the month because of tactical requirements. Thorough demolitions followed. The runways were ditched and blasted, and the entire central area sown with mines as defense against possible airborne attack. The enemy showed his usual resourcefulness. The mines included bombs rigged variously as pressure-detonating or controlled charges, wood and terracotta anti-tank and anti-personnel charges, and fugasse mines made from drums of gasoline. The Japanese defense plan was based on an elaborate attempt to trick the Americans. The defensive positions were concentrated in and around the town and the pinnacle because the terrain and the structures there were well adapted for fortification. Consequently, the central east sector of Ie became by far the strongest area. The western part of the island was merely outposted and mined. Furthermore, the best landing beaches were near the southeast end of the island and were commanded by the strong positions in the Ie-Gusugu area. The Japanese hoped to lure the invaders in over these exposed southeastern beaches and then to destroy them by intense fire from hundreds of concealed positions in the pinnacle and the town of Ie. They tried to deceive the Americans into thinking that the good southeastern beaches were not defended, while the poorer beaches were heavily defended. If the ruse succeeded and the Americans landed on the southeast, the Japanese could exact a heavy price. Consequently, when American reconnaissance parties operated off the southeastern beaches, they were not fired on and could see no indication of the enemy. One American actually strolled along the beach without drawing fire. Pilots flying 100 feet over the area saw no sign of activity. But on the less desirable southern and southwestern beaches, the situation was reversed. Here, in accordance with the Japanese stratagem, beach reconnaissance parties drew considerable small arms fire from the shore. American plans and preparations. The ruse failed. The 77th Division staff relied on photo interpretation and map study, which provided an accurate means of plotting the development of defensive installations on Ie. After studying photo intelligence reports of 1 March, the G2 of the 77th stated on 15 March that the nature of the defenses on Ie made a landing on the southeast undesirable, since such a landing would encounter maximum initial resistance. Therefore, from a consideration of both terrain and enemy action, a landing over the beaches on the southwest end of the island should meet with the greatest initial success. An attack from the west enters the back door of the defensive organization east of the airport. However, the capture of key terrain and the best beaches for bringing in heavy equipment will be delayed. Plan of attack. This analysis set the pattern of the attack. General Bruce, in a field order issued 12 April 1945, ordered the 305th Regimental Combat Team, RCT, to land on Red 1 and 2 on the south coast of Ie-shima on 16 April and the 306th RCT to invade EA simultaneously over Green Beach at the southwest end of the island. While the 305th advanced eastward to seize additional landing beaches, the 306th was to swing around on the 305th's left, north flank and overrun the airfield. Together, the two regiments would reduce the strong points at the eastern end of the island. The troops would be supported by the 105mm howitzers of the 305th and 902nd Field Artillery Battalions and by the 155mm guns of the 306th, which, on the day before the landing, were to be emplaced on Mina Shima, a sand islet 4 miles south of EA. This plan was adopted over the objections of supply officers of the 77th, who pointed out that reef conditions off the selected beaches would prevent the use of landing craft except for a short time at high tide. The surfaces of the wide coral reef offshore were so rough and broken that nothing but LVTs and ducks could negotiate them. It was planned, however, to unload only a minimum of supplies over these beaches and to unload the heavy equipment over the more desirable beaches farther east, Red 3 and 4, once they had been secured by the 305th RCT. Although the Japanese failed to lure the invaders onto the best defended beaches, they did succeed, through excellent camouflage, in concealing their strength on EA. During early April, the 77th received a series of reports from air observers, which indicated that EA was almost deserted. On 6 April, General Bruce, explaining his plan to General Buckner, wrote as follows: "Original estimate of enemy is considerably reduced. It is planned to take entire division to target area, secure island quickly with minimum forces, less heavy equipment. This plan places sufficient forces in immediate target to quickly and unquestionably complete mission, with minimum casualties." Actually, the entire division was not available to General Bruce. The 2nd Battalion of the 305th Infantry was garrisoning the Kerama Islands. The 307th RCT was being held in readiness by 10th Army to feint a landing on the southern beaches of Okinawa in connection with an attack planned for 19 April. All but the 1st BLT of the 307th, however, was made available to General Bruce during the operation. The 77th had suffered some casualties in the Keramas, but the number was doubled by kamikaze attacks on division shipping during the early part of April. On 2 April, during a night retirement, the 77th Division convoy was caught 12 miles south of Kerama Reto by a flight of Japanese suicide planes which attacked from the clouds. 4 ships were crash-dived before fighters and anti-aircraft drove off the enemy craft. Preparations for the assault. In preparation for the landings, units of the 5th Fleet bombarded Ieshima intermittently from 25 March through 16 April. Systematic bombardment of the island began on 13 April when the battleship Texas, 2 cruisers and 4 destroyers fired on targets throughout the island, concentrating on the strong points in the east. That evening, 6 rocket LSMs began a night interdiction and harassing patrol of EA, firing rockets and 40mm shells, and executing illuminating missions. A similar schedule was followed on the 14th. On the 15th, the daylight bombardment of EA was cancelled to prepare for other required dispositions of the fire support ships. During the first 10 days of April, Navy fighters and light bombers attacked caves, buildings, and installations on Ieshima. After a spell of bad weather from 10 to 12 April, the airstrikes were intensified. During the period 13 to 15 April, 54 strikes comprising 292 sorties were flown. 830 rockets, 35 tons of bombs, and full loads of 50-caliber ammunition struck all targets that could be located by observation and by study of aerial photographs. All remaining emplacements around EA were neutralized, and 2 aircraft found on the field were destroyed. Under the cover afforded by these air and surface strikes, Navy underwater demolition teams conducted daylight reconnaissance of all beaches on EA during 13 and 14 April. Except for light and inaccurate enemy fire on the western beaches, the swimmers met no opposition. The teams provided the earliest first-hand information on EA. Although their observations were made from the waterline, their reports on beaches and terrain immediately inland proved to be accurate. On the night of 12 to 13 April, the Amphibious Reconnaissance Battalion of the Fleet Marine Force Pacific landed on Mina Island and secured it without resistance. On 15 April, the 305th, 902nd, and 306th Field Artillery Battalions went into position on Mina to support the EA operations. Each battalion quickly registered on base points and checkpoints established on the target. 3 Cub planes, operating from a field constructed within a few hours after the landing, conducted registration missions for the battalions. There were no preparatory or neutralizing fires, however, until the attack began on the following day. It had been the enemy's original plan to cover Ieshima with his own artillery on Okinawa. During the operations on Motobu, the Marines overran a battery of 2 150mm guns, complete with prime movers and ammunition, near the west coast of the peninsula. The guns were in a steep draw which opened directly toward Ieshima. They were to be fired from the mouths of caves and to be pulled back when not in use. Late in March, General Ushijima had ordered the naval detachment in charge of the guns to prevent American use of the airfields on EA. The 2 guns completely covered the island. By the time of the invasion of EA, the situation had been neatly reversed. The enemy had lost his guns, and Ieshima was exposed to American medium and heavy land artillery, as well as to the powerful guns of the Pacific Fleet. Invasion of Ieshima, 16 to 17 April. 2 battleships, 4 cruisers, and 7 destroyers of the Fifth Fleet opened up a heavy bombardment of Ieshima at dawn of 16 April. LCIs swept the landing beaches with rockets and mortar shells. Thousands of rounds of 40mm, 20mm, and 50 caliber ammunition arched into the beaches from support craft and from guideboats escorting the first landing waves. Planes bombed and rocketed the island and dropped tanks of napalm on and behind the beaches. Billowing clouds of smoke and dust rose from the flaming napalm, exploding ammunition dumps and burning gasoline stores. Within a few minutes, Ieshima was blacked out. Puffs of white smoke against the gray pall over the island showed where the rocket and mortar ships were preparing the beaches. A Japanese soldier wrote in his diary, "After fierce air and naval bombardment, the enemy began his landing in front of the 4th Company using amphibian tractors. Their firepower is so great we dared not show our heads." Debarkation of the landing craft from the LSTs went smoothly. By 0650, boat waves were forming in the assembly area. Soon afterward, amphibian tanks, followed by waves of amphibian tractors, roared toward the landing beaches from the line of departure, 3,600 yards offshore. The weather was clear and bright, and the sea was calm. The tanks and tractors moved past the cruisers, destroyers, and LCIs to the smoking beaches. As the first waves neared the shore, support fire was directed inland. At 0758, 2 minutes ahead of schedule, the forward elements of the 1st BLT of the 305th landed on the southern coast of EA, directly south of the airfield. 3 minutes later, the 3rd BLT of the 305th started landing on a separate beach 600 yards to the left, west. The troops pushed rapidly inland over high dunes. On reaching a road which ran along high ground, 400 yards north of the beaches, the 1st Battalion swung east. From this high ground to the town of EA, there were extensive minefields, which, although hurriedly laid and crudely camouflaged, slowed the movement of amphibian tanks and self-propelled guns. The 3rd BLT moved inland and then swung east toward EA, its left flank passing just south of the easternmost airstrip. At 0807, the first waves of the 306th RCT landed on a 600-yard wide beach at the southwest end of EA, with the 1st BLT on the left, north. Within 3 hours, the assault battalions advanced 2,000 yards inland to the western edges of the airfield. The 3rd BLT of the 306th completed its landing at 10:15 and, as the reserve battalion, patrolled the western end of the island. After mopping up small groups of Japanese in caves and entrenchments, the 3rd BLT resumed its advance to the east, echelon to the left rear of the 1st BLT of the 306th. The rapid advance of the 306th continued during the afternoon of the 16th. The troops quickly overran the airfield. Although the open, level expanse of the runways offered clear fields of fire for the defenders, the only opposition came at the east end of the airfield, where American troops and Amtraks knocked out several pillboxes. After pushing on regardless of phase lines, in accordance with division orders, the 306th Infantry by nightfall had gained 5,500 yards for the day and had overrun about two-thirds of the length of the island, which lay in its zone of action. The 306th, with 3 battalions abreast, held a line which began at a point just north of Ie, about 600 yards from the base of Ie Gusugu, and ran northwest to the north coast. The 306th advanced so rapidly during the day that a gap developed between its right, south, and the left, north flank of the 305th. To cover this area by fire and prevent attack from the east, Company K of the 306th took a position on 3 Japanese-built bunkers about 300 yards east of the airfield. Slow progress on the south coast. After advancing inland and wheeling to the east in the morning, the 305th RCT attacked east in a zone parallel to the coast, extending about 800 yards inland. Progress during the afternoon was slow. The enemy delivered rifle and machine gun fire from coral emplacements west of the town of Ie and from caves and fortified tombs in the hillside below the plateau. It was mainly an infantry-engineer fight. Armor and self-propelled guns were held up by mines, including many buried 500-pound aerial bombs. By nightfall, the 1st Battalion had advanced only 800 yards from its beachhead. The 3rd Battalion, which made the wide turn on the left of the regiment, had moved about 1,800 yards. During the night of 16 April, the enemy launched a coordinated attack on the 3rd Battalion of the 305th. The attack came with suicidal recklessness. The Japanese were supported by mortars and 70-millimeter guns, and were armed with small arms, sharpened stakes, bags of hand grenades, and literally hundreds of satchel charges, some of which had been improvised from mortar shells. Japanese worked up to the perimeters in small groups and either threw their satchel charges at close range or blew themselves up in an effort to take Americans with them. Some of the human bombs were successful, but most of the Japanese were killed before they came within effective range. One American had his arm broken by the flying leg of a Japanese soldier who had blown himself up. After hours of wild fighting in the dark, the enemy withdrew, leaving 152 of his dead in and around the 3rd Battalion's position. Meanwhile, the 1st Battalion of the 305th RCT fought off a number of small harassing attacks, but the 306th had a relatively quiet night. On the next day, 17 April, the 305th resumed its attack in an attempt to seize the high ground behind Red Beaches 3 and 4. Following preparations by the 2 light artillery battalions on Minashima and by 1 light battalion which had landed on Ie, the 1st and 3rd Battalions pushed off to the east. Apparently the enemy had concentrated his defenses in front of the 3rd Battalion sector, for the 1st Battalion, moving along the coast, met only scattered opposition and made substantial gains during the morning. By noon, the 1st Battalion had advanced another 800 yards and had partially secured the area behind Red Beaches 3 and 4. The 3rd Battalion of the 305th quickly seized high ground in its sector, about 800 yards short of the town, after a brief firefight during which Lieutenant Colonel Edward Chalgren, Jr., the battalion commander, was wounded. The attack was slowed down by heavy machine gun fire coming from caves in the coral slopes on the left, north, side of the regiment's zone of action. A flanking movement, followed by infantry tank action, reduced this enemy position, and the advance continued. Although intermittent mortar, rifle, and machine gun fire made progress of the troops during the rest of the morning slow, by 12:45, the 3rd Battalion had generally secured the ground behind the central beaches and had reached the immediate outskirts of Ie. During the 17th, the 306th Infantry held its lines in place to enable the 305th to come abreast and to assist its advance by fire. The regiment probed the enemy's defenses around Ie Gusugu with combat patrols. The enemy appeared to have anchored his right, north flank, on Ie Gusugu and to have extended his line generally southeast to the coast. His strongest defenses seemed to lie south of the pinnacle in Ie town. His defense in depth here was holding the 305th to small gains. Entrance of the 307th Infantry. When the 305th met increasing resistance on 16 April, General Bruce decided to commit the 307th Infantry on the beaches southwest of Ie. Several considerations underlay this decision, one of them the supply situation. The whole plan of attack assumed that the superior beaches to the east of the 305th's landing beaches would be seized quickly in order to land tanks and other heavy equipment. Moreover, with the capture of the airfield the first day, it was advisable to land heavy aviation engineering equipment as soon as possible. General Bruce's main reason for committing the 307th, however, was his desire to capture the island as quickly as possible. Reports indicated that about 1,000 of the enemy had withdrawn to the Pinnacle area for a last stand. General Bruce knew that the 307th might be available to him for only a day or two, being scheduled to make a demonstration off the beaches at the southern end of Okinawa on 19 April. At 16:15 on 16 April, General Bruce asked General Buckner for 2 assault battalions of the 307th, promising to return them by noon of the 18th or earlier if they were needed for the demonstration. General Buckner assented. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the 307th landed on the beaches southwest of EA during the morning of 17 April, with the 3rd Battalion on the east. The plan called for these 2 battalions to attack abreast, northeast, toward EA. They were to pass through the 1st Battalion of the 305th Infantry, which was holding the ground inland to the west of the 2 beaches over which the 307th landed. The attack was to cut across the front of the 3rd Battalion of the 305th, which would provide supporting fire from its flank position on the outskirts of EA. The 307th jumped off at 1300. Both battalions made about 400 yards in 2 hours against steadily increasing resistance. The troops had to move uphill over open ground. From his positions on the Pinnacle and on intervening high ground, the enemy had perfect observation of their movements. The strongest Japanese positions, aside from those in or around the Pinnacle, were along a prominent ridge and in a small rise on the ridge topped by a large concrete building about 700 yards southwest of Iegusugu. These positions came to be known as Bloody Ridge and Government House Hill. The 307th made limited gains during the afternoon of 17 April. In the town, the 3rd Battalion came up against an organized position protected by wire entanglements and mines. A house-to-house fight ensued. The mined and debris-filled streets prevented the self-propelled guns from coming up in support. When engineers tried to clear the way, the enemy opened up on them with machine guns. The 3rd Battalion moved east several hundred yards along gently sloping ground south of the town. By late afternoon, both battalions were receiving heavy mortar and small arms fire from dominating ground ahead of them. The numerous minefields slowed the movement of self-propelled artillery, and since tanks had not yet been landed, the foot soldiers and the engineers bore the brunt of the close-in action. Division artillery kept the rear enemy areas under attack. Elements of the 307th fought their way to a point 600 yards south of Government House Hill, but being unable to consolidate their position for the night so close to Bloody Ridge, they withdrew to more favorable terrain about 400 yards inland from the beach. Casualties were mounting. Hopes for a quick victory were fading. Stalemate at Bloody Ridge, 18 to 19 April. After receiving an urgent request from the Assistant Division Commander, Brigadier General Edwin H. Randall, for retention of the 307th RCT on Ieshima to avoid serious delay in its capture, General Bruce secured permission from 10th Army to keep the regiment. The plan for 18 April called for continuation of the attack by the 307th, supported by the 305th, against the defense in depth established by the enemy in the towns south of the Pinnacle. The 306th Infantry, pivoting on its right, south flank, was to attack toward the Pinnacle from the west and north. Although this move would continue the encirclement of the enemy's main positions around Iegusugu, the main effort was to be the attack from the south and west. For 2 days, the 305th and 307th were to batter in vain against Bloody Ridge south of the Pinnacle. In the fierce fighting south and west of the Pinnacle during 18 and 19 April, the 77th Division was to meet the stiffest opposition in its experience and to sustain the bulk of its casualties on Ieshima. The enemy detachments concealed behind American lines had tragic consequences for Ernie Pyle, war correspondent, as well as for many troops of the 77th. On 18 April, Pyle was on his way to the front in a jeep, accompanied by a regimental commander. At the outskirts of EA, a Japanese machine gun, hidden in the terraced coral slopes along the side of the road, sent both men into a ditch for cover. When Pyle raised his head a few moments later, another burst caught him full in the temple, just below the rim of his helmet, killing him instantly. Only after 3 hours of intense patrol action was the enemy position destroyed. Pyle was buried in the 77th Division Cemetery on EA under a crude marker, which the division later replaced by a monument. The inscription reads, "At this spot, the 77th Infantry Division lost a buddy, Ernie Pyle, 18 April 1945. Attack of 18 April. The 306th Infantry moved out at 0730 on 18 April, and the 307th an hour later. The 2nd Battalion of the 306th on the right, south, and the 3rd Battalion on the left met initially little opposition as they pushed generally east in their zones of action north of Ie-Gusugu. The 307th Infantry, however, met heavy resistance from the beginning. From the rubble of Ie and from positions dug into Bloody Ridge, the enemy fought back with heavy mortar, machine gun, and rifle fire. Infantrymen, closely backed by engineer blasting teams, often had to fight their way into the enemy positions and clean them out with grenades and bayonets. The 2nd Battalion, 307th, had especially hard going, for it was moving directly into the strongest enemy positions on Bloody Ridge. At first, it was planned that the 3rd Battalion of the 305th would follow the 2nd of the 307th and take over the attack, and the 3rd actually moved to a position behind it. Resistance was so strong, however, that the plan was altered. The 3rd Battalion was recalled and sent in on the left, north of the 307th, to attack east toward Ie-Gusugu. The battalion was also to maintain contact with the 306th, which was swinging around north of the Pinnacle. After a heavy preparation by the artillery on Mina Shima, the 3rd Battalion, 305th, attacked at 11:30 on an 800-yard front. A house-to-house fight ensued amid the rubble of Ie. Every street became a phase line, one observer reported. The necessity of forming a connecting link over the wide area between the 306th and the 307th made the fight harder. Artillery was ineffective against many enemy positions and could not be used freely because other friendly units were so close by. Self-propelled guns were held up by mines and debris in the narrow streets. After working about halfway through the northwestern section of the town, the troops withdrew to a more secure position on the outskirts, their right, south flank, then being 500 yards west of Government House Hill, and their left, north flank, 700 yards west of the base of Ie-Gusugu. They had made a net gain of only about 350 yards for the day. When the attack of the 307th came almost to a standstill directly south of Government House Hill, about midday of 18 April, it was decided to send the 3rd Battalion of the 307th around to the right, where it could attack toward the northeast in the eastern section of the town. The Americans hoped that resistance east of Government House Hill would be less severe than that encountered south of it, and such proved to be the case. The 3rd Battalion made moderate progress and advanced to a point 300 yards north of the village of Agari Mae. Medium tanks and self-propelled guns covered the gap that developed between the two battalions of the 307th. These weapons put direct fire into caves, pillboxes, and enemy gun positions in the town of Ie and the Pinnacle. They could not be moved close to the enemy positions, however. Deadly machine gun and mortar fire held the infantry back and left the armor vulnerable to suicide attacks by Japanese armed with satchel charges who hid in holes until the tanks and guns came within range. In order to protect the right southeast flank of the 307th Infantry, the 1st Battalion, 305th, moved into position on the right of the 3rd Battalion, 307th. The 1st Battalion, having passed to the control of the 307th at 1500 on 18 April, attacked to the north abreast of it, covering a zone from the flank position of the 307th to the beach. Meeting little more than scattered sniper fire, forward elements had moved about 1,000 yards by the end of the day. This battalion had advanced farther than the 307th, however, and in order to protect the latter's right, east flank, it withdrew to a position about 600 yards east of the village of Agari Mae. In its advance north of Ie-Gusugu, the 306th made good progress during the day, despite almost continual mortar fire from positions on the Pinnacle from which the enemy had unlimited observation of all movements. The regiment pivoted on the 2nd Battalion, which, in its attack toward the base of the Pinnacle, had, by the end of the day, occupied positions as close as 300 yards to its base on the northwest side. In the center of the regimental zone, the 1st Battalion encountered 4 pillboxes, which were finally reduced by hand-placed charges. The 3rd Battalion, moving along the north coast, reduced enemy positions in caves in the bluffs after hours of fighting at close range. The 306th could have pressed farther east against scattered groups of the enemy, but instructions were received to cease advance in order to avoid fire which was supporting the 305th and 307th regiments. By the end of the day, the line of the 306th extended from the northeast base of VA's Gusugu to the northeast coast of the island. Crisis at the beaches. Meanwhile, a crisis had developed at the beaches. From the very beginning of the operation, supplies for the troops on Ieshima had been a touch-and-go affair. As had been expected, the initial assault beaches were suitable only for ducks, LVTs, and small boats, and even then for only a few hours at high tide. The superior beaches southwest of the town of Ie, Red 3 and 4, were not secured on the 16th as planned. Reconnaissance parties were driven off by heavy enemy fire. It was only after the 307th landed on Red 3 and 4 on 17 April that unloading of heavy equipment could be undertaken. The first cargo was not on shore until the evening of 17 April. For the first 2 days of the operation, the supply level maintained by the shore parties was only barely adequate. The difficulties were by no means over when Red 3 and 4 were captured. From his positions in EA, on Bloody Ridge, and on the Pinnacle, the enemy could put mortar fire on the beaches to the south and on the area directly behind them. During the night of 17 to 18 April, numerous enemy infiltration attempts, supported by mortar and machine gun fire, had to be repulsed by shore party engineers. On the 18th, the enemy seriously delayed the organization of the beach by firing on the exit roads. The beach became congested with supplies. A platoon of the 233rd Engineers had to abandon its shore duties and clear a proposed dump area of snipers who were harassing unloading operations. Late on the 18th, unloading was temporarily halted because of the enemy fire. The building up of adequate supply levels was again delayed. Not until 21 April was the eastern exit free of Japanese fire. In the meantime, shore parties continued to improve the beach, establish water supply points, land tanks and other heavy equipment, and move supplies to beach dumps. Although superior to the other beaches, Red 4 was far from ideal. The deep sand made it necessary for tractors and bulldozers to tow in wheeled vehicles. Until 2 causeway sets were established on 20 April, LSTs had to come in through a narrow, crooked channel, and there were many vexing delays. Unloading schedules were also disrupted when sudden squalls arose and when frequent kamikaze attacks forced ships to disperse and maneuver. Heavy expenditures of ammunition by artillery, tanks, and self-propelled mounts, SPMs, as they hammered at strong positions on EA, necessitated selective unloading of ships. Considerable cargo had to be moved in the holds of ships to get at the ammunition reserves. Despite temporary shortages, however, the combat troops received the needed supplies. By 24 April, the 77th Division Shore Party, in addition to supplying the division, had unloaded 14 LSTs carrying 18,331 measurement tons. Reversal at Bloody Ridge, 19 April. On 19 April, as on the 2 previous days, the plan called for the main effort to be directed against the strongest Japanese positions on Bloody Ridge in an attack by the 305th and 307th from the southwest. No attack was ordered for the 306th because any advance might bring it under naval gunfire supporting the main attack. The lines of the 306th would remain substantially unchanged for the day. The continuation of this attack, after failure in the 2 preceding days, was due largely to the critical situation at the beaches. American forces were attacking toward Bloody Ridge and the Pinnacle, with Red Beaches 3 and 4 a few hundred yards to the south. The protection of these beaches was the decisive element of the tactical plan. The rapid establishment of EA Airfield was highly important in the strategic concept of Ryukyu's campaign, and equipment for the airfield, as well as for a badly needed air warning service, was coming in over these exposed beaches. General Bruce stated in a message to General Buckner, I know emergency exists for air warning service and airfields. My tactical plans for 17, 18, 19 April based on necessity of securing Red Beaches 3 and 4 for unloading garrison troops, even though not required for my supplies, and even though other ground maneuver would have been preferable. General Bruce believed that the enemy might stage a banzai attack on the Vital Beach area if only a holding force were left south of Bloody Ridge, while the main thrust was delivered against the Japanese from a different direction. After a half-hour artillery preparation, 3 battalions attacked at 0900 on 19 April. The 3rd Battalion, 305th Infantry, moved east against the northern part of EA. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions, 307th, attacked north from their positions south of Bloody Ridge, moving abreast with the 3rd Battalion on the east. By massing all the 81mm mortars and heavy machine guns of its 2nd and 3rd Battalions and those of the 1st Battalion, 305th, the 307th built up a heavy base of fire for the advancing assault troops. The infantrymen along the line fought their way from one strong point to another in a series of bloody skirmishes marked by hand-to-hand combat. From the high ground, the enemy poured mortar and small arms fire on the troops. There seemed to be more of it than ever. The controlling factors on the 19th were the same as on the 17th and 18th. Heavy and accurate enemy fire from all the high ground and especially from Bloody Ridge, the ineffectiveness of artillery against many of the Japanese positions, and the restricted use of self-propelled artillery because of the rough terrain, the narrow roads, and numerous mines. Once again, some progress was made on the east flank, less on the west, and practically none in the center. On the east, the 3rd Battalion of the 307th, bypassing the main enemy positions to the west, managed to advance 800 yards north. A gap thereby developed between the 2 battalions of the 307th, and to fill it, the 1st Battalion, 305th, pulled out of its position north of Agari Mae, swung south and west, and attacked north at 1330. The 3rd Battalion of the 305th Infantry on the west ran into heavy fire from pillboxes and the ruins of EA as it pressed east. Since the battalion was to maintain contact with the 307th on the right, south, and the 306th on the left, north, its commander had to extend his line into parallel zones of advance, with platoons taking a street apiece. In the maze of smashed buildings and rubble, fields of fire averaged only from 10 to 20 feet. Because of the width of the front and the channelized fighting, the unit could not mass its strength for a drive in any one zone. The battalion gained about 250 yards, lost 100 yards on the right in a Japanese counterattack, and then withdrew to the outskirts of EA for a safer night position. Companies F and G of the 2nd Battalion of the 307th in the center attacked at 0900 and slowly fought their way up the slopes of Government House Hill. After a frontal attack had failed because of heavy enemy fire, the 2 companies turned to the west, pushed into the edge of the town on the high ground, and then swung back to the nose of the ridge and proceeded to assault the large buildings there during the afternoon. Meanwhile, the 1st Battalion, 305th, on the east flank of the 2nd Battalion, 307th, had attacked through heavy fire at 1330 and had reached high ground 300 yards east of Government House Hill. 2 battalions were now on Bloody Ridge, but they were not to stay for long. An enemy counterattack supported by mortar and automatic fire drove the men of the 1st Battalion, 305th, off the high ground and back to their original position near the beach. At this time, the 2nd Battalion, 307th, was still fighting for Government House Hill, 300 yards to the west. The Americans could not, however, consolidate their hold on the buildings. Their ammunition was running low, and Amtrak started up the hill with resupply, but the drivers fled when a group of Japanese ran out of a small draw and flung a satchel charge into the vehicle. The troops on the hill were now receiving fire from the high ground just lost by the 305th, as well as from the area to the north. Their commander received permission to withdraw. Despite intense fire, PFC Martin O. May, a machine gunner of Company H, voluntarily held his post and covered the withdrawal. Another assault on Bloody Ridge had netted only heavy casualties. The Japanese on Ieshima were using the defensive methods that had characterized their fighting on other Pacific islands. A house-to-house, cave-to-cave, yard-by-yard linear defense, supported by vicious counterattacks of from platoon to company strength, ingeniously concealed detachments that harassed rear elements after the assault troops had passed by, and night infiltrators who even reactivated mines that had been collected by American troops during the day. Although they had few heavy weapons on EA, the Japanese effectively used mortars, anti-tank guns, and light and heavy machine guns. When these were not available, they fought with satchel charges, grenades, and crude spears. The soldiers on EA, unlike those on Kerama, had the fanatical support of the civilians, including even women with babies who took part in suicide raids and helped defend caves and tunnels. On Ie Shima, the Japanese sowed thousands of mines, most of them on the airfield, along the beaches and beach roads, and in the heavily defended area west of the town of Ie. Many mines were adapted from aerial bombs and set up in a crude manner. The bomb was fixed at the bottom of a hole, fuse up, and a rock was balanced on 2 poles at the top of the hole. A pull wire ran from one of the poles to a Japanese soldier concealed nearby, who set off the contraption when an American vehicle approached. Such a bomb mine could flip a 15-ton Amtrak over on its back. Most of the mines, however, were of a more standard type. Capture of Iegusugu, 20 to 21 April. General Bruce determined to break the deadlock. On 19 April, he reconnoitered the eastern approaches to Iegusugu by sailing around the eastern end of Ie Shima in a Navy control boat. Aerial reconnaissance had failed to give an accurate picture of the terrain, but from his floating observation post, General Bruce was able to study the terrain as it would appear to attacking infantrymen. He concluded that the most promising direction for the attack on Iegusugu would be across the favorable terrain north and east of the pinnacle. His plan of attack for 20 April shifted the main effort from the 307th Infantry south of the pinnacle to the 306th north of it, while the division as a whole tightened the ring around Iegusugu. By nightfall of 19 April, the regiments of the 77th were in an advantageous position to execute this plan. The lines of the 306th Infantry extended from the pinnacle northeast to the coast, and the 306th had patrolled extensively southeast of its lines. After its easy advance on 19 April, the 3rd Battalion of the 307th was directly at the base of Iegusugu on the east. South and west of the mountain and the town were the battalions that had been hammering at Bloody Ridge. From southeast to west, the 1st Battalion 305th, the 2nd Battalion 307th, and the 3rd Battalion 305th. Since the noose around the enemy bastion was not yet tight, the 2nd Battalion 307th and the 1st Battalion 305th were ordered to recapture the ground they had lost on the previous day, while the 306th made the main assault from the northeast. Closing the ring. At 0850 on 20 April, artillery fired in intense preparation on enemy-held areas ahead of the troops. At 0900 the fire stopped. For 10 minutes, as part of a stratagem to draw the Japanese out of their position, the infantry remained in place. Then, at 0910, the artillery loosed an even heavier concentration, lasting 15 minutes. The 3 regiments attacked on the heels of the second bombardment. The 306th jumped off with the 1st Battalion in assault, supported by tanks and combat engineers. The 2nd Battalion of the 306th remained in position on the north slopes of the pinnacle, and the 3rd Battalion followed the 1st, echelon to the left, southeast, of the 1st to protect its flank. The 3rd Battalion of the 307th east of Iegusugu pulled back to the south to give the attacking troops greater freedom of action. The 2nd Battalion of the 307th, with the 1st Battalion of the 305th abreast of it on the east, again drove up the steep slopes toward the top of Bloody Ridge and the town and mountain beyond. The 3rd Battalion 305th attacked east into Ie for the 4th consecutive day. All the assault units closing in on the Japanese came almost immediately under heavy fire. Enemy resistance seemed no less stubborn than on the previous days. The 305th and 307th, respectively south and west of the town of Ie, were soon involved in another bitter yard-by-yard advance. Once again, the 3rd Battalion 305th had to fight through a maze of rubble and narrow streets amid the ruins of Ie. Under intense mortar and small arms fire, the 2nd Battalion 307th and the 1st Battalion 305th pushed up once again toward the top of Bloody Ridge, the key to the enemy's defenses south of the pinnacle. The 2 battalions moved out across open terrain dominated by the enemy, who had perfect observation of all their movements. Leading elements of the 306th came under intense mortar and small arms fire as they left the line of departure 600 yards northeast of the base of Iegusugu. The pinnacle loomed above them, its slopes covered with masses of torn and twisted vegetation. Describing the pinnacle on the morning of the 20th, General Randall, Assistant Division Commander of the 77th, stated, "It is a damned highly fortified position, with caves 3 stories deep, each house concrete, with machine guns in and under. Whole area of village and circumference of mountain, a maze of machine gun, mortar, and gun positions, little affected by artillery fire we have poured on." Even as this message was on its way to the 77th Division command post, the 306th was winning a hold on the formidable position. Assault by the 306th. Company B of the 306th Infantry on the right, northwest, and Company C on the left advanced straight into the Japanese positions on the north slopes of the Iegusugu. A deep tank ditch lay 300 yards from the base of the pinnacle. Mortar and anti-tank fire was coming from this ditch, from the peak of Iegusugu, and from a string of concealed pillboxes and deep caves on the lower slopes. The area over which the assault troops moved was mined and was swept by crossed, grazing machine gun fires. The action that ensued was singled out by the division report as worthy of note. The attack of the 306th Infantry was as close to being a perfect Fort Benning demonstration problem as one could expect to see in actual combat. Maximum use was made of organic and attached supporting weapons on a ridge overlooking the advance, and their fire was closely coordinated with the steady advance of the infantry. 37mm guns emplaced in positions from which gunners had good observation of the terrain were used to blast pillboxes and to designate targets with tracers for the more powerful guns of the SP guns, M18, and the medium tanks. The infantry advance frequently was accomplished only by creeping, crawling, and infiltration, but it continued steadily forward. Engineers and infantry, covered by overhead machine gun fire and direct fire of self-propelled guns of infantry regiments and tanks, opened a lane through the minefields which ringed the mountain, and through this bridgehead succeeding waves of tanks and infantry poured to fan out on the other side of the field and resume the offensive. The 3rd Battalion of the 306th, echelon to the left, southeast of the 1st, came under flat trajectory 37 and 47mm gunfire as it neared the base of Iegusugu. Infantrymen, supported by the direct fire of medium tanks, crept up to a group of concrete tombs, converted into strong points, and blew them out with satchel charges, killing 24 Japanese. By early afternoon, the attack of the 306th had secured all ground to within 200 yards of the base of the pinnacle. The regiment halted to reorganize. In its 4-hour fight, Company B, which had the hardest going on the right, northwest, had lost its commander and 26 men dead or wounded. After a preparation by the 304th Field Artillery Battalion, the 306th launched a second attack at 14:30, supported by self-propelled mounts, SPMs, and tanks. Company C of the 306th was passed through B to continue the attack. By a series of rushes through intense machine gun and mortar fire, the troops gained the slopes of the pinnacle. In 20 minutes, the leading troops were halfway up the northeast side. Supported by direct gunfire from the area below, the infantry and engineers assaulted cave after cave. Higher up on the pinnacle, infantrymen trained in mountain climbing scaled sheer rock walls, hauling up flamethrowers and charges to blast the enemy out of his holes. By the end of the day, the 1st Battalion 306th was spread over the northern slopes of the Iegusugu. A patrol from Company A had climbed up the face of a cliff and thrown a colored smoke grenade over the peak to inform the troops on the south of their position. The battalion pulled its lines back for the night but stayed on the slopes. The 3rd Battalion, 306th, had during the day gained positions within 400 yards of the peak on the east side. The 2nd Battalion had pivoted south to keep abreast of the other elements of the 306th. General Bruce notified General Buckner at noon on 20 April, "Base of Pinnacle completely surrounded, despite bitterest fight I have ever witnessed against a veritable fortress." Capture of Bloody Ridge. While the 306th Infantry was assailing Iegusugu from the north on 20 April, the 305th and 307th were attacking up the southern slopes of Bloody Ridge. After a bitter fight lasting several hours and resembling the yard-by-yard advances of previous days in this area, the 2nd Battalion, 307th, again seized the buildings on Government House Hill, and the 1st Battalion, 305th, reoccupied the knob overlooking Government House Hill from the east. Knowing that it would be even harder to hold their positions than it had been to gain them, the Americans hastily fortified them against counterattack. Machine guns were mounted on the second floor of Government House, covering the area toward the pinnacle, and the troops occupied the ground north of the buildings up to a shallow draw that led to the mountain. Company G was to the west, Company E to the east, and Company F in the center. Engineers and guns were brought up to strengthen the weakened units on Bloody Ridge, who were determined not to lose these positions again. Even as they consolidated their ground, the Americans fought off 2 small but vigorous counterattacks and lost 2 tanks to Japanese-carrying satchel charges. The 3rd Battalion of the 307th east of EA and the 3rd Battalion of the 305th on the west attacked into the town during the day from opposite directions. After fighting over difficult terrain covered with thick undergrowth and dotted with pillboxes and caves, the 3rd Battalion, 307th, held a line at the base of Iegusugu, running to newly won Bloody Ridge. The 3rd Battalion, 305th, made a slow advance through the ruins of EA in an easterly direction, keeping visual contact with the 306th on the left, north, and physical contact with the 307th on the right, south. The increasing restriction of its zone by the advance of the 2nd Battalion of the 307th on the south, together with the continued resistance of the enemy in EA, limited the battalion to small gains. During the night of 20 to 21 April, small groups of Japanese probed the American lines around Government House Hill on Bloody Ridge, evidently looking for a weak spot in the defenses of the 2nd Battalion. At 04:30, on 21 April, the enemy began an hour-long mortar concentration on the positions. At 05:30, from 300 to 400 of the enemy stormed the American lines on the left, west flank. Supported by intense mortar and small arms fire, the Japanese advanced in columns, one from the north, another from the northwest, and a third from the west. Among them were women armed with spears. The enemy came through his own mortar fire in a last desperate attempt to knock the Americans off Bloody Ridge. Company G, 307th Infantry, felt the chief weight of the attack. Its right platoon held fast, but the left, west platoon gave way. The Japanese drove into the battalion command post just under the rim of Government House Hill on the west side. Here, the command post personnel, attached engineers, and the remaining members of Company G fought for their lives. The battalion commander, staff officers, clerks, cooks, and drivers formed a line along the crest of the hill. In a suicide attack, Japanese rushed into the line and exploded satchel charges. Some of them came within 15 feet of the center of the command post area before they were shot down or grenaded by the defending troops. The improvised line held. It did so largely because of the action of Private May, who was still supporting the riflemen after 2 days of almost continual action under heavy fire. He fired his machine gun until it was knocked out by a mortar burst, and he was severely wounded. May, who later was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor for this action, resorted to hand grenades, which he threw at the Japanese until he was again wounded, this time mortally. After an hour of struggle at close quarters, the Americans drove the enemy back and regained the lost position. By dawn, the counterattack had slackened off. Most of the attacking Japanese had been killed within the American lines. In the area of Company G, there were 280 bodies. In front of F and E were 84 more. The American troops also suffered heavy casualties. Company G, already depleted by their previous fighting for Bloody Ridge, had only 36 effectives left on the morning of 21 April. Company H had 49, Company E 57. Of the 2 machine gun platoons of Company H, 19 men were available for duty, and 2 guns were left of the original 8. In the 2nd Battalion, 307th, 30 officers had been killed or wounded by 21 April, almost all its original officer complement. However great the cost, Bloody Ridge was now won for good. There was little fight left in the scattered groups of Japanese, still occupying the center of the town below Iegusugu. The 3rd Battalion, 307th Infantry, relieved the 2nd during the morning and began mopping up positions and sealing caves around Government House Hill. The 3rd Battalion, 305th, which had broken up an attack on its north flank by 2 platoons of Japanese at dawn of 21 April and killed 30 of the enemy, finally made a successful attack east into the town of EA. The troops moved forward again after a short artillery preparation. In 3 hours, the battalion destroyed 12 separate emplacements, chiefly by means of flamethrowers, bazookas, and pole charges, and gained a line running south from the small lake at the southwest base of Iegusugu. The pinnacle at last lay open to attack from the south. Conquest of the Pinnacle, 21 April. The 3 battalions of the 306th tightened their grip on Iegusugu during the morning of 21 April. The 3rd Battalion assaulted the east slopes at 0830, and the 1st and 2nd Battalions continued to reduce caves and pillboxes on the north and northwest slopes. Early in the morning, a patrol from the 1st Battalion scaled a 50-foot cliff under sniper fire, and at 10:25, a member of the patrol flew the American flag from his hands at the very tip of Iegusugu. Increased sniper fire from the lower slopes prevented others from bringing up a flagpole and ultimately forced the men off the peak. Fierce fighting continued on the sides of the pinnacle as the infantrymen tightened their grip during the remainder of 21 April. The battalions were now so close to one another that careful coordination was necessary to prevent troops from firing on friendly units. General Randall ordered successive attacks so that one battalion could attack while others took cover. The 3rd Battalion, 306th, reduced a strong position on its left south flank and at 10:30 established contact with the north flank of the 1st Battalion, 305th. Shortly after noon, the 3rd Battalion of the 307th on the west and the 1st Battalion of the 305th on the east attacked north from their positions on Bloody Ridge to gain the southern slopes of Iegusugu. Resistance was slight, and the slopes were reached at 1300. The attack crossed the front of the 3rd Battalion, 305th, which was pinched out. The 1st Battalion, 305th, was also pinched out when its zone of action narrowed. The 3rd Battalion, 307th, was now between the 2nd Battalion, 306th on the left, west, and the 3rd Battalion, 306th on the right. All organized resistance crushed. General Randall notified General Bruce at 13:45. Disorganized resistance, however, continued. The southwest slopes of Iegusugu were still in enemy hands. At 1400, Company E on the right south flank of the 2nd Battalion, 306th, made a coordinated attack with elements of the 3rd Battalion, 305th, to push on to the southwest side. The attacking troops immediately came under fire from emplacements still occupied by the enemy. It was no longer possible to use artillery, the area still held by the Japanese being too small. Naval gunfire support had ceased on 19 April for the same reason. Even the use of self-propelled 75mm howitzers was limited. With small arms, grenades, flamethrowers, and demolitions, the troops cleaned the Japanese from their positions on the steep slopes. 2 tanks were brought up to help knock out a large fortified cave about halfway up the mountain. By 1445, the troops attacking from the west had seized their assigned area. By mid-afternoon of 21 April, all units on the pinnacle were engaged in mopping up. The exterior of the pinnacle was secure, but Japanese still remained in subterranean passages and strongholds from which they made sallies against the troops. The openings were systematically blown out and sealed off. The 307th alone captured or destroyed during the day 5 81mm mortars, 5 knee mortars, 1 75mm howitzer, and 2 47mm anti-tank guns. These were some of the weapons that had held the Americans off Bloody Ridge for 3 days. At 17:30 on 21 April, Ieshima was declared secure. The last 3 days of this fighting were the bitterest I ever witnessed, General Bruce stated when the operation was over. Last phase. For 5 days after Ieshima was declared secure, elements of the 77th mopped up remaining groups of the enemy, sealed caves, destroyed pillboxes, marked or removed the thousands of mines that were still on the island, and buried the dead. During this period, hundreds of Japanese were killed in and around the pinnacle, in the town of Ie, and in caves along the coastline. Removal of mines on the airfield and on the roads feeding it was given priority in order to speed up airfield construction. The last noteworthy encounter on Ieshima came during the night of 22 to 23 April, when a group of Japanese soldiers and civilians, including women, all armed with rifles, grenades, and demolitions, rushed from caves on Iegusugu toward the lines of the 306th. They were all cut down without loss to American troops. During the 6-day battle on Ieshima, the Americans killed 4,706 Japanese and took 149 prisoners. Many of the dead were civilians. It was extremely hard to distinguish between soldiers and civilians during the fighting or when inspecting the bodies afterwards. It was estimated that 1,500 civilians had been armed and supplied with Japanese Army uniforms. Some others were in American uniforms. The amount of enemy materiel destroyed will never be known, since so much of it was buried by gunfire, sealed up in caves, or simply blown to pieces. Among the destroyed or captured materiel actually counted were 34 mortars, 44 light machine guns, 8 heavy machine guns, 4 anti-tank guns, 5 anti-aircraft guns, more than 5,000 mines of assorted types, and several crates of parts for suicide rocket planes. American casualties through 24 April were reported as 172 killed in action, 902 wounded, and 46 missing, a total of 1,120. According to the division surgeon, casualties on Ieshima were unusually severe, many of them compound fractures of the extremities and penetrating head wounds caused by small arms fire. Out of 944 cases, he reported, 412 wounds had been caused by small arms fire, 511 by shell fragments, and 21 by other causes. Losses in materiel and ammunition expenditures also were high for such a short engagement. Of 60 medium tanks and 6 105mm assault guns, 5 were completely destroyed by enemy mines, hand-placed satchel charges, or anti-tank guns, and many others were temporarily neutralized. During the operation, almost 5,000 75mm and 105mm shells were fired from tanks and SPMs, and over 2,500 rounds of 37s and 75s from Amtracs. Despite restrictions on the use of heavier fire because of the proximity of the units during the latter part of the fighting, Division Artillery fired 16,023 rounds of 105mm and 155mm shells. We have gained at relatively low cost in men, materials, and time what will soon be the most valuable 11 square miles of land in the far western Pacific, the 77th Division reported optimistically at the conclusion of the engagement. Base development proceeded rapidly once the mopping up was completed. Although initially delayed by the large number of mines, the engineers quickly repaired the enemy airfield and began the construction of new strips. The coral foundation of the island and the rubble of the town of Ie facilitated the work. There was ample room for dispersal area, and the sloping ground on the sides and ends of the central plateau provided space for housing base personnel. Civilians were evacuated to Tokashiki in the Keiramas. Engineers discovered a large limestone basin on the north coast, which produced 100,000 gallons of fresh water. At high tide each day, the basin filled up with water filtered by nature. Under these conditions, work proceeded rapidly, and by 10 May, one fighter group was based on the island. By the middle of the month, all taxiways and runways were fully operational and radar and air warning facilities installed, although much construction work remained. By 14 June, 3 fighter groups and 1 night fighter squadron were operating from the airfield. As expected, Ieshima proved to be an ideal base for the support of operations on Okinawa and for preparing later attacks on the Japanese homeland. Chapter 8. The attack of 19 April on the Shuri defenses. Under a bright, warm sun on the afternoon of 18 April, infantrymen of the 27th Division, in their bivouac area north of Uchitomari, inspected their weapons and struggled with their belts, harness, and bandoliers. At 1500, they began to stroll off toward Uchitomari in long, halting lines. At 1540, several men, without jackets or helmets, picked up a machine gun on O'Hara's Knob, north of Machinato Inlet, and sauntered over to the north edge of the inlet where they set up the weapon. There was little stir or bustle. Small groups of soldiers moved here and there, settling down at various spots to look across the inlet and wait. Such was the opening move in an action that was soon to swell into a heavy attack across the entire Corps front. This seemingly random movement was carefully planned. The 27th was going into position to launch a surprise penetration of the enemy's west flank as a preliminary to the attack of the whole 24th Corps on 19 April. For more than a week, the Corps had been making feverish preparations for this attack in the hope that one powerful assault by 3 divisions abreast might smash through the Shuri defenses. Plans and preparations. American plan of attack. General Hodge's plan was to break through the enemy's intricate defense system around Shuri and to seize the low valley and highway extending across the island between Yonabaru and Naha. He ordered the 7th Division on the east to take Hill 178, then to press south to that section of the Naha-Yonabaru Road in its zone. The 96th Division, less the 383rd Infantry in Corps Reserve, was to drive straight through the heart of the Shuri defenses, seizing the town of Shuri as far as the highway beyond. For these 2 divisions, H-hour would be 0640, 19 April. The 27th was to attack at H+50 minutes from positions taken during the previous night. Its mission was to seize Kakuzu Ridge, the western portion of the Urasoe-Mura escarpment, and the hilly country and coastal plain beyond to the Naha-Yonabaru Highway. The 27th Division's delayed entrance was to allow for progressive massing of artillery fire from east to west along the line as the attack developed. Perhaps the most striking element of the plan was its provision for a tremendous artillery preparation beginning 40 minutes before the assault groups moved out. 27 battalions of artillery, 9 of them Marine, were to be prepared to mass fire on any section of the front. After 20 minutes of pounding the enemy's front lines, artillery would lift its fire and hit its rear areas for 10 minutes in an effort to induce the Japanese to emerge from their underground positions. Then the shelling would shift back to the enemy's front lines for the 10 minutes remaining until H-hour. This procedure was to be repeated for the attack of the 27th Division. During the preparation, aircraft and naval guns were to pound the Japanese rear areas. Rockets and 1,000-pound bombs were to be directed against the headquarters installations in Shuri. A landing force, covered by planes and naval guns, and embarked in transports, was to feint a landing on beaches along the southeastern coast of southern Okinawa. General Hodge viewed the prospect with high hopes, mingled with grim appreciation of the difficulties ahead. "It is going to be really tough," he said, 2 days before the attack. "There are 65,000 to 70,000 fighting Japs holed up in the south end of the island, and I see no way to get them out except blast them out yard by yard." He saw no immediate possibility of large-scale maneuvers, but he did foresee opportunity for small maneuver thrusts within the divisions, and possibly later within the Corps if the Americans broke through the Shuri fortified zone. Terrain features. Terrain which became increasingly formidable confronted each of the 3 divisions. In front of the 27th lay Machinado Inlet on the right, a low flat area covered with rice paddies and dissected by streams, later called Buzz Bomb Bowl, in the center, and the Kakuzu Hill Mass and town on the left. The 96th faced several inconspicuous but strongly defended hills, such as Tombstone and Nishibaru ridges, as well as the bold face of Tanabaru escarpment. The 7th Division was confronted by the stout defenses of Hill 178 and the town of Ouki, which had brought it to a full stop. These terrain features were merely points of the initial barrier. Beyond them lay even stronger obstacles. The most prominent of these was the Urasoe-Mura escarpment, which stretched across the 27th Division's front and most of the way across that of the 96th. The escarpment rose from the East China Sea in a jagged coral spine that steadily gained height as it extended southeastward. At its highest point, near the center of the island, Urasoe-Mura jutted upward 215 feet from the jumbled ground at its base. From this point, called Hill 196, and from most of the escarpment itself, the enemy had excellent observation in all directions. Although the escarpment came to an abrupt end near the center of the island, Japanese defenses in the rough ground around Kochi, Onaga, and Unaha extended almost to Buckner Bay. Behind this line lay the inner Shuri defenses. The core of the Japanese defensive system on Okinawa, this ground was utterly without pattern. It was a confusion of little mesa-like hilltops, deep draws, rounded clay hills, gentle green valleys, bare and ragged coral ridges, lumpy mounds of earth, narrow ravines, and sloping finger ridges extending downward from the higher hill masses. American preparations. There was virtually no change in the lines from 14 to 19 April. Patrols probed the enemy's defenses. Artillery, naval guns, and aircraft searched out and destroyed enemy mortars, artillery pieces, and installations. Ground and air observers studied the ground in front of 24th Corps in pinpointed caves, trenches, supply points, and emplacements, which were to be demolished during the artillery preparation on the 19th. Behind the lines, there was unceasing activity. General Hodge had remarked that the attack would be 90% logistics and 10% fighting. The truth of this observation was borne out by the intensified activity along the beaches, the continuous bulldozing of the main supply routes, and the long lines of trucks and ducks laden with ammunition and supplies rolling toward the front night and day. Among the array of weapons poised for the attack were armored flamethrowers, which were to be used for the first time on Okinawa in the attack of 19 April. Fresh troops also were brought in. The 27th Division, previously in floating reserve, had landed at the Hagushi beaches on 9 April to serve as reinforcements in the attack. It was assigned to 24th Corps and proceeded to relieve the 96th Division in the western part of its zone. By 15 April, the 27th was in position. The attack was further reinforced by about 1,200 replacements sent into the 7th and 96th Divisions. Processed and equipped in Saipan, the new arrivals had been dispatched through the replacement battalion on Okinawa in a few hours. They were uniformly young and healthy and mentally above average. Their arrival heightened the morale of the men in the infantry companies, but 24th Corps still remained under strength for the heavy fighting ahead. Japanese preparations. The Japanese were not idle. The 62nd Division order on 14 April warned of the attack. The enemy is now preparing to advance on all fronts. Our front lines will necessarily be subjected to fierce bombardments. Unit commanders were ordered to strengthen positions. Strong points were to be so distributed that the loss of one point would not mean the breakup of the whole line. Units were to secure their weapons by placing them under cover or in a position of readiness so that they will not be prematurely destroyed. The enemy evidently anticipated the necessity of withdrawing, however, for he ordered secret documents to be burned as the situation becomes untenable. During the lull before the attack, the enemy redoubled his attempts to teach his troops the proper defense against American tactics and weapons. The 44th Independent Mixed Brigade on 13 April issued a battle lesson urgent report describing defenses against American flame-throwing tanks and yellow phosphorus incendiary shells. The 22nd Regiment on 15 April described American night defensive positions and how to infiltrate through them. The 32nd Army emphasized the importance of careful selection of points from which to make close-quarters attacks on American tanks. Admitting that American firepower was their main concern, the Japanese paid special attention to their underground defenses. Units were cautioned to build reserve positions into which troops could move quickly from caves under attack. Simple rules were issued on 15 April for protecting the health and morale of Japanese troops in caves undergoing severe bombardment. Spiritual training within the cave must be intensified. Useless work should be avoided. Whenever there is free time, get as much sleep as possible. Have the men go outside the cave at night at least once or twice and perform deep breathing and physical exercises. Latrines should be built inside and outside the caves and, above all, kept clean. Take precautions against diarrhea and epidemic diseases resulting from drinking water, which has been left untreated because of the inconvenience of having fire. Preliminary attack of the 27th Division, 18 April. The 27th Division, on the right of the Corps line, was faced by a situation that called for the utmost ingenuity if it were to succeed in its assignment of a preliminary surprise attack. Holding the sector on the northern side of Machinado Inlet, this division, and particularly the 106th Infantry on the extreme right, was wholly under the observation of the enemy on the other side of the inlet. Any movement by the Americans, or even preparation for movement, could be clearly observed from the Japanese positions on a bluff overlooking the inlet and on the escarpment about a mile farther back. The success of any attack depended on its being prepared and executed in complete secrecy from the enemy. Plan of attack. A captured Japanese document gave Major General George W. Greiner, Jr., commander of the 27th, an idea for the tactics to employ. This document, issued by the 62nd Division, informed the Japanese troops that the enemy generally fires during the night, but very seldom takes offensive action. A copy of the translation reached 27th Division headquarters as the plans for the attack were being laid, and impelled the division staff to decide on a night attack to surprise the enemy. The 27th had trained in night maneuvers shortly before embarking for Okinawa. Moreover, the terrain in front of the division made a night attack most desirable. More than 1,000 yards of open ground lay between its front lines in the Uchitomari area and the Urasoe-Mura escarpment, which was an initial objective of the 27th. An attack during daylight across this ground, obstructed as it was by the Machinado Inlet on the west, rice paddies and streams in the center, and rough ground on the division's left, east, would enable the enemy to exploit his complete observation of the area and to bring in prearranged fires on the exposed troops. A night attack would avoid this peril and might catch the enemy napping. General Greiner's plan also took advantage of the fact that the Machinado area was not held in strength by the enemy but merely outposted. Accordingly, the 106th Infantry on the right, west, was to cross Machinado Inlet, advance under cover of darkness during the night of 18 to 19 April toward the escarpment, and by daylight reach Urasoe-Mura, where Route 1 cuts through it. Then the assault troops were to push down the escarpment to the southeast and seize the vital high ground in its sector. On the division's left, east, the 105th Infantry was to undertake an entirely different type of attack, a powerful daylight push, lacking deception or maneuver, designed to obliterate Japanese opposition by main force. The 105th was to attack from its positions before Kakuzu on the morning of the 19th, clean out the town of Kakuzu, and advance straight ahead to gain the crest of Urasoe-Mura escarpment, where the regiment would hook up with the 106th on its right, west. Nothing must be allowed to stop the forward movement, General Greiner ordered. Mounting the attack. The mounting of the attack furnished a ticklish engineering problem, which was complicated by the need for secrecy. 4 bridges at Machinado Inlet were to be built during the night of 18 to 19 April, a footbridge for the assault troops to move across during the night, 2 Bailey bridges, totaling 90 feet, for supporting weapons, and a rubber ponton bridge strong enough to carry 2.5-ton trucks loaded with supplies. Erecting these bridges in the dark would be difficult enough, but to make matters worse, the 102nd Engineer Combat Battalion, the division engineers, had had no experience with the Bailey Bridge. The division had left the United States before the adoption of this type of structure and had fought on small islands where large spans were not required. Fortunately, an officer who had helped construct several Baileys in Tunisia, First Lieutenant Irving S. Golden, had recently joined the division. Under his direction, the engineers spent several days building, tearing down, and rebuilding Bailey bridges in a division rear area. Secrecy was vitally important, but very difficult to maintain because of the excellent enemy observation and the intense activity necessary for the attack. The appearance of stockpiles of bridge equipment near Machinado Inlet would alert the Japanese to the plan of crossing the inlet in strength. Consequently, the 102nd Engineers assembled its equipment in rear areas in readiness for instant transportation. Pontons were inflated and bridge sections were assembled to the maximum size that trucks could carry. Another piece of deception was also executed cunningly. The route leading to the proposed ponton bridges was a shell-pocked, deeply rutted little jeep road which ran by O'Hara's Knob and ended in a rice paddy 250 yards short of the objective, the northeast edge of the inlet. The road had to be made ready to carry the traffic of trucks loaded with bridge equipment, but attempts to improve it might arouse Japanese suspicions. During daylight hours in the period before the attack, a bulldozer parted about on this road in plain view of the enemy. When an occasional jeep became bogged down, the bulldozer chugged over to extricate the vehicle, remaining to push dirt and rocks into the ruts. The operator alternately slept, tinkered with the engine, and expressed his annoyance with sweeping gestures when still another jeep became bogged down. But at night, he worked feverishly. By 18 April, the road had been extended and improved, and reached almost to the edge of the inlet, although it would have been difficult for an observer to estimate just what had been done to the road and when. As the time for the attack approached, the plans took final form. General Greiner hoped for a breakthrough and insisted that, no matter what else happens, we must advance. We do not have time to wait for units on our flanks. If they cannot move, we will push forward anyway. I do not want to hear any unit commander calling me and telling me that he cannot advance because the unit on his flank cannot advance. Major General Archibald V. Arnold, commanding general of the 7th Division, and Major General James L. Bradley, commanding the 96th, also instructed their commanders to push their attacks vigorously and rapidly, even though casualties became severe and logistical problems resulted. They believed that by this means, an early success could be ensured and an extended and costly battle avoided. Night attack on the escarpment. At 16:07 on 18 April, a lone smoke shell, like a tentative mistaken shot, landed 200 yards east of Machinado Inlet. A breeze wafted the smoke west toward the sea and spread a thin haze over the inlet. Assault troops who had assembled casually on the northeast side of the inlet during the afternoon now waited tensely. Within a few minutes, other shells landed. Veiled by smoke, infantrymen sprinted along a pipeline to the western edge of the inlet. In a few minutes, Company G, 106th Infantry, had crossed the inlet in this manner and had assembled under cover of the cliffs that border the inlet on the west. Company G's mission was to clean out the enemy outposts in the Machinado village area in order that the bridge construction and the movement of troops across the inlet during the night might proceed without detection. Operating by platoons, the company scaled the cliffs and maneuvered around the enemy outposts. By midnight, after a series of skirmishes, ambushes, and brief firefights in the dark, the Japanese in the Machinado area had been cleaned out. The 27th Division was now on the move. At 19:30, trucks carrying Bailey Bridge equipment began moving out of a coral pit in the village of Isa and rolling south to the inlet. The last truckload of Bailey equipment was followed at 2000 by the first full load of material for the footbridge. The ponton bridge was shuttled forward at 2030. Shortly after dark, the bulldozer began to put the finishing touches on the approaches to the footbridge and ponton bridge to enable the trucks to drop their loads at the edge of the inlet. Working in the darkness, quietly, and without interruption, the engineers completed the 128-yard footbridge by midnight and both Bailey bridges by 0300 19 April. Only the ponton bridge caused trouble. The receding tide carried away the anchor line and some of the pontons, delaying completion of the bridge until noon of 19 April. The 106th Infantry moved out shortly after midnight. Throughout the night, a steady stream of men trudged across the footbridge. The enemy made no move to stop the crossing. Company G had done its work well. Company F of the 106th passed through Company G's lines just before dawn and quietly advanced single file along Route 1 toward the road cut at the northwest end of Urasoe-Mura escarpment. Since the cut was believed to be defended, a frontal assault up the highway would be costly, even during darkness. Near the base of the escarpment, one platoon of the company turned off the road to the right, west, and started climbing the brush-covered slope. Half an hour later, the troops reached the top, still undetected by the enemy. The platoon swung left, southeast, on the crest, and silently moved down the ridge line of the escarpment toward the cut. It was now daylight. Near the cut, they found Japanese soldiers sitting around fires, preparing their breakfast. The Americans immediately opened fire. Some of the enemy dropped, others fled toward the cut, leaving their weapons behind. The enemy was now alerted. Soon mortar fire began dropping on the rest of Company F as it moved up the highway. The platoon on top of the escarpment began sweeping rapidly toward the cut. For 30 minutes there was a brisk fight as the Americans closed in on the enemy. Then, outflanked, the Japanese gave way and fled south from the cut. The 106th began consolidating its hold on the northwest end of Urasoe-Mura. By 0710, additional platoons were arriving on the crest near the cut, and the few remaining Japanese were being flushed out of their hiding places. The 106th prepared to push down the escarpment toward an eventual junction with the 105th. The attack had started auspiciously for the 27th Division, but by now the whole front was alive with thundering conflict. The general attack. As the morning mists cleared, the campaign's largest single airstrike was delivered. By 0900, Yonabaru had been hit by 67 planes, spreading napalm that burned everything above ground. Iwa had been devastated by a strike of 108 planes, and Shuri by a strike of 139. A total of 650 Navy and Marine planes bombed, rocketed, napalmed, and machine-gunned the enemy. 6 battleships, 6 cruisers, and 6 destroyers of the Fifth Fleet added their firepower to that of the planes and artillery. These sledgehammer blows fell on about 4,000 combat veterans of the Japanese 62nd Division who were manning the positions. The greatest concentration of artillery ever employed in the Pacific War sounded the prelude to the attack at dawn. 27 battalions of corps and division artillery, 324 pieces in all, ranging from 105mm to 8-inch howitzer, fired the first rounds at 0600. This concentration represented an average of 75 artillery pieces to every mile of front, and actually it was even greater as the firing progressed in mass from east to west. The shells thundered against the enemy's front lines for 20 minutes, then shifted 500 yards to the rear, while the infantry simulated a movement as if beginning the attack. At 0630, the artillery shifted back to spray the enemy's front lines for the next 10 minutes with time fire. In 40 minutes, American artillery placed 19,000 shells on the enemy's lines. Then, at 0640, the artillery lifted to enemy rear areas. The assault platoons advanced, hopeful that the great mass of metal and explosive had destroyed the enemy or had left him so stunned that he would be helpless. They were soon disillusioned, for the Japanese, deep in their caves, had scarcely been touched, and at the right moment they manned their battle stations. Brigadier General Joseph R. Sheets, commanding General 24th Corps Artillery, later said he doubted that as many as 190 Japanese, or 1 for every 100 shells, had been killed by the morning artillery preparation. The 7th Division is stopped on the east. The 7th Division faced the 11th Independent Infantry Battalion, which occupied a line extending from the east coast through the high ground immediately inland. The 7th was deployed with the 32nd Infantry on the left and the 184th on the right. The plan of attack called for the 32nd Infantry to seize Skyline Ridge, the eastern anchor of the Japanese line, and for the 184th to capture Hill 178 and the area westward to the division boundary, which lay just beyond a long coral spine, later known as the Rocky Crags. The main effort was to be made by 2 battalions down the center, along the lip of high ground leading to Ouki Hill, an extension of Skyline Ridge, high on the eastern slope of Hill 178. Once this point was reached, the 2nd Battalion, 32nd Infantry, was to turn downhill along Skyline Ridge to the left, east, and the 2nd Battalion, 184th Infantry, was to turn right, west, uphill, against the crest of Hill 178. 2 medium tanks and 3 armored flamethrowers rumbled southward from the 7th Division's lines on the coastal flats, passed through Ouki, and quickly moved into position at the tip of Skyline Ridge. They poured shot and flame into the cluster of enemy-occupied tombs and emplacements at the lower extremity of the ridge. The long jets of orange flame probed all openings in the face of this part of Skyline, and dark, rolling masses of smoke billowed upward. This was a new spectacle for the waiting infantry, who watched, fascinated. For the enemy who died in the searing flame inside their strong points, there was hardly time to become terror-stricken. This phase of the attack lasted 15 minutes, and then, just after 0700, the infantry moved up. All the Japanese on the forward face of the tip had been killed by the flame, but there were others on the reverse side who denied any advance across the crest. The battle of the infantry quickly erupted and smoldered along the narrow, knife-edged line of Skyline Ridge. American troops clung desperately to the forward slope through 2 Japanese counterattacks, in which the enemy crowded forward into his own mortar fire to hurl grenades and satchel charges. Higher up along the slope leading to Ouki Hill, the assault troops advanced about 500 yards without a shot being fired at them. Then suddenly, as they moved into a belt of ground covered by pre-registered Japanese mortar and machine gun fire, enemy weapons let loose and all forward movement stopped. Efforts to advance were unavailing throughout the day, and at 1620, the men pulled back to their former positions. The 3rd Battalion was now compelled to give up its slight hold on the lower end of Skyline Ridge where it had suffered almost 100 casualties, including 13 killed during the day. On the division's right, the coral spine of the Rocky Crags, so named for the two dominating jagged knobs, extended southward several hundred yards. It paralleled the direction of the American attack, pointing directly at the bold white face of the Tanabaru Escarpment almost a mile away. For 2 days, this ridge had been pounded by artillery. Company K of the 184th Infantry was directly in front of the northern point of the crags. Patrols had not been molested. Observers had seen Japanese running about among the tombs on the slope, but had not guessed that the coral outcropping was honeycombed with tunnels and caves stocked with weapons and alive with troops. Nor was it known that this area was an impact zone for artillery, mortar, and machine gun fire from pre-registered enemy weapons. All this was discovered on the morning of 19 April. Company K advanced 200 yards. Then, at 0730, it entered the forbidden zone and was pinned to the ground by the enemy fire. The adjoining company on the left, ranked by enfilading fire from the crags, was also stopped. Shortly after noon, Company K pulled back from along the eastern slope of the northernmost of the crags. At the end of the day, there had been no gain. 96th Division attack stalls. Meanwhile, the 96th Division was attacking farther west, with the 382nd Regiment on the left, east, and the 381st on the right, west. The 382nd Infantry had the task of taking Tombstone Ridge and the Tonabaru Escarpment, the 381st that of seizing Nishibaru Ridge and the Urasoe-Mura Escarpment beyond. The 3rd Battalion, 381st Infantry, on the division right at the saddle between Kakazu and Nishibaru Ridges, was a mile ahead of the division left. Facing the 96th, in the Kaniku-Nishibaru sector, the 12th Independent Infantry Battalion, which had absorbed the depleted 14th Independent Infantry Battalion, defended the center. It had the 1st Light Machine Gun Battalion attached, and altogether numbered about 1,200 men. On the left, the 2nd Battalion of the 382nd Infantry moved out at 0640 and began occupying the series of small hills to the front, only a few of which were held by the enemy. Sniper and mortar fire from the rocky crags on the left was a source of trouble and caused casualties. A few spots of resistance developed, but were easily overcome. At one point, a Japanese popped out of a small roadside cave and satchel-charged the lead tank of a column. By a strange quirk, the tank toppled over against the hole and closed it. The road was now effectively blocked to the other tanks. A few scattered grenade fights took place, but did not prevent a gain of 800 yards on the division's left. Immediately to the right, there was no opposition to the advance of the 1st Battalion until Company C on the left and Company A on the right started a pincer move against the northern tip of Tombstone Ridge, so named because of the large number of burial tombs on either side. About 75 feet high and half a mile long, it was the dominating terrain feature of the vicinity. As soon as the two companies moved forward, the Japanese positions on the ridge broke their silence. Company C was stopped on the east side by machine gun and mortar fire, Company A on the west side by grenades. Artillery and tank fire was brought on the position to neutralize it. At noon, Company A charged up the west slope, only to find that it could neither stay on top nor go down the other side. The company commander was killed on the crest. In the midst of this action, a supporting tank was lost to a 47mm anti-tank gun. At the end of the day, the 1st Battalion held only a precarious position across the northwest nose of the ridge and along a portion of the west slope. The crest was nowhere tenable, and the east side was wholly in the hands of the Japanese. Though Tombstone Ridge was unimposing from a distance, it harbored a maze of mutually supporting underground positions that opened on either face and made it a formidable strongpoint. Up ahead and to the west, Nishibaru Ridge was under attack. This ridge was separated by a depression and a ravine, Upper Kakazu Gorge, from the southern end of Tombstone Ridge, to which it ran at right angles for a mile in a generally east-west direction. Nishibaru Ridge was an extension of Kakazu Ridge, separated from it by only a wide, shallow saddle through which passed Route 5, the Ginowan-Shuri Road. The stream, which emptied into Machinado Inlet, began in the hills northeast of Tanabaru and ran along the northern base of Nishibaru and Kakazu Ridges the entire way to the sea, forming at times, as in front of Kakazu, a gorge-like bed. The 1st Battalion, 381st Infantry moved from its position just north of Kaniku through the western part of the town and pressed forward into the open despite machine gun fire from southeast Kaniku. Company C on the left was only a short distance from Tombstone Ridge and had a difficult time because of enemy fire from this elevation paralleling its course. The company fell behind, and soon some of the men were pinned down in the open, unable to continue until dark. Huge spigot mortar shells began falling at 10:45, adding their tremendous explosions to the din. A part of the battalion reached the northern face of Nishibaru Ridge, but even this slight gain was lost when the battalion withdrew from the exposed position at the end of the day. On the division's right, the 3rd Battalion of the 381st Infantry waited for 35 minutes in its place along the southern bank of the gorge for the 1st Battalion still not in sight. The assault troops of the 3rd Battalion then moved out, Company K on the left and Company I on the right. As soon as they passed over the lip of the gorge embankment, the troops from Company K drew knee mortar, machine gun, and rifle fire from cave and tomb positions in Nishibaru Ridge. One squad rushed an enemy position, killing 5 Japanese and destroying a machine gun and 2 knee mortars. But immediately above it, a second and then a 3rd machine gun opened up, killing 4 and wounding 2 of the small group. Despite these difficulties, 2 platoons managed by 0830 to advance over the crest of the ridge as far as the upper edge of the village of Nishibaru. Here all progress ended when showers of mortar shells and hand grenades formed a frontal barrier and enfilade machine gun fire from both flanks was added. The survivors drew back over the crest and dug in on the forward slope, hoping that if they held out there, help would come during the day. Company K had its 3rd commanding officer in 24 hours. The 1st had been killed, the 2nd wounded. On the right, the first 3 men of Company I, who tried to cross the hump of ground in front of Nishibaru Ridge, were one after the other killed. Machine gun fire came from the western end of Nishibaru Ridge, directly in front, and from the nose of Kakuzu Ridge across the road to the right front. Exposure for even a moment meant death or a wound. It was here that the 96th Division joined the 27th Division, the boundary running just west of the Ginawan-Shuri Road, at the saddle between Kakuzu and Nishibaru Ridges. Lieutenant Colonel D.A. Nolan, Jr., commanding officer of the 3rd Battalion, 381st Infantry, realized the necessity for coordinated effort after the morning of death and failure. He crossed over to the adjoining unit, Company C, 105th Infantry, 27th Division, to discuss with Captain John F. Mulhern, its commanding officer, the possibility of a joint attack using 5 tanks which Colonel Nolan had available. But this proposal could not be acted upon because Captain Mulhern was then preparing, as part of a battalion movement, to start his men around Kakuzu to the right. It was now mid-afternoon, and realizing that he could not hope to advance with the Kakuzu area on his right front vacated, Colonel Nolan obtained authority from his regimental commander, Colonel M.E. Halloran, to move his men back into the protection of the gorge. Before this withdrawal began, one of the 5 tanks ventured through the saddle between Kakuzu and Nishibaru Ridges and was immediately destroyed by a swarm of Japanese attacking with satchel charges from the nose of Nishibaru Ridge. Company L came up from reserve to close the gap between the 1st and the 3rd Battalions. This movement drew enemy fire, and on reaching the gorge the company dug in along the edge. From there it gave fire support for the withdrawal of the other companies in front. While it was thus engaged, 3 spigot mortar shells fell on the company and buried several men. The number of 81mm mortar shells that fell on the 381st Infantry during the day in front of and on Nishibaru Ridge was estimated at 2,200. By 1700, the 3rd Battalion had suffered 85 casualties, including 16 killed. Kakuzu Ridge is bypassed. Meanwhile, various maneuvers were taking place on the right in the 27th Division zone. Following the 2 battalions of the 106th Infantry that had crossed Majinato Inlet under cover of darkness and had established themselves before dawn on the western end of the Urasoe-Mura escarpment, the 3rd Battalion of the 106th left Kakuzu west at 0600. It was crossing Majinato Inlet when the general attack got underway elsewhere. The battalion mounted the escarpment and took a position along the crest between the other 2 battalions. The reconnaissance troop was now on the extreme right of the escarpment. The only other 27th Division unit on the front line ready to join in the initial assault was the 1st Battalion of the 105th Infantry. This battalion was deployed along Kakuzu Gorge, with Kakuzu Ridge immediately in front, its initial objective. Company C was on the left, next to the Ginowan-Shuri Road. Companies B and A, in the order named, were to the west, the latter being initially in reserve. The attack of the 1st Battalion was planned to combine a frontal assault against the ridge with a sweeping tank attack around the east end of Kakuzu Ridge. The two forces were to meet behind the ridge near the village of Kakuzu and to join in a drive to the Urasawe-Mura escarpment beyond. The troops began moving up through the ravine on schedule at 07:30, 50 minutes after the attack began on the east and in the center. At 08:23, the leading elements were on the crest of a little fold of ground lying a short distance beyond the ravine, facing Kakuzu Ridge 200 yards away across open ground. Now, as they started to move quickly down into the open swale, machine gun and mortar fire from close range struck them. At once there were casualties, and casualties kept mounting. Those in the open were pinned down, those behind could not reach them. The tip of Kakuzu and the western slope of the saddle were ablaze with enemy guns. At 08:30, just before the infantry left the protection of the little fold in front of Kakuzu, tanks in groups of 3 and 4 in column formation began moving across Kakuzu Gorge. They then continued southward through the saddle between Kakuzu and Nishibaru ridges. Altogether, about 30 tanks, self-propelled assault guns, and armored flamethrowers moved out of the assembly area that morning for a power drive against the Japanese positions. Company A of the 193rd Tank Battalion making up the major part of the force. 3 tanks were lost to mines and road hazards in crossing the gorge and the saddle. As the tanks moved down the road in column, a 47mm anti-tank gun, firing from a covered position to the left, on the edge of Nishibaru Ridge, destroyed 4 tanks with 16 shots without receiving a single shot in return. The tank column hurried on south to look for a faint track leading into Kakuzu that had shown on aerial photographs. The column missed it, lost another tank to anti-tank fire, and then, in error, took a second little-used trail farther south and began working over enemy positions encountered in the face of the escarpment and in the relatively flat country to the east of Kakuzu. Discovering that they could not reach the village from this point, the tanks retraced their way to the main road, turned back, found the right trail, and were in Kakuzu shortly after 1000. They moved around and through the village, spreading fire and destruction. Kakuzu was completely shot up and burned during the next 3 hours. 14 American tanks were destroyed in and around the village, many by mines and 47mm anti-tank guns, others by suicide close attack units, and more by artillery and mortar fire. During the day, 6 tanks in the Kakuzu-Nishibaru area were destroyed by suicide attackers using 22-pound satchel charges, which were usually thrown against the bottom plate. A majority of the tank crew members were still living after the tanks had been disabled, but many were killed by enemy squads that forced the turret lids open and threw in grenades. At 13:30, since it was now evident that infantry would not be able to reach them, the tanks received orders to return to their lines. Of the 30 tanks that had maneuvered around the left end of Kakuzu Ridge in the morning, only 8 returned in the afternoon. The loss of 22 tanks on 19 April in the Kakuzu area was the greatest suffered by American armor on Okinawa in a single engagement. The tanks had operated wholly without infantry support. 4 of the 22 were armored flamethrowers, and this was their first day in action. Some crew members of tanks destroyed by anti-tank gunfire dug pits under their tanks and remained hidden 40 hours before they escaped, incredibly unmolested by the scores of Japanese within 100 yards. The Japanese had guessed that a tank infantry attack would try to penetrate their lines between Nishibaru Ridge and Kakuzu Ridge, and they had prepared carefully for it. Their plan was based on separating the infantry from the tanks. The 272nd Independent Infantry Battalion alone devised a fire net of 4 machine guns, 2 anti-aircraft guns, 3 regimental guns, and the 81mm mortars of the 2nd Mortar Battalion to cover the saddle between the 2 ridges. The machine guns were sighted at close range. In addition, 2 special squads of 10 men each were sent forward to the saddle for close combat against the infantry. One group was almost entirely wiped out. The other had 1 non-commissioned officer wounded and 3 privates killed. The enemy defense also utilized the 47mm anti-tank guns of the 22nd Independent Anti-Tank Gun Battalion and close-quarters suicide assault squads. So thorough were these preparations that the Japanese boasted, "Not an infantryman got through." It was here in the Kakuzu-Urasawa-Mura escarpment area that the most extensive reorganization of Japanese units had taken place just before the American attack. The remnants of badly shattered battalions were combined into a composite unit of about 1,400 men that consisted largely of members of the 272nd Independent Infantry Battalion, but also included elements of the 13th, 15th, and 23rd Battalions. The 21st Independent Infantry Battalion stood ready to support the 272nd. The 2nd Light Machine Gun Battalion added its firepower. While the tanks were operating alone behind the enemy's lines, the 1st Battalion, 105th Infantry, was pinned to the ground in front of Kakuzu Ridge. A 34-man platoon from Company A that moved out ahead of the main attack was allowed to pass over Kakuzu Ridge undisturbed, only to walk into a trap. When the platoon reached the northern edge of Kakuzu Village, the trap was sprung. None of the men in the platoon returned during the day, but by separating into small groups and hiding in rubble and in tombs, most of them escaped death. 6 men returned to the American lines that night, 17 made their way out the next day, and 2 more were rescued on 25 April. 8 had been killed and others badly wounded. With the 1st Battalion of the 105th Infantry completely stopped, the 2nd Battalion was ordered at 0907 to move up on the boundary at the extreme left and apply pressure along the Ginawan-Shuri Road. In coming up to reconnoiter this ground, the battalion commander was hit 4 times when he jumped over a low stone wall into the open ground opposite the tip of Kakuzu. When the 2nd Battalion finally attacked at 12:25 in an attempted movement around to the left, it was turned back at the east end of Kakuzu Ridge. Simultaneously with the movement of the 2nd Battalion, the 3rd Battalion, which had relieved the 3rd 106th Infantry in the morning, moved down from Kakuzu West, bypassed Kakuzu Village, and by 15:35 had 2 companies, L and I, on top the Urasawa-Mura escarpment on the east side of the 106th Infantry. During the afternoon, the weather had become increasingly unsettled, with high wind and some rain. At 15:30, Captain Ernest A. Fleming, who had assumed command of the 2nd Battalion, 105th Infantry, earlier in the day, asked to be allowed to move around the west end of Kakuzu Ridge to join the 3rd Battalion on the escarpment. This permission was given by Colonel W.S. Wynne, the regimental commander, at approximately 1600. The battalion moved off, and by 1800 had taken up a position on the slope at the base of the escarpment below the 3rd Battalion, 105th Infantry. At the same time, the 1st Battalion, 105th, was ordered in front of the village of Kakuzu to become regimental reserve. Front, as represented by the position actually taken by the 1st Battalion, was southwest of the village in front of the escarpment. Thus, by late afternoon, the entire Kakuzu Ridge front had been abandoned by the 105th Infantry. It was just before this shift of positions that Colonel Nolan made his suggestion for a joint attack. In front of Kakuzu Ridge during the day, 2 battalions of the 105th Regiment had suffered 158 casualties, the 1st Battalion 105, and the 2nd Battalion 53. On the western end of the Urasawa-Mura escarpment, the 2nd Battalion of the 106th Infantry tried to work south after its successful night attack, but it ran into a series of cave, tomb, and tunnel positions along the ridge to the west of Route 1 and was fought to a standstill. This was the beginning of what later became known as the Item Pocket Battle. Elsewhere on the escarpment, the 106th was, in general, stopped after its presence was discovered at daybreak. Elsewhere on the escarpment, the 106th was also unsuccessful in advancing to the south, but it did extend its lines to the east to join the 3rd Battalion, 105th. The bridges across Machinado Inlet were subjected to Japanese artillery and mortar attack shortly after daybreak. Direct tank fire silenced a gun firing from a cave position in the face of the escarpment, but 320mm mortar shells then began dropping in the crossing area known as Buzz Bomb Bowl. An enemy artillery barrage on the crossing area began at 15:30, and by 1600 one of the Bailey bridges and the pontoon bridge were out, only the footbridge remaining. This was the beginning of a week-long struggle to keep bridges across the inlet. The big attack of 19 April had failed. At no point had there been a breakthrough. Everywhere the Japanese had held and turned back the American attack. Even on the west, where the front lines had been advanced a considerable distance by the 27th Division, the area gained was mostly unoccupied low ground, and when the Japanese positions on the reverse slopes of the escarpment were encountered, further gain was denied. Everywhere, the advance made early in the morning represented only an area lying between the line of departure and the enemy's fortified positions. As a result of the day's fighting, the 24th Corps lost 720 dead, wounded, and missing. Chapter 9. Fall of the First Shuri Defense Ring. The mood of the American troops on the morning of 20 April was far different from what it had been the morning before. The feeling now was one of weariness and awareness that breaking through would be slow and costly. The most immediate and pressing objective was to consolidate the line for further advance and, in particular, to eliminate the gap of approximately a mile that existed between the 96th and 27th Divisions when darkness fell. The strong Japanese position at Kakuzu Ridge lay in the middle of this gap, bypassed by the 27th Division, and the heart of the Japanese stronghold was behind it to the south. If the enemy could take advantage of the gap, he might counterattack and reach the rear of both the 27th and 96th Divisions. Two points of view existed with regard to bypassing Japanese positions. One was represented by General Greiner, 27th Division commander, when he ordered that the movement must be forward even if it meant bypassing Japanese and mopping them up later. The other was expressed by Colonel Halloran, the commanding officer of the 381st Infantry, 96th Division, when he said on a later occasion, "You cannot bypass a Japanese because a Jap does not know when he is bypassed." The primary responsibility for ensuring that dangerous gaps did not develop between units and that the attack along unit boundaries was coordinated rested upon the unit commander on the right. The large gap in the 27th Division zone must have alarmed General Greiner, since after dark at 1930 he ordered Company B, 165th Infantry, to take up a position in front of Kakuzu Ridge. Item Pocket. In accordance with General Greiner's plan, Colonel Gerard W. Kelly, commander of the 165th Infantry, on 20 April, had 2 battalions abreast and ready to attack on the right of the 27th Division line. The 1st Battalion, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel James H. Mahoney, was on the left, and the 2nd Battalion, under Lieutenant Colonel John McDonough, on the right. A mile southwest of the 165th lay Machinato Airfield, and 3 miles beyond the airfield was Naha, both important objectives. Although photographs and maps did not reveal to any precise degree the strength of the Japanese or the nature of the terrain, regimental headquarters was optimistic. On the morning of the 20th, Lieutenant Colonel Joseph T. Hart, regimental executive officer, brought out a large green sign, Conroy Field, in honor of the 165th's commander killed on Makin, and announced that he expected to nail it up at Machinato Airfield by evening. He added that the regiment would hold a dance in Naha on Saturday night. Item Pocket blocks the way. Such hopes proved to be illusory before the fighting of 20 April was more than a few hours old. Almost immediately, the regiment hit intense resistance in rough ground north of Gusukuma. When the 1st Battalion drove south along Route 1, the Japanese entrenched in this area cut off the forward elements with heavy mortar and machine gun fire, killing 5 and wounding 22. Only by dogged efforts was the battalion able to reach a point east of Gusukuma by nightfall. It had then lost contact with the 2nd Battalion, which was meeting equally stiff resistance west of the Japanese position. The center of the Japanese resistance lay in the I section of Target Area 7777, which came to be called Item Pocket. In military terminology, I is called Item. Actually, the pocket was the hub of the enemy position. From it, like spokes of a giant wheel, extended 4 low ridges, separated from each other by ravines and rice paddies. Potter's Ridge ran north from the hub, Charlie Ridge to the northeast, Gusukuma Ridge to the southeast, and Ryan Ridge to the southwest. Lying between Gusukuma and Charlie Ridges, and sloping to the east, was a cone-shaped hill called by Americans Brewer's Hill. A gulch ran along each side of the hill, Anderson's Gulch on the north and Dead Horse Gulch on the south. Both ran in an easterly direction, crossing Route 1 at small bridges just north of Gusukuma. The ground was superbly suited for active defense. Typical Japanese positions were connected by tunnels along the sides and under the crests of the ridges. Ryan Ridge, in particular, was honeycombed with such defenses. From Item Pocket, the enemy had excellent command both of the coastal areas to the north and west and of the open land to the east, where Route 1 ran north-south. The Japanese had long been aware of the defensive value of this position against either a beach landing on the northwest or an attack from the north. Months before the Americans landed, Japanese troops and Okinawan laborers were boring tunnels and establishing elaborate living quarters and aid stations. The area was held by 2 companies of the 21st Independent Infantry Battalion of the 64th Brigade, 62nd Division, supported by an anti-tank company, a machine gun company, and elements of anti-aircraft, artillery, and mortar units. At least 600 Japanese occupied the pocket, reinforced by several hundred Okinawans. Infantrymen of the 2nd Battalion, 165th Infantry, operating on the right of the 1st Battalion, cleaned out a system of dugouts and tunnels on the southeast nose of Potter's Ridge on the 20th, but Colonel McDonough's men made little more progress after that day. When the 2nd started a pivoting movement to join up with the 1st Battalion on its left, the troops came under intense flanking fire from the left rear out of the pocket. Japanese mortars on Ryan Ridge knocked out the machine gunners when they tried to lay down covering fire. The troops retreated to Potter's Ridge after several hours fighting, which cost them 12 casualties. Farther to the west, infantrymen managed to reach Fox Ridge, a low rise due west of the hub of the pocket. Colonel McDonough then ordered Company E, on his extreme right, to use Fox Ridge as cover and to attack south to seize Ryan Ridge. The leading platoon was well up on the slope of Ryan when Japanese on top opened up with mortars, machine guns, and artillery, cutting off the rest of Company E. While the company commander, his clothes torn by bullets, and the rest of the company straggled back to Fox Ridge, the leading platoon continued doggedly ahead. Its leader, Tech Sergeant Ernest L. Sheff, managed to reach the top with 8 of his men despite almost constant fire. He was ordered by radio to hold until relief came. The men hugged the ground as darkness slowly descended. Then, from 3 directions, from 50 to 60 heavily armed Japanese set upon the Americans. In wild hand-to-hand fighting, the 9 men beat off the attack. PFC Paul R. Cook fired 4 cases of ammunition into the enemy, shooting down at least 10 before he was killed. With grenades, rifle butts, and the enemy's own weapons, Sheff and his men killed another dozen before the Japanese withdrew. With 2 of his men killed, another missing, and 2 wounded, Sheff led the survivors back to his company during the night. At 06:30 on 21 April, the 2nd Battalion launched another attack across the mouth of Item Pocket. The troops were supported by anti-tank guns, which had been unloaded at the seawall, hand-carried almost 1,000 yards, and set up to fire directly into the hub of the pocket. Within 10 minutes, the entire left of the battalion line was pinned down. Efforts to advance against interlocking lanes of fire were fruitless, and the men withdrew to Potter's Ridge later in the morning. During the afternoon, troops on the battalion's right, protected from Item Pocket by Fox Ridge, moved several hundred yards along the coast on amphibian tractors. But an attack east toward the pocket was abortive. As soon as the infantry climbed over the seawall, the enemy blazed forth from Ryan Ridge with light artillery pieces and small arms. The first rounds were wild, and every man scrambled back safely over the wall. Another attempt under such conditions seemed out of the question. Again, the troops pulled back to Fox Ridge. Thus, with little difficulty, the Japanese defending the western approaches of Item Pocket repulsed the Americans on 21 April. The enemy's defense was equally effective on the east. Here, the 1st Battalion had a major supply problem on its hands. 2 blown bridges along Route 1 east of the pocket were holding up vehicles of support units. During the previous night, fire from the pocket had driven off an engineer platoon working at the site and killed the platoon leader. Early on the 21st, Lieutenant Golden, the Bailey Bridge expert, came up with 10 truckloads of material. His engineers worked for an hour but had to stop in the face of almost ceaseless fire from the pocket. Colonel Kelly then ordered scouts to find another stream crossing. A bulldozer cut a bypass around Anderson's Gulch near the railroad, but when, about 1000, the operator nosed his machine out in the open, he was shot in the ear. General Greiner, in Colonel Kelly's observation post at the time, ordered Lieutenant Colonel Walter F. Anderson, commander of the 193rd Tank Battalion, to push the bypass through. Anderson himself climbed into his battalion's sole remaining tank dozer and completed the bypass. A 47mm anti-tank gun, hitherto silent, scored a direct hit on Anderson's tank, killing him and a guide. The bypass was now blocked and had to be abandoned. This breakdown in supply over Route 1 seriously affected operations east of Gusukuma. Colonel Mahoney's 1st Battalion attacked southwest early on the 21st into Gusukuma, but without tanks or cannon, the troops made little ground against machine guns in the village and fire from item pocket on the right rear. Mahoney's left company did reach a point 400 yards north of the village of Yafusu, the farthest advance yet registered by 24th Corps since 19 April, but here the troops were stopped by a network of enemy positions. Fight of Dead Horse Gulch. Colonel Kelly, back at his headquarters, was becoming increasingly worried about the wide vertical gap between his 1st and 2nd Battalions. Early on 21 April, he decided to commit his 3rd Battalion, under Lieutenant Colonel Dennis D. Clare, in a move designed to plug the gap and break into item pocket in one blow. Using Route 1 as its line of departure, Company L was to push west through Dead Horse Gulch, outflanking the Japanese covering Anderson's Gulch. Simultaneously, Company K on L's left would attack northwest toward the pocket along Gusukuma Ridge. Even moving into the line of departure was so difficult in this area, swept by fire from artillery, spigot mortars, and light arms, that it was 15:15 before the battalion attacked. Under a heavy smoke screen, Company L advanced along Dead Horse Gulch. In 45 minutes, the infantry was pinned flat to the ground under a hail of light arms fire. The men could only crawl into holes. When the smoke cleared, Japanese machine gunners worked over the area. At dusk, the company retreated down the gulch. Company K, commanded by Captain Howard E. Betts, Jr., was the other prong of the battalion attack. The company skirted the eastern edge of Gusukuma under heavy fire and drove up to the crest of Gusukuma Ridge. From here, Captain Betts launched an attack down into Dead Horse Gulch with one platoon and sent the other along the crest of the ridge to cover the men on the low ground. In a savage encounter, Company K fought its way almost into the heart of the pocket, but the odds were against it. Within an hour, it had lost 6 men killed, 3 missing, and 15 wounded. The troops could advance no farther against the virtually intact Japanese defenses. Under cover of smoke and twilight, Betts pulled his men back to the crest of Gusukuma Ridge. He was forced to leave behind several of his wounded, who crawled into caves. A squad leader, himself wounded twice, tried to evacuate these men, but he was hit 4 times in the attempt and later died. Company K had hardly begun digging in on the rocky crest of Gusukuma Ridge when the Japanese began a series of attacks that lasted 4 hours. The first, well supported by enemy artillery, was driven off by the troops and artillery, but all the men still in the gulch were killed in the onslaught. Low on ammunition and unable to evacuate the wounded, the men of Company K hung on under heavy fire and incessant sniping. At 2300, the enemy launched an all-out attack, striking simultaneously from Gusukuma and from the gulch. The Japanese overran and captured 2 machine guns and turned them on the outnumbered and disorganized Americans. Betts managed to pull his remaining men back to the 1st Battalion line, 200 yards to the south. Company K was now down to half strength. The engagement had a grim aftermath. Early the next morning, the Japanese attacked the caves in Dead Horse Gulch, where some wounded Americans had hidden. With grenades and bonfires, the Japanese forced some of the Americans into the open, where they were shot. The others were stifled to death inside. On 22 April, General Greiner, who was mainly concerned with coordinating the movements of his 105th Infantry with the 96th Division on the left, east, and was not too much impressed by the strength of the enemy in item pocket, ordered Colonel Kelly to hold and improve his positions. In conjunction with the 106th on his left, Kelly therefore shortened his 1st Battalion line to present a more compact front. A heavy airstrike was delivered on the pocket without major effect. Patrol action was intensified. All remaining Japanese were cleared out of Potter and Charlie Ridges. Artillery, well registered in, prevented the enemy from retaking any ground. The patrols brought back information on Japanese dispositions, providing the basis for the next day's plan. Under that plan, Company I was to attack from the nose of Potter's Ridge, across the mouth of the pocket, and seize the face of Ryan Ridge. Meanwhile, Company C would send a platoon over Brewer's Hill and down into the heart of the pocket. Then Company I was to consolidate its hold on Ryan and, together with Company K, drive along Ryan Ridge to Machinado Airfield. A special assault squad was set up to establish the all-important beachhead on the face of Ryan Ridge. Commanded by Staff Sergeant Howard Lewis, this squad consisted of 12 men, heavily armed with BARs, rifles, bazookas, demolitions, and a portable flamethrower. Early next morning, the 23rd, Sergeant Lewis worked his squad through the tombs on the nose of Potter's Ridge to the bare flat ground at the base. A Japanese mortarman opened fire on them from the top of Ryan Ridge, just above the center of the pocket. Sergeant Lewis spotted the position and sent his men toward it as their first objective. One by one, the men sprinted toward Ryan Ridge. 2 Japanese machine guns opened up. The lead man, together with most of the squad, took cover at the base of Ryan. Below, other enemy machine guns were firing. Lewis was now cut off from reinforcement. Climbing from rock to rock on the craggy nose of Ryan Ridge, the squad made its way to within 40 yards of the mortar position. A shower of potato masher grenades stopped the advance. Lewis deployed his squad, sending 4 to the right and 2 to the left, and bringing up his bazooka man for direct fire into the position. Advance was impossible. The area now seemed to be swarming with Japanese, trying to move in to finish off the squad. Crawling from rock to rock in Indian fashion, the Americans held them off. Lewis called for artillery fire within 40 yards of his position. The rest of Company I, still waiting on Potter's Ridge, put long-range fire on the enemy. The enemy replied with machine guns and mortars. The pocket was an inferno of bursting shells and of rifle and machine gun fire. For 3 hours, Lewis and his men held out, but it was a hopeless fight. At 1300, he called his company on the radio and said that he had only 3 men left capable of fighting, 3 being dead and 7 wounded. The supporting platoon from Company I had been stopped short. The platoon from Company C had reached the crest of Brewer's Hill, but had not been able to climb down the steep side. The troops lowered charges on ropes over the side and set them off at the cave entrances, but the charges seemed to make little impression. Lewis received orders to pull back with his wounded. 2 more Americans were hit on the way back, but most of the wounded were brought out. Only Lewis and 1 other man returned unwounded. Item Pocket, on the 4th day of the assault, was still in enemy hands. Captain Ryan's Raiders, 24 to 25 April. The man on whom most now depended was Captain Bernard Ryan, commanding Company F, 165th Infantry. Subjected nightly to intense artillery concentrations, harassed by numerous enemy patrols in force, compelled to evacuate his wounded and bring in his supplies by water around Keizu Point, lacking direct fire support except from his own mortars, Captain Ryan had operated largely on his own initiative. From 20 to 24 April, he had watched Companies E, G, K, and I assault the pocket from different directions. He correctly reasoned on 24 April that his turn would be next. Captain Ryan proposed to Colonel Clare a plan calling for an attack by Company F at 0200 on the following day, 25 April, along the same general route as had been followed by Company E on 20 April. This plan was accepted by higher headquarters. Ryan was therefore astonished to receive a telephone call from Colonel Clare at 1900 on 24 April, ordering him to attack Ryan Ridge in 1 hour over an entirely different route, that followed by Sergeant Lewis on the 23rd. There had been a hopeless mix-up of orders. It was now necessary for Captain Ryan to execute a complete change of dispositions and attack preparations in the dark. He was calling together platoon leaders for a new briefing when the regular evening barrage began landing in his company. Soon his communications were out and his men pinned down. Later, a series of patrol actions by the enemy slowed his reorganization. In the morning, when Colonel Kelly discovered that Ryan Ridge was still in enemy hands, he ordered Colonel Clare to attack immediately and secure the ridge. Clare felt that the task was impossible and demurred. Kelly thereupon relieved Clare, and Major Herman M. Lutz, executive officer, assumed command. Kelly ordered Lutz to attack at 06:30. Lutz decided to use Ryan's original plan. Captain Ryan realized that the chief obstacles were the Japanese positions in Ryan Ridge and in the heart of the pocket. From these positions, the enemy dominated much of the area between Ryan and Fox Ridges. Captain Ryan's key to the problem was artillery fire. He reasoned that since the direction of fire of supporting artillery would be perpendicular to his direction of attack, and the greatest possible lateral deviation would be 15 yards, he need not worry about overs or shorts. He ordered a 20-minute preparation on the slopes of the ridge. In briefing his company, Ryan stressed the need for a speedy ground attack to exploit the artillery support. The mission would put heavy demands on a company that was tired, undermanned, and low on food, water, and ammunition. The two assault platoons of Company F started off at a dead run the moment the first shells were fired on the morning of the 25th. Mortars, machine guns, and anti-tank guns supported them. The attacking infantry was thinned out by enemy fire and natural obstacles, but 31 reached the top of Ryan Ridge. They found themselves perched atop a rugged razorback, full of rocks, holes, and blasted vegetation. As the artillery fire receded, Japanese began emerging from spider holes, pillboxes, caves, and tunnels. The 31 Americans were ready for them. In 20 minutes of fighting, similar to previous encounters on item pocket ridgetops, they killed 35 Japanese and chased a larger number off the ridge. 5 of the Americans were killed and 2 were wounded. The crux of the situation lay in Captain Ryan's ability to consolidate his position. Repeatedly, units had gained footholds on these ridges, only to lose them to the enemy. By late afternoon, the 24 effectives on the ridge had an average of only 6 rounds of rifle ammunition. They had no medical supplies, and all the aid men were casualties. Radio communication was out. The Japanese, after their first unsuccessful sortie, had rigged a noose around the perimeter and were slowly tightening it. Holding the ridge now depended on Ryan's initiative. Ryan fully understood the critical situation. He arranged for Company I to be moved around to his right flank. He planned to repeat the move that had worked so well in the morning. At 16:05, 15 minutes after artillery support opened up, Ryan and the rest of the company reached the crest, suffering 5 casualties on the way. Company I failed to make the top, having been cut off on the slopes. After reorganizing his company, Ryan departed with 2 men to find reinforcements, a risky mission in the dark. Company I was still unable to move up, but Captain Betts of Company K was quick to help. By midnight, all of Company K were on the ridge. With more than 100 men now on the ridge, Ryan and Betts could take the offensive. During the morning of the 26th, they swept along the crest of Ryan Ridge in opposite directions. Company F advanced rapidly southwest to a point just opposite the north end of Machinado airstrip. Betts made some progress, then ran into heavy fire near the nose of Ryan Ridge and built up a defensive position. The main task now was systematic burning out and blowing up of caves on the western slope of the ridge. The Japanese still held several areas in item pocket, but the Americans were on Ryan Ridge to stay. The 165th could now establish an unbroken regimental line and prepare to continue the advance south. Item pocket reduced, 26 to 27 April. Captain Ryan's attack on the 25th coincided with an assault launched southwest of Ryan Ridge on Gusukuma by other companies of the 165th. In bitter fighting that lasted all day, the troops moved from wall to wall and tree to tree into the debris of Gusukuma. At one time, Company A was receiving fire from 8 machine guns, at least 1 47mm anti-tank gun, and mortars. Much of it came from the eastern slope of Ryan Ridge, not yet reduced. Riflemen made the main effort. One of them, PFC Richard King of Company A, killed a Japanese tied in the crotch of a tree, sat on a limb beside the dead sniper, and killed 10 enemy soldiers before nightfall. Fighting in and around item pocket raged on through the 26th. American troops were now pressing in on the heart of the pocket from all directions. Casualties were still running high. On the 26th, the full week after the 165th began its attack, the regiment, as a result of enemy fire on Route 1, was still operating without tanks or self-propelled mounts. Attack after attack by the infantry slowly constricted the Japanese-held area. By the night of the 26th, the enemy had been cleaned out of Gusukuma, Ryan Ridge, and all the area west of the pocket. Cave positions commanding the key bridges on Route 1 were sealed off, and engineers then resumed work. The first 2 tanks to arrive south of the pocket on the 27th were quickly knocked out by 47mm gunfire. Succeeding tanks worked with the infantry in reducing the remaining positions. PFC Alejandro C. Ruiz of Company A administered the final blow to Item Pocket. Exasperated by machine gun fire and grenades which had wounded 7 of his comrades, Ruiz seized a BAR and charged headlong into the remaining Japanese positions. He moved from cave to cave, killing the enemy within. At 16:37 on 27 April, the pocket was declared secure. Many Japanese, however, remained. Weeks later, they were still emerging from the deep caves and tunnels. General Greiner had become increasingly distressed over the slow progress of the 165th. He was especially disturbed by the confused disposition of the regiment. Disorganization had begun as early as 21 April and had increased as Colonel Kelly was forced to split up battalions and detach companies for various missions. On 27 April, General Greiner, on authority from General Hodge, relieved Colonel Kelly from command of the 165th. Assaulting the outer Shuri defense ring. While the reduction of Item Pocket was in progress, the 7th, 27th, and 96th Divisions were trying to break through the outer Shuri defense ring. The results of the intense action of 19 April had been disappointing. The day's fighting had shown that further advance would be very difficult, and this was confirmed by the difficult fighting between the 20th and 24th. The Japanese outer defenses to the Shuri line were anchored along a hilly mass which extended across the island in a northwesterly direction from the village of Ouki on the east to Machinato Inlet on the west. Behind this mass and echelon to the right was the formidable Urasoe Mura escarpment, the western anchor of the Japanese line. A series of dominating hills which formed natural defensive positions, Skyline Ridge, Hill 178, the highest point, Tanabaru, and Nishibaru and Kakazu ridges, stretched along the crest of this hilly mass and formed the core of the Japanese defense system. The approaches to this system were covered by a number of forward positions which, like Rocky Crags and Tombstone Ridge, were well adapted to the terrain. Facing the 7th Division on the east was Skyline Ridge, barring passage along the coast. On the right of the division was Rocky Crags. Between the two was a series of concrete blockhouses and strong points which guarded the approaches to Hill 178. In the center of the corps line, on the 96th Division front, was Nishibaru Ridge, an extension of Kakazu Ridge, and Tombstone Ridge, the northwestern slopes of which were held by the 382nd Infantry. On the west, in the area held by the 27th Division, was Kakazu Ridge. The Japanese atop this ridge commanded Nishibaru's western slopes and covered the 96th Division's right flank. In the Kakazu area, a gap had developed between the two divisions, and the closing of this gap was to entail the reduction of Kakazu Ridge. The fighting between 20 and 24 April was to be as difficult as any during the campaign. These days were marked by incessant heavy attack against cave, tomb, tunnel, and dug-in positions, with mutually supporting fields of fire. Mortar and artillery fire and armored flamethrowers were used extensively, and the infantry engaged in costly assaults and hand grenade duels at close range. The enemy did not give a single foot of ground. He fought until he was killed. During the first 4 days, there was no material gain over most of the line, except for a few local penetrations. But on the 24th, after a sustained onslaught of 4 days of heroic effort against Skyline Ridge, Rocky Crags, and equally formidable barriers, the Americans moved into positions, among them Kakazu Ridge, in the 1st Shuri defense ring. Skyline Battle. The attack of the 7th Division on Ouki Hill had been stopped on 19 April after hard and bitter fighting. This was only the beginning of the struggle for Skyline Ridge, and in order to see in proper perspective the events of 20 to 24 April, the action of the 7th on 19 April must be reconsidered in detail. At 0640 on 19 April, with Company G on the left and Company F on the right, the 2nd Battalion of the 184th Infantry, 7th Division, led the advance along high ground toward Ouki Hill. Company G of the 32nd Infantry trailed at the left rear. The troops had advanced 500 yards when the first mortar shells fell. Quickly the number increased, and machine gun fire was added. At 0830, 400 yards short of Ouki Hill, the advance stopped. The troops had reached the Forbidden Zone. The Japanese 11th Independent Infantry Battalion, with attached units, was defending Skyline Ridge, the anchor of the enemy line which fell off from Ouki Hill to Buckner Bay. This battalion had received a unit citation during the China War. Composed of 5 rifle companies and attached gun, machine gun, and mortar companies, it had numbered about 1,400 men on 1 April, but by 19 April it had been reduced to from 800 to 1,000 men. In arranging the defenses of Skyline Ridge, the Japanese placed most of their machine guns on the forward north face and on the northern and eastern slopes of Ouki Hill. The 81mm mortars were on the reverse southern slope of Hill 178 to the west of the battalion guns. After a delay of 15 minutes, First Lieutenant Daniel R. Leffel, commanding Company G, 184th Infantry, sent a squad under Staff Sergeant Gordon P. Foster to feel out the enemy. Keeping close to the ground, the men had moved slowly forward 50 yards when a Japanese machine gun and enemy rifleman a few yards away fired point-blank into them, killing Foster and 4 others with a first spray of bullets. PFC Kenneth J. Clawitter was wounded seriously but could not be reached by the rest of the squad. Lieutenant Leffel radioed for a flame tank. Tech Sergeant Garrett Schultz, acting First Sergeant, tried to rescue Clawitter but was shot in the side as he started to bring him back. Both men then hugged the earth for such protection as it gave. Each move of Company G brought an enemy mortar concentration immediately. Company G 32nd Infantry on the left, east, also was stopped. Down below along the coastal flat, Company I 32nd Infantry 7th Division went through Ouki and, following tanks and armored flamethrowers, moved against the lower tip of Skyline Ridge, while Company L maneuvered into position on the right, west, for a frontal attack against the ridge. One platoon of Company I assaulted the nose of the ridge after the flame tanks backed away, found that all Japanese at this point had been killed, and occupied the forward face of the tip at 0710. Mortar fire covered the crest and prevented further gain. By this time, the leading platoon of Company L, under First Lieutenant Lawrence T. O'Brien, had climbed up the slope of Skyline to the right, west, and started west along the side of the ridge. 100 yards ahead, a northward jog in the ridge and a dip in the crest allowed the enemy on the reverse slope to fire eastward through the dip to the forward face of Skyline. Machine gun fire directed against O'Brien's platoon now came through the depression, and O'Brien and his men dashed to an abandoned pillbox on the crest. This brought the platoon within grenade range of Japanese on the other side, and the men were forced to scatter. Knee mortar shells began to fall, plummeting almost straight down. Watching the sky, the men could see the descent of the small black objects in time to dash from the calculated point of impact. To the right of O'Brien's men, another platoon of Company L started up the slope and came into the line of fire of a machine gun that kept silent until the men were exposed. With its first burst, the gun wounded 9 men, almost half the platoon, which fell back disorganized to the base of the ridge. Meanwhile, the 3rd platoon of Company L, which had taken refuge from mortar fire in burial tombs near the lower tip of the ridge, was trapped inside by a Japanese machine gun that put a band of fire across the entrances of the tombs when anyone tried to get out. In the Ouki coastal area, combat patrols of Company B protected the regiment's left flank, encountering several strong points and killing numerous enemy soldiers. Just before 1200, a platoon from Company K, west of O'Brien's position, reached a point within 10 feet of the crest of Skyline Ridge. Japanese on the reverse slope made it impossible to occupy the crest, which was just wide enough for a footpath, and only glimpses of the southern side could be secured by a momentary raising of the head. Fortunately, the slope of the ridge was so steep that most of the grenades coming over the top rolled down the incline before they exploded. The Company K platoon was hit almost immediately by a counterattack of about 50 Japanese, who crawled up in the reverse slope and began to throw grenades. Artillery was called for to help repel the counterattack, but 4 rounds fell short and killed or wounded most of the platoon. Another platoon was sent forward at once to replace it. Before it could dig in, it was struck by a second counterattack of more than 100 Japanese. The attackers pressed forward through their own mortar fire to a point just under the crest on the south side and engaged in a close-quarters grenade battle. The knife-edged crest of Skyline Ridge now looked from a distance as though it were smoldering. This close fight lasted for an hour, and at the end all of the 2nd Platoon had been killed or wounded but 6 men, who dropped back to the base of the ridge. Meanwhile, enemy pressure against O'Brien's men down the ridge to the left had not lessened, and it was evident at 13:30 that the 3rd Battalion did not have enough strength to push ahead. There were not more than 25 men of Companies L and K left on Skyline Ridge. These men were trying grimly to hold on in the hope that the 2nd Battalion, higher up in the approach to Owuki Hill, could get through and start a drive down toward them, or that the platoon cooped up in the tombs below could escape and help. During all this time, the troops in front of Owuki Hill had made no progress. A flame tank had come up and burned out the position encountered by the unlucky squad in the morning, and on its way back, it had picked up Klavitter and Schultz, who, badly wounded, had been near the enemy machine gun. Schultz died on the way to the rear. At 15:25, the G companies of the 32nd and 184th Regiments undertook to resume the attack, which had been stalemated since early morning, but with no great promise of success. Along the base of Owuki Hill, both companies were pinned to the ground at 16:20 by an extremely heavy enemy 81mm mortar concentration. Amid the din of exploding mortars, slivers of flying metal filled the air. In small groups or singly, the men dashed back in short spurts toward their former position. Many were killed instantly while in flight. One man running wildly back towards safety stopped suddenly and assumed what appeared to be an attitude of prayer. In the next instant, he was blown to bits by a direct hit. There was now no hope that the remnant of the 3rd Battalion near the bottom of Skyline Ridge could stay there, and by 17:30, the exhausted men had pulled back to their starting point of the morning. The 3rd Battalion had lost approximately 100 men along Skyline Ridge during the day. At 2000, the 32nd Infantry was ordered by General Arnold to resume the attack at 07:30 the next morning. Rain, which had begun in the afternoon, continued steadily on into the night. Though American disappointment was keen and losses heavy in the Skyline Ridge fight on 19 April, it was not a one-sided affair. During the day, the 1st and 5th Companies of the defending Japanese battalion had been all but annihilated. The 1st Company was wiped out when a tank fired into a cave, setting off satchel charges and killing most of the men, whereupon the company commander committed suicide. The other 3 companies of the battalion were reduced to about 50 men each in the battles for Hill 178, Owuki Hill, and Skyline Ridge. The machine gun and battalion gun companies each had about 80 men left. On 20 April, the attack centered against Owuki Hill. Skyline Ridge itself was left alone after the experience of the day before. The 2nd Battalion, 184th Infantry, and Company G, 32nd Infantry, moving out at 07:30, were checked almost at once by enemy mortar and machine gun fire, and the situation remained stalemated all morning. 2 armored flamethrowers, however, successfully penetrated 400 yards in front of the infantry to burn out an enemy mortar position on the west slope of Owuki Hill. This led Lieutenant Colonel Roy A. Green of the 184th to call Colonel John M. Finn of the 32nd Infantry and obtain his approval of a plan for covering the Japanese positions on Owuki Hill and the eastern part of Hill 178 with a mortar concentration and smoke, while blanketing Skyline Ridge with a 4.2-inch chemical mortar barrage as a prelude to an attack on Owuki Hill in which tanks would precede the infantry. Company G of the 184th, now down to 19 riflemen, was attached as a platoon to Company G of the 32nd Infantry for the assault. It was launched at 14:45. The Japanese, blinded by the smoke, apparently did not see the advancing troops until they were on the lower slopes of Ouki Hill. Heavy mortar fire then began to fall, threatening to break up the American attack. At the critical moment, First Lieutenant John J. Holm and Staff Sergeant James R.W. McCarthy, the platoon leader and the platoon sergeant of the leading platoon, scrambled on toward the top of the hill, yelling to the others to follow. Individually and in groups of twos and threes, the men responded, and a feeble line was built up just under the crest. It was none too soon, for a counterattack struck immediately from the other side. Both Holm and McCarthy were among those killed, but the Japanese were repulsed and lost 35 killed. Just before dark, a platoon from Company F, 184th Infantry, joined the little group on Ouki Hill from the American lines 400 yards to the rear. Tanks brought supplies to the isolated men, and half-tracks evacuated the wounded. The Japanese shelled the forward face of the hill throughout the night. 5 men were killed and 18 wounded, all in their foxholes. The 2 company commanders and several platoon leaders were among the casualties. Before dawn, the enemy made another counterattack. Although some Japanese came close enough to throw satchel charges, the attack was repulsed. During the night, Japanese with light machine guns infiltrated behind Company G's lines, and at an opportune moment on the morning of 21 April, they opened fire, killing or wounding 9 men, before being killed themselves by tanks and armored flamethrowers. It was nearly 0900 before Company F, hampered by enemy mortar and artillery fire, was able to start the attack down Skyline Ridge. At first, there was no resistance, and within 45 minutes, the men reached a deep road cut through the middle part of the ridge. Here they were halted by mortar fire. Company E, 32nd Infantry, coming up on the left, east, was stopped in the cut by a Japanese machine gun and placed on the narrow crest, and by grenades that were rolled down on the leading 3rd Platoon. The mortar section then adjusted on a point where Japanese had been seen, not more than 20 yards ahead of the foremost man. At 12:30, General Arnold, 7th Division Commander, arrived at Colonel Finn's observation post. A discussion of the situation led these commanders to conclude that it would be best to delay assault on the lower half of Skyline Ridge until the fall of Hill 178, which would make the enemy's position on the lower ground untenable. Orders to this effect were received by Major John H. Duncan, commanding the 2nd Battalion, 32nd Infantry, a few minutes after 1400. The order was nullified, however, by an incident then taking place. When east of the road cut, a man in the stalled 3rd Platoon, Company E, was killed. Sergeant Theodore R. McDonald, a 91st Chemical Mortar Company observer, was impelled to drastic action. McDonald had frequently joined men on the line and shown qualities of a determined infantryman. Now infuriated, he gathered up a handful of grenades and ran in the face of the machine gun fire along the slope to a point underneath the spot where he believed the enemy gun to be located, and then started up the 20-foot embankment. When he looked over the crest, he failed to spot the gun, but he did see 3 enemy soldiers and grenaded them. He made 2 trips to the bottom of the embankment for fresh supplies of grenades, but it was not until his 3rd trip to the crest that he located the machine gun. McDonald then slid back to the bottom, grabbed a BAR, and mounted the embankment with it, only to have the weapon jam after the first shot. He skidded to the bottom, seized a carbine, and went back up for the 5th time. On reaching the crest, he stood up and fired point-blank into the machine gun position, killing the gunner and 2 covering riflemen. McDonald then hurled the machine gun down the slope behind him. A mortar that he found in the position was also sent crashing down the hillside. Sergeant McDonald was later awarded the Distinguished Service Cross for his heroism on this occasion. Lieutenant Fred Capp, commanding Company E, sent troops to reinforce McDonald immediately, and the position was consolidated. Then Company F, on orders given as a result of this sudden development, pressed the attack down Skyline Ridge, and by 1800 the entire forward face of the ridge was occupied, and only a knob at the lower tip was causing trouble. As evening fell, a lone 105mm shell from friendly artillery landed short on Company E along the ridge, killing 4 and wounding 9 men, 3 of whom died later. The next day, 22 April, the 32nd Infantry held the forward face of Skyline Ridge, but made no effort to advance. Patrols, however, worked over large sections of the southern slope and one patrol reached the eastern face of Hill 178, finding few Japanese. 3 sets of trench lines were found on the southern slope of Skyline Ridge, one of them at the very top. There was a maze of caves, and though many were blasted shut, others could be examined. On the lower tip of Skyline Ridge, one cave contained approximately 200 Japanese dead, another about 100, a third 50, and a fourth 45. Bodies had been neatly stacked. Altogether, about 500 dead Japanese were counted on Skyline Ridge. Most of the bodies showed artillery and mortar wounds. Many others had neat rifle holes or had been burned by flame. Approximately 200 rifles, 4 heavy machine guns, and a number of knee mortars were found piled in a cave, apparently salvaged from the battlefield. These circumstances seem to indicate that the Japanese had intended to bury their dead and use the weapons at a later time. Japanese weapons destroyed or captured on Skyline Ridge totaled 250 rifles, 4 heavy machine guns, 19 light machine guns, 20 knee mortars, a 20mm gun, and a 75mm field piece. On the night of 22 to 23 April, Skyline Ridge was well covered by enemy artillery. On 23 April, the 32nd Infantry remained on the north slope of the ridge, except when patrolling or closing caves. An enemy pillbox 400 yards away, which had survived 3 direct hits by a 37mm gun, restricted movement on the south slope until it was destroyed the following day. The 11th Independent Infantry Battalion had defended Skyline Ridge effectively and well. For this, together with subsequent action in the vicinity of Maeda, on the other side of the island, it was to receive a unit commendation from the commanding general of the 62nd Division. The battalion had only about 300 men by the night of 22 to 23 April and was relieved by elements of the 22nd Regiment. This was the first appearance of 24th Division troops in frontline combat positions. The remnants of the 11th Battalion crossed the island and fought on ensuing days in the Maeda area. During the night of 23 to 24 April, a heavy fog set in over southern Okinawa. Under its protection, while delivering heavy artillery fire against the American front lines, the Japanese withdrew from their remaining positions around Hill 178. The Battle of the Crags. The 7th Division's attack against the Rocky Crags on 19 April had uncovered a formidable position. The height of the crags was such that they covered from the northwest the approaches to Hill 178. They themselves were protected by machine guns and placed on elevated ground 200 yards east, and by long-range machine gun fire and mortars on Hill 178 to the southeast, on the Tanabaru escarpment to the south, and on high ground to the west. The tall, blunt coral pinnacle itself was honeycombed with caves and connecting tunnels. An attack against the crags on 20 April gained no ground. General Arnold then came to the conclusion that the position was the key to Hill 178. The 7th Division's main effort was now shifted to the right, and to give strength here, Company B's 17th Infantry was attached to the 184th Infantry and came into the line at 16:30, 20 April. After a limited advance, the company pulled back to escape enemy hand grenades and dug in for the night. Company B resumed the attack on 21 April, but it was soon stopped by machine gun fire. Tanks and armored flamethrowers then worked over the western face of the northernmost crag at close range. This enabled infantry to gain the west side of the northern crag. Just over the crest on the other side, Japanese could be heard talking. An effort was made to move over to the east side, but the first man to show himself was shot through the face, and no advance was possible. A tank and infantry attack on the western face of the southernmost crag also failed. Company B fell back to its starting point of the morning. The next day, Battery B of the 31st Field Artillery Battalion rolled a 155mm howitzer to a point within 800 yards of the crags. Here, firing against the eastern face, it quickly shot 7 rounds. Great chunks of coral were blown loose. The Japanese swung a machine gun on the howitzer and raked the point of the hill, hitting 2 of the gun crew and pinning the remainder and General Arnold, who happened to be present at this time, to the ground. Tanks and infantry started forward and crossed the open ground on the western side of the crags. The flame tanks moved up to the base of the southern crag and sprayed its face with great jets of liquid flame. 8 Japanese hurled themselves at the armored flamethrowers with satchel charges, but were cut down before they could reach the tanks. Immediately after the billows of black smoke had cleared, the infantrymen, who had followed the tanks closely, moved up to the base of the hill. But the Japanese again emerged from within the crag to man machine guns and to drop grenades and knee mortar shells from the coral crest. All but 12 men of the platoon were wounded in a few minutes. Another platoon, working along a ledge near the crest, was driven back in a close-quarters grenade fight. Artillery hit one of the tanks and set it on fire. At noon, Captain Charles Murphy halted the attack, planning to resume it at 1600 after reorganizing the company and evacuating the wounded. In the meantime, the 155mm howitzer, which had been immobilized by machine gun fire early in the day, was moved to another position under protection of smoke. It now went back into action, firing 43 rounds, each a target hit. The shape of the coral peak was altered, and the newly pulverized rock glistened white. At 1600, 2 platoons attacked again along the west side. 3 medium tanks and 3 armored flamethrowers led the way, shelling and burning the crag. The infantry then moved in so close to the Japanese soldiers that one could hear the enemy rifle bolts click. Enemy artillery became active, and once again, hand grenades and knee mortar shells were dropped on the attackers from above. In this attack, 18 out of 31 men were casualties, and only 5 were left fit for duty. At the end of the day, 22 April, Company B of the 17th Infantry had been reduced to 40% strength as a result of 2 days fighting at the crags. At the same time, elements of the 184th Infantry east of the crags had been held to virtually no gain by the network of fire from the crags and supporting positions. With Company B exhausted, the remainder of the 1st Battalion of the 17th Infantry took up the attack on 23 April after the crag had been pounded once more by all available weapons and burned by the flame tanks. There was almost no opposition. At 10:30, the rocky crags were in American hands. The price had been 186 casualties in 4 days to the 3rd Battalion, 184th Infantry, and 57 casualties in 2 days to Company B, 17th Infantry, a total of 243 men. The fight for Nishibaru Ridge. To the west of the 7th Division, in the center of the line, the 96th Division was having a difficult time. Early on 20 April, the 1st Battalion, 382nd Infantry, fought off an attempt by the Japanese to wrest from them the toehold gained the day before on Tombstone Ridge. The 3rd Battalion relieved the 1st at 0730 and attacked south from the northern part of Tombstone Ridge. Company L ran into trouble at a small tree-covered conical hill just east of the southern end of Tombstone Ridge. A bitter fight lasting all afternoon took place there. The Japanese held firm, and finally even counterattacked with bayonets through their own knee mortar fire. Company L withdrew at 1700 after suffering 32 casualties. On succeeding days, this particular Japanese strongpoint was to hamper operations against Nishibaru Ridge. Meanwhile, Company I fought down the length of Tombstone Ridge, wiping out the enemy in caves and tombs, and reached the southern end in time to help Company L by supporting fire. But because of the strong point in front of Company L, the battalion was unable to cross the draw between Tombstone and Nishibaru Ridges. The 3rd Battalion, 382nd Infantry, having drawn abreast of the southern end of Tombstone Ridge, and the 1st Battalion, 381st Infantry, in position to the right, west, attacked Nishibaru Ridge at 1100. The attack, launched without artillery support, surprised the Japanese, and Companies A and B were on the crest of Nishibaru Ridge at 1125. The inability of the 3rd Battalion of the 382nd to cross the draw from Tombstone Ridge left the 1st Battalion of the 381st exposed on the left. Company C of the 1st Battalion, ordered up to protect this exposed flank, was met by heavy enemy fire and suffered many casualties in the 3.5 hours it took to cross the draw, but at 1600 it was abreast of Company A on Nishibaru Ridge. During the afternoon, the commander of Company A was killed. Only 4 officers were left in the 3 rifle companies now on the northern slope of the ridge. The success of the 1st Battalion of the 381st in reaching Nishibaru Ridge led Colonel Halloran, the regimental commander, to order the 2nd Battalion of the 381st to attack at 1300 and come abreast on the right, Japanese guns on the tip of Kakuzu covered much of the ground over which the attack had to be made, and the platoon nearest Kakuzu lost half its strength in crossing the 250 yards to Nishibaru Ridge. The 3rd Battalion, 381st, still farther over on the division right, was unable to move at all because of the bypassed Kakuzu position. Spigot mortar fire was heavy all day in the Nishibaru Ridge area, for it was here that the Japanese had one of their main concentrations of these huge mortars. In the afternoon, one of the big flying boxcars lazily wobbled down into the midst of Company E, 381st Infantry, on the northern slope of the ridge, killing 4 and wounding 6 men. Severe punishment was meted out to the 2nd Battalion of the 381st, exposed on its right flank to automatic weapons fire from Kakuzu Ridge and to a heavy mortar barrage, but Companies E and G held firm. By nightfall, the 96th had 5 rifle companies dug in along the northern slope of Nishibaru Ridge. The tremendous explosions of the spigot mortars, the showers of knee mortars, and the drumming of enemy automatic fire caused many cases of combat fatigue during the day. In the fighting of 20 April, both the 96th and the 27th Divisions suffered more casualties than did the Japanese. This was the only time during the campaign that American casualties in 2 Army divisions exceeded those of the enemy facing them. In the fighting for Nishibaru Ridge, maneuver was difficult. On the division left flank, enemy positions in the rocky crags dominated the 2nd Battalion, 382nd, and limited activity to patrols. On the division right flank, Japanese firepower located on the tip of Kakuzu Ridge in the 27th Division zone immobilized the 3rd Battalion, 381st Infantry. This meant that the division's effort had to be made in the center. The foothold gained on 20 April on the western part of Nishibaru Ridge indicated that the logical move would be to attack to the left, east, along the ridge from the positions already gained. The 1st Battalion, 382nd Infantry, replaced the 3rd Battalion, 382nd, at the southern end of Tombstone Ridge, and at 07:20, 21 April, the latter began a circling march to the rear and westward to reach Nishibaru Ridge through the 381st Infantry. Once on the ridge to the left of Company C, the battalion reorganized and attacked eastward. It gained ground steadily until 12:45, when the first of 3 Japanese counterattacks struck. The first counterattack of platoon strength was beaten off. A second counterattack of company strength was launched at 13:30 from the village of Nishibaru and developed into a bitter, close battle. Lieutenant Colonel Franklin W. Hartline, battalion commander, went from company to company, encouraging the men. The heavy machine guns of Company M were carried up the steep northern slope and aided greatly in beating back the attack. The tripod of the first gun had just been set up when the gunner was killed. Staff Sergeant David N. Dovell seized the weapon and fired it from the hip, dodging from one point to another to escape knee mortar fire. A short distance away another gun was set up, but it was hit almost immediately and put out of action. The gunner, Sergeant John C. Aarons and First Lieutenant John M. Stevens, then took BARs and dashed over the crest, firing point-blank into the attacking enemy. The weapons platoon leader of Company I was killed while directing fire from his mortars, which were only 35 yards below the crest of the ridge. At another point, American 60mm mortars used an elevation of 86 degrees to fire on Japanese knee mortars only 30 yards away. In repulsing this counterattack, the 3rd Battalion, 382nd Infantry killed approximately 150 Japanese. A third counterattack at 15:15 from Hill 143, 400 yards south of Nishibaru, was easily stopped. During the day, the 3rd Battalion, 382nd, accounted for 198 of the enemy. The 3rd Battalion, 383rd Infantry, had tried to come up on the left of the 3rd Battalion, 382nd, while the latter was under counterattack, to give help, but hidden machine guns and mortar fire had stopped it at the gorge. On the right portion of the division's center, the 1st and 2nd Battalions, 381st Infantry, undertook a coordinated attack at 06:30, 21 April, to capture Nishibaru Village. The 1st Battalion was on the left, and the 2nd Battalion was on the right. Because the slope of the ridge was too steep to negotiate, tanks could not be used. The 1st Battalion and Company E on its right had just cleared the crest of Nishibaru Ridge when they were stopped in their tracks by intense enemy fire. Company G, on the right of the two battalions, moved down to the southwest corner of the village of Nishibaru. Here it received a hurricane of mortar fire and discovered enemy troops infiltrating on its right front and massing on its left in the village. In the fight that followed, the heavy machine guns attached to Company G were fired like BARs, braced without tripods against a low stone wall. Cross machine gun fire from the tip of Kakuzu on the west and from the southern slope of Nishibaru Ridge to the east laced across Company G's position. At 1400, a smoke screen was laid, and the battalion withdrew to a line just over the crest of the ridge, carrying its dead on hastily improvised sapling and poncho litters. At the end of the day, the reverse southern slope of Nishibaru Ridge and the village of Nishibaru were still in enemy hands. By the evening of 21 April, the heavy casualties inflicted on the 382nd Infantry had reduced its combat efficiency about 50%, and it was relieved by the 383rd Regiment on 22 April. The 2nd Battalion, 382nd, having suffered little in the preceding days, was now attached to the 383rd Regiment for operational control. The 383rd Infantry picked up the attack against Nishibaru Ridge, directing its assault against the Gate, a saddle in the ridge. To the left, east of the Gate, the ridge line rose again to the bold Tanabaru escarpment. The 2nd Battalion of the 383rd on the right attacked at 1100 down the ridge toward the Gate. Nishibaru, a hornet's nest the day before, was occupied by Company E without difficulty, and Company G occupied high ground facing Hill 143 to the south. Company F, advancing against the front of the ridge, encountered heavy fire and lost 4 company commanders, killed or wounded, in half an hour. Satchel charges, hand grenades, and knee mortar shells hurled into the company by the Japanese forced it back beyond throwing range of the coral pinnacles. The 3rd Battalion, attacking the Gate on the left, made no appreciable gain. Of one group of 10 men, including the Company L commander on the side of a small hill, all were wounded except the officer. Company I, farther to the left, ran into fire from 10 enemy machine guns and placed near the Tanabaru escarpment. The foremost platoon leader was killed, just as he ordered his men to withdraw from this overwhelming volume of fire. Light tanks came up to the gorge in front of the ridge, and since they were unable to cross, they remained there and poured thousands of rounds of machine gun fire at the slope in a vain effort to silence the enemy guns. On 23 April, an armored bulldozer came up and prepared a crossing over the gulch. Medium tanks of Company B, 763rd Tank Battalion, then crossed over and took the ridge and the Tanabaru escarpment under direct attack. Armored flamethrowers joined in the assault and burned the north face of the escarpment and the slope of the ridge as far west as the Gate. The infantry made only limited gains despite the effective work of the armor. The Japanese held out on the high points and repulsed the attacks by grenades and satchel charges. Elsewhere in the division zone, the fighting tapered off sharply. It was clear on the evening of 23 April that the Nishibaru-Tanabaru line was nearly broken. 4 battalions were on the ridge line, and all the high ground had been occupied except the Tanabaru escarpment and the extreme western part of Nishibaru Ridge opposite the tip of Kakuzu. These were taken the next day with ease because the bulk of the Japanese forces had withdrawn to the south.